Chapter 26, Netherworld Craftsman License. Sit. Qin Yi sat down at the wooden table in the middle of the room and nodded at the two others with him. Yet, evidently fraught with abject fear, both Huang San and the plump lady simply shook their heads silently without moving a single muscle. What kind of a joke is this? Such terrifying yin energy. This man is more terrifying than any other supernatural entity I've encountered before. How can one possibly escape while seated down? But then again, escape might not be a possibility at all. Qin Yi didn't force the issue. I've got two questions. Firstly, why are you here? As far as I know, there's nobody in Clear Creek County who can afford your asking price, so don't tell me you're here for profit. The woman and Huang San glanced at each other and heaved a huge sigh of relief in their hearts. This isn't an evil ghost. Profit, asking price, these seemingly innocuous words weren't something that even 100-year ghosts were unable to enunciate with such proficiency. This was a type of discernment that professionals like them who dealt with the dead all the time were extremely sensitive to. But, despite knowing that the man seated before them was no evil ghost, they still found themselves unable to let their guards down. Who is he? How can mere humans possess such terrifying yin energy? It's practically comparable to the Unitya Hellguards of the legends. Zhou Lingling, pallbearer, descendant of the Zhou family from West Driver. Greetings, your lordship. Repressing the fear in her heart, the plump lady bowed courteously, your lordship. The Phantom Market has made its way to Clear Creek County. As suspected. Qin Yi's eyes shifted slightly underneath his conical bamboo hat. Who's the host? The government. Unexpectedly, her response stunned Qin Yi. Previously, the Phantom Market has always been hosted by a Taoist monk or a Taoist priest. But, ever since half a year ago, an entity called the Special Investigations Department has taken over everything in its entirety. Furthermore, they even have records of exactly what each of us has done to date, including the clients we've undertaken assignments from. Zhou Lingling continued, from thenceforth, all transactions pertaining to the Netherworld had to be registered and recorded, from the largest of municipalities, to the smallest of villages. All personnel must first have their identities verified before they can enter. The Phantom Market is organized once every 6 months, and the location is designated by the Special Investigations Department. And it was only 2 days ago that we'd received the news that the upcoming Phantom Market will be held in Clear Creek County. The massive sweep. Neither Qin Yi nor Arthes opened their mouths. This obviously had to do with the investigations. The first step was naturally to commence their search from those who regularly dealt with the dead. Identity verification? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. Yes. It's this. Not daring to conceal anything at all, Zhou Lingling immediately pulled out a card with a magnetic strip and placed it on the table. Qin Yi picked it up and inspected it. He nearly swore aloud. What's this? Arthes looked at the card in his hands with interest. It was approximately 2 inches long and 1 inch wide. Zhou Lingling's photograph was on the left side of the card, while the national emblem was printed on the right side of the card. A thin line of words were imprinted on the bottom. National Register D-Class Underworldly Craftsman, verification by the West Driver branch. It's an identification card. As though he'd recalled something, Qin Yi gnashed his teeth and continued, this is the most antisocial, inhumane invention in all of history. Arthes immediately understood what he meant. Ah. I understand. As an undying person who's been living among the mortals for an extended period of time, you're forced to change identifications multiple times. It's been difficult, hasn't it? Qin Yi was incensed. It's already difficult enough to get identification cards these days, yet even simple occupations like underworldly craftsmen now require identification as well? Do they even want ghosts to pass on to the netherworld anymore? Is this how difficult turning merit points is going to be? Secondly, suppressing the ghostly fire raging in his belly, he continued to speak in a deep, low voice, have any pallbearers taken over any of your jobs recently? Zhou Lingling and Huang San were stunned by the question, but they both shook their heads in unison, not that we've heard of. Then, before Qin Yi could even respond to them, Huang San continued to explain the situation, your lordship, we're nothing more than ordinary E-class underworldly craftsmen. How could we possibly know about the business of others? That said, we know of a person who would definitely be in the know of such things. Qin Yi was sharp, and he immediately probed further, where is he now? 2 days ago, he traveled from Lotus City to Clear Creek County. Qin Yi stood up slowly. Do you have some incense of paramnesia with you? Do I need to provide you with some? Naturally, they had some. The two craftsmen took out a stick of incense of paramnesia each, obsequiously lit them up and then shut their eyes. Qin didn't leave the scene until 20 minutes later, when the incense finally burned out and the two craftsmen had fallen into a deep slumber. Outside, the breeze swept gently across the lands as usual. He sighed wistfully, "Looks like things are going to become slightly troublesome." Indeed. Arthas agreed, the easiest way to gain entry is to immediately apply for registration as an underworldly craftsman. But, as soon as you make such an application, the authorities would immediately connect you to the incident at Hyatt last night. Yet, if you don't apply for registration, you might not be able to gain entry at all. Actually, there's a third method we haven't explored yet. The only problem is that the risks are far too high, and it doesn't quite suit my preferences. Qin chimed in with indifference. To go directly to the host? Qin nodded his head, "That's right. We can get the information we need straight from the horse's mouth and be done with it." A plane cruised through the dark sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake as it cut through the thick black clouds of night. A young man yawned in boredom. If not for the fact that the 2 a.m. flight was cheaper, he would never have taken this flight. It was quiet on the plane. The man enjoyed sitting by the window side because he would be able to look out from the plane at the clouds below, and on occasion even gaze upon the dim splotches of light emanated by thousands of households and cities. The fact that he was flying high above others gave him a sense of delight and satisfaction. Unfortunately, even though he had taken a night flight, all of the window seats had earlier already been booked out. What made things worse was the man who was seated just beside him. He was a strange man. It was already early autumn, yet the other person was already tightly wrapped up in a large trench coat. Notwithstanding that he was already on board the plane, he continued to wear his flat cap, a black face mask and black shades. His neck was even wrapped with a black scarf. From the time he boarded the plane until now, the young man hadn't seen the other man speak a single word. Even when the flight attendant asked the strange man what drink he would like, the man only shook his head lightly, keeping completely silent. The most peculiar part about the man was the fact that he had purchased 2 tickets. He had a suitcase with him which had not been placed on the cabin compartment. Instead, he chose to leave it in the seat beside him. When the flight attendant popped over to ask him about it, he simply pulled out his 2 tickets to justify his actions. Strange man. And the most abominable thing he did as soon as he boarded the flight was to pull up the window flap, depriving the young man the joy of his flights, and stirring a deep sense of frustration within him. Shit. The night flight took off, and everyone was quickly settled into their flight. The young man found himself unusually bored, and began to play video games to kill time. This was a flight from Spring City to Lotus City, and the flight duration was only 1 hour and 40 minutes long. 30 minutes into the flight, he yawned lightly and straightened his back as he glanced about his surroundings, ostensibly overwhelmed by boredom. Everyone was resting by now. The lights on the plane had been somewhat dimmed. Nevertheless, the young man possessed good eyesight. After looking around only to discover that there were no pretty ladies in sight, he looked disappointingly at the window at the other end of his row. What dumb luck! Who purchases a window seat only to shut the window flap? Is something wrong with him? I'd like to look out the window even if you don't want to. He glanced longingly at the window on the other end of his row. However, everything appeared dark and murky, and there was hardly the same delightful sensation of walking on clouds he got when he had a closer look through the window. Thus, he withdrew his gaze in dismay. Just then, he suddenly froze and blinked several times, before doing a double take at the other end of his row. Carefully, and without blinking this time. Seconds later, his entire body began trembling, and sweat began to roll off his forehead in just an instant. His teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and he even began to shift his bum subconsciously away from the window. At that very moment, the young man hated his excellent visual acuity. No one. The man seated beside him, that strange man, could not be seen in the window's reflection. Only his clothes were visible. The man himself could not be seen. A dim aisle, and a silent cabin. They were thousands of meters above the ground. It was 2 a.m., and he was seated together with an unknown entity. Pat. Just then, a hand tapped gently on his shoulder and an incredibly hoarse voice spoke, "You don't seem too well?" "Ah!" The young man gasped in horror and shrieked loudly. Yet all that did was to draw the ire of several displeased passengers. This was also the first time that the strange person seated beside him who presently had his hand on the young man's shoulder spoke. No. With a face completely drained of color, the young man trembled in response. The strange man wore leather gloves on his hands, even under his trench coat. "Should I take a look?" The strange man spoke at a peculiar pace with oddly placed pauses. "No. There's no need." The young man stood up abruptly, before immediately sitting down once more. The strange man had pulled him back down to his seat. "Do you know what treatment I specialize in?" The strange man's voice seemed to grow hoarser by the minute. The young man felt as though he had been locked in an icy cold cellar. His teeth chattered uncontrollably as he responded compliantly, What do you treat?" The man appeared to smile faintly as he pulled down his sunglasses. "I treat the living." The passenger seated one row behind these men noticed the seats in front of him moving slightly. He grumbled and kneed the seat in front of him in displeasure before shutting his eyes again. 1 hour later, the plane arrived in Lotus City as scheduled. The strange man alighted from the plane through the aisle with his suitcase in tow. He switched on his phone at the earliest possible opportunity. "It's me. I've arrived. Are you certain this line won't be tapped?" "Ha. We haven't seen the light of day for decades now. You don't even see the presence of any Red Guards patrolling the streets anymore." "That's right. I'm headed straight for Clear Creek County. Don't worry. I'll bring back the shard of King Yanluo's seal. Nobody should be allowed to touch His Highness' possessions. Regardless of who they are. Don't worry about me. Hell should no longer be in existence. As long as the old fogies from the 3 great Taoist ancestral courts don't personally make a move, none of these cute little things from the Special Investigations Department can hinder me at all." "Yes. Understood. I'll bring back the corpse of the culprit who has touched the shard of King Yanluo's seal, no matter who it is. That's it, I'm hanging up. It's been too long since I've last spoken. I'm still getting used to it." The clopping sounds of his leather shoes drifted further and further away from the plane. Just then, a flight attendant who was packing up noticed a young man slumped at his seat with his eyes shut tightly. His face was unusually pale. "Do you need any help, sir?" The beautiful stewardess smiled genially as she asked. No response. "Sir." The stewardess was smiling as she thought to prompt the man a second time, yet her face froze momentarily. The young man's chest wasn't moving at all. His nostrils weren't flaring up either. With trembling hands, she stretched out a finger and placed it under the young man's nose to check for breath. As soon as her finger made contact with his nose, the young man's entire body began to deflate as though it were a leaking football. In an instant, the young man transformed into nothing more than a piece of shriveled human skin. "Aha!" A miserable scream echoed throughout the entire airport. 20 minutes later, a group of heavily armed policemen surrounded the airport. The leader of the group was a lieutenant colonel. He walked into the plane with an ashen expression, and he stopped in his steps in no time. "Seal off the vicinity. Check the passenger manifesto. Also." He drew a deep breath and continued with a fiery blaze in his eyes, "Notify the Special Investigations Department of a D-grade supernatural incident. And the fact that the perpetrator completely slipped through our supernatural perimeter. We have a hostile. And I'm afraid it's one that is at least as strong as the top 30% of the spirit beings we have encountered thus far." Chapter 27, The Big Sweep. After leaving the ethnic minority street, Chen Yi went straight to the hospital. Wang Chunghao had regained consciousness and attempted to call Chen Yi earlier. He stayed at the best ward in the hospital. The entire room was white as new and devoid of any trace smells of disinfectant. There was even a wall-mounted TV in the room. Chen Yi didn't bring a gift. "My condolences." Chen Yi sat at the edge of the bed, and pretended to be his old, cautious self about Wang Chunghao. Wang Chunghao remained silent, yet continued to stare at Chen Yi. After some time, he suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed and laughed so much that he even began tearing. Then, wiping off his tears, he gazed meaningfully at Chen Yi once more as he quipped, Who exactly are you?" "What?" Chen Yi blinked his eyes innocently. "I'm your classmate, Chen Yi. Don't you recognize me anymore? Weren't you the one who had called me over on your phone? Do you still intend to keep up your facade?" Wang Chunghao grit his teeth and tossed his phone over. Then, he hung his head low and kept silent. Chen Yi picked up the phone and took a look. It was a video. The video didn't show his figure, yet it evidently showed that instant where Chen Yi's Moonfang Heaven Piercer was released. This video clearly showed the battle between 2 unknown entities. Chen Yi was wearing his Hell's Emissary uniform, wielding his Zanpakuto in his Hinagami state at the material times, so there was no way his appearances would be visible to the mortal realm. "What's this?" Chen Yi asked curiously. Wang Chunghao looked at him straight in the eye and abruptly raised another notion. Do you know? I've got plenty of surveillance cameras placed all around my home. Chen Yi dash? Wang Chunghao was in poor spirits. His disposition was pale and weak, yet he grabbed tightly to Chen Yi's hands. Believe me. I'll never betray you. I only want to know. How many more of these awful things are there in this world right now? I don't understand what you're talking about. You do. Wang Chunghao grew agitated abruptly. His grip tightened, and tears suddenly filled his eyes. Chen Yi, my parents have already perished to these ghosts and unclean things. You're the only one I can talk to. We've been classmates for several years at any rate, haven't we? Can't you just be honest with me? I've got money. I might even inherit tens of millions worth of assets from my parents. You must be having a hard time running your shop. I can fund your living expenses. All you have to do is let me tag along with you and let me see exactly what's going on in this world. Well, sir, you've managed to get my attention. But what's with that demanding tone of voice? Chen Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just as he was about to shake off Wang Chunghao's grip, Wang Chunghao muttered, even though the surveillance cameras can't see you, I still know it's you, because the cameras don't just monitor images, they also capture the voices around. I swear that the voice I'd heard was none other than yours. I haven't told anyone about this. Not even the police when they interviewed me. Chen Yi, believe me. I'll be damned. Chen Yi could no longer repress the nauseating feeling welling up within. I knew I should never have trusted the advice from an old lady like Arthis. People can't see me, but what about the gods of surveillance? Can these devices actually do such things? Arthis was similarly taken aback. Modern society is far too dangerous. How does he possess the eye of the heavens? Heavens my ass. Can you quickly pick up the pace and get back on track with the pace of societal development? How can I possibly trust you now? You don't even know what a lizard is, you dumb shit. You must have been mistaken? Chen Yi's heart was filled with vexation, yet he managed to maintain a baffled look all over his face. He couldn't help but praise himself for his excellent acting skill as he continued to display his flair for performance arts. I've been at my shop all of last night. What are you talking about? Wang Chunghao was just about to retort, but Chen Yi had already stood up from the bed. That's right. Our teacher has asked me to bring you the textbook. I'll bring it over for you later. I'll take my leave first. Thud. The door shut. Arthis softly remarked, speaking of which, you've lived in the mortal realm for some time now. Don't you have a human friend or two? Even I had a couple of human confidants from the time I was stationed in the mortal realm. Chen Yi responded gloomily, sure, but when these acquaintances of yours finally sport a whole head of white hair, while you continue to present yourself as a sprightly youngster replete with pimples on his face, wouldn't they want to slap you until your face swells up? Arthis responded rather matter-of-factly, they wouldn't dare. That's true. Chen Yi was stumped by Arthis' response. The early autumn wind was still rather warm and stifling, and Chen Yi flicked his bangs to the side. After some time, he finally replied, truth be told, I've got several mortal friends. But I'm not sure whether they've already passed on or not. That said, none of them are living in West River. His face twitched for a moment, before he continued with gritted teeth, it was then that I had learned that, for a select group of people, one should keep all of their belongings, even their diapers from birth. Eh? Is there a story here that I should know about? Something that made you as unhappy as this? Pray tell of the story that might bring delight to me. Chen Yi drew a deep breath. Back in those days, when I first came to West River, I got to know a man named Zhang. He didn't enjoy anything much apart from painting. I think he called it the ink wash paintings. It's a pity that I have no talent for painting. Back then, I'd even drunk under the moonlit skies with him. Then, it was only after several decades that I finally discovered that fool's landscape paintings were worth tens of millions. Bloody hell. Do you know how much I wanted to die at that time? Do you know that I don't even dare to peddle coffins at any one place for an extended period of time? Can you even understand how painful it's been to hit and run like this? Arthis grew silent for 2 seconds. Although I can't say I can empathize with you, I can see the extent of suffering you've been through from your bitter tone and hideous expression. 1, 2. Before she could finish speaking, both of them froze where they were and cocked their heads towards the end of the corridor. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 people. Chen Yi squinted his eyes as he murmured. Cultivators? Arthis asked. 3 of them are cultivators. One of whom has a rather familiar scent, while another seems somewhat stronger than the rest. His abilities are approximately on par with mine. Just then, The crisp sound of pristine leather shoes echoed down the corridor. 5 men turned the corner and appeared in their line of sight. Qin Yi lowered his head and didn't even make eye contact with them. He simply pretended to use his phone, intending to brush past them inconspicuously. "Hang on." Just as they passed each other by, one of the men suddenly spoke up. Qin Yi pretended not to hear anything. It was only when a hand tapped on his shoulder that he turned around with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. "Were you calling me?" He quietly tightened his fists in the moment they locked eyes. It was a peculiar lineup of people in the group. The man in front of him was the same policeman from before. But right now, he had already changed out of his policeman uniform and donned a black suit instead. Of the 5 men, 2 wore black suits. The person standing on the leftmost of the group was a middle-aged man with dark skin. He carried a smoking pipe around his waist, and his fingernails were cracked and yellowing. He wore a short Chinese buttoned-up jacket, and his head was wrapped up in green cloth. A bundle was tied around his calves, and he wore a pair of straw shoes. "Shaman," Arthis muttered, "he's from the Miao ethnic group." The person on the right was a man with white hair, leaning on a cane. His fingers seemed somewhat bony and crooked, and he wore a faded tunic. This man was thin as a bag of bones. Yet the thing that stood out most to Qin Yi was the incomparably thick corpse energy that surrounded this man's body. He must have been in close proximity with corpses for years on end. This man must be a corpse driver from the Westbrook region. 2 other types of underworldly craftsmen had just showed up at the same time. Given their age, it would also seem that they were experts in their fields to boot. That said, the true commander of this peculiar troop was most certainly the middle-aged Taoist priest standing in the middle of the pack. He looked as ordinary as it got. There was no air of divinity about him, and he looked unassuming at best on first impressions. Apart from his impressive foot-long beard, there was hardly anything else about him that would leave an impression with anyone. A cultivator that is at the level of an operative-class emissary of hell. This must be a true cultivator from one of the reputable mainstream sects in the world. Arthis was unusually serious about this. "Kid, you've encountered a bright shining star. It wouldn't be wise to attempt to muddle your way through these people." "What are you doing here?" the policeman asked in a low voice. "I'm here to visit a classmate." "What's wrong?" Qin Yi appeared baffled. Just then, his pupils constricted slightly. It was now afternoon. The sun shone in from the window, casting a long shadow behind each of the 5 men that faded only some distance away. Yet, the shadow of the Taoist priest seemed to extend slightly more than the others. The change was incredibly slight. Simultaneously, a wave of true energy belonging to the cultivator shot straight towards Qin Yi like an arrow. Qin Yi didn't look away. Just as the bolt of true energy made contact with him, it suddenly dissipated into the surroundings like a wisp of smoke. "Visiting your classmate?" The policeman looked straight into his eyes and pressed the issue. "Didn't you earlier say that? You can't help but wish he'd die?" This was a difficult question to respond to. Therefore, Qin Yi chose not to respond to it. Instead, he simply glared at the policeman with a rebellious attitude that was typical of hot-blooded teenagers. The meaning was obvious: it's none of your business where I go. "Greetings." Just as the tension between one adult and one teen filled the room, the Taoist priest finally smiled and interjected, "I wonder how I should address this young fella?" Qin Yi blinked and remained silent. Instead, it was the policeman who leaned over and whispered into the Taoist priest's ears. The Taoist priest smiled as he flicked his sleeves. "So it's Mr. Qin. It must be fate that we've encountered each other. I've noticed that thick-hewn clouds seem to be casting a dark shadow over this benefactor's head. It would be wise to remain careful these days." He paused for a moment, before adding meaningfully, "Yesterday, a D-class supernatural incident was reported in Lotus City. It was said that this perverse serial killer is targeting Clear Creek County next. Since this benefactor's luck wouldn't be too good lately, you would be prudent to remain cautious at all times." Qin Yi's gaze had the word psychopath written all over it. He glared once more at the Taoist priest, before turning and walking away. The policeman motioned to follow after him, yet the middle-aged Taoist priest's easygoing expression suddenly turned somber. With furrowed brows, he shook his head gently. The policeman stopped. "Sir, he was the last person to have made contact with Wang Chunghao, and they even experienced an E-grade supernatural incident together. I suspect that there might be something wrong with him." The priest didn't respond immediately. Instead, he cautiously reached into his robes and pulled out a necklace. It was a silver necklace. A thumb-sized pendant hung from it. It was a trigram mirror that was covered in splotches of green copper rust. "This is called the Eye of the Ichthyosaur. The priest explained sternly, "My master gave this to me before I descended from the mountains. As soon as I encounter something that can potentially threaten my life, it would immediately alert me." Clink. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire trigram mirror shattered into several pieces. This. Everyone gasped in horror. They knew full well the priest's true identity. He wasn't exactly a low-ranking official in the Special Investigations Department. If he could threaten the priest, and even shatter the trigram mirror, that means that kid. "I'll immediately call for reinforcements. Stop." The priest bellowed before the policeman could finish speaking, "Do you want to die? It shouldn't be possible for this kid to possess that level of cultivation. There's always the possibility that the evil ghost haunting the Wang family hasn't been completely purged yet. But then again, from what I can glean from the traces of that evil ghost's handiwork, it couldn't possibly threaten me to this extent. What in the world is going on?" Meanwhile, just around the corner, Arthis muttered in displeasure, "I don't know what blow he delivered earlier, but it wasn't very comfortable." Qin Yi didn't respond. Yet he didn't leave either. He simply leaned against the corner and muttered with a glint in his eyes, "Artie, wouldn't you say that our luck has been particularly good these days?" Look. An elite shaman and even a corpse driver from Westbrook have come all the way here. Why? Don't you know? Superiors hate it when their subordinates act like smartasses and attempt to whet their appetites with such nuggets of information." Qin Yi licked his lips and leaned his head round the corner as he smiled satisfactorily. Who could possibly mobilize these people? Who's the most convenient person of choice? Who, in recent times, has been granted the authority to summon these experts? What are they here to do? Arthis deliberated for a few moments. The yin energy here is incredibly dense. After all, we're talking about a ghost that had control over the shard of King Yanluo's seal for a period of time. They should have noticed the dense yin energy in this area and thought that the evil ghost hasn't been completely expunged, and they're here to summon its spirit to determine just what happened last night. Unfortunately, Wang Zeman's soul has already completely vanished, and it's not possible for them to summon it any longer. As for what their identity is... She paused for a moment, before gasping in realization, that priest is none other than the host of the Phantom Market? Chapter 28, Into Enemy Lines. I'm 90% certain. Qin Yi snapped his fingers. First of all, how strong do you estimate Cathay to be in supernatural warfare? Not too strong. Arthis responded affirmatively. This has been the case since time immemorial. And it's especially true now that few people believe in such matters anymore. Cathay's strength should have weakened in that regard. That's right. Secondly, a person of his abilities should hold a reasonably decent rank among the Special Investigations Department. Given that they are short-staffed, what's the best way to deal with all of the supernatural incidents occurring within Clear Creek County all at once? From what I understand of the human psyche, they would be swift and decisive, and not muddy the waters. Therefore, their decision should be to send a person with enough strength to resolve the problem once and for all. Incidentally, the Phantom Market is about to open. What better choice was there than to hand out the assignment to the host of the Phantom Market? Therefore, he must be the host of the Phantom Market. Arthis nodded her head in agreement. So, what do you plan to do? As much as I'm reticent to engage in a head-on confrontation with the military forces, but... Qin Yi motioned to leave the scene. Since this concerns the identity of the mastermind, I'm really left with no choice but to clash directly with these practitioners from reputable, mainstream sects. Nighttime. The obscured moon casted a gloomy shadow across the dark, windswept lands. The sun and the moon were rare sights in the West River locality. Room 302 of Clear Creek County's most luxurious hotel, the Jinsen Hotel. Right in the middle of its modern decor, a middle-aged Taoist priest with a foot-long beard sat cross-legged in meditation. With each breath he inhaled and exhaled, the surrounding air would fluctuate slightly. Then, at exactly midnight, he breathed out heavily, expelling 2 wisps of faint, white smoke from his nostrils. Ha! He sighed in relief as he opened his eyes. After putting on his shoes, he made his way to the table in his room. A map of Clear Creek County was laid out on it. He began to examine it closely. He had just received a report of a D-class supernatural incident this morning. The supernatural entity had even slipped right through the supernatural perimeter undetected, entering the West River province by night. Its destination was Clear Creek County. The hospital that Wang Chunghao was residing in was considered a red zone. In other words, this was one of the locations that they were monitoring and guarding the most closely. The other zone that they were keeping a close eye on was the ethnic minority street, an orange zone where the upcoming Phantom Market was to be located. Most of the other places were yellow or green zones. Qin Yi wasn't wrong. The Taoist priest was indeed none other than the host of the Phantom Market. Furthermore, he was also a captain of the River Gorge City branch of the Special Investigation Department. Several minutes later, he massaged his head, attempting to alleviate the onset of his headache. His heart would grow vexed and frustrated every time he saw a map of the country. The number of yellow zones were only growing. A full-blown outbreak of a supernatural upheaval was no more than a decade away. The government was already desperately attempting to gather all forms of talent and experts related to the Netherworld. They didn't even pass up on those with the most basic of requirements, the infernal eyes. That said, their efforts were still hardly sufficient. The present situation presented itself almost like the foreboding waves that prefaced an incredible tsunami. Wave after wave, it continued incessantly. And when it finally reached the tipping point, he didn't dare to contemplate what was to come. As he folded up the map, he paused for a moment before remarking, "Fellow Taoist, since you've already come, why not show yourself?" No response. The Taoist turned around. There was already a solemn look on his face. His hands grabbed tightly onto his Buddhist whisk. Then, as he pulled it apart, a short peachwood sword revealed itself. Shing! With a flick of his wrist, the peachwood sword flew up on its own and began dancing about his side like a butterfly. This Taoist is the head priest of the Clear Jade Monastery, Zhang Fengxi. I wonder which fellow Taoist calls upon me for a spar? Yet, before he could even finish speaking, a silvery gleam appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Fengxi cried out, and his peachwood sword flickered quickly, leaving 7 or 8 after-images in its wake. Everything in front of his eyes became a blur in the very next moment. Clatter clatter. Innumerable chains instantly shot out of nowhere. The peachwood sword clashed against it, and a shower of golden sparks blossomed. Clink clink clink. The chains appeared almost as though they could see. They bolted themselves straight into the heart of the room, rapidly reducing the space within until a prison of chains was quickly formed. Zhang Fengxi's eyes burned with passion as he desperately searched for the most open spot remaining. My opponent is clearly dividing up the battlefield, but he possesses a corporeal body as well. The location with the fewest chains is exactly where I will find him. Over there. As he moved, his eyes gleamed brightly. The peachwood sword spontaneously burst into flames and transformed into a bolt of fire that shot straight towards the door. However, in the next moment, a radiant gleam of light exploded from behind him, cleaving straight towards his unprotected back. Damn! In his astonishment, a jade pendant slipped from his hand. He reached out for it and grabbed hold of it once more. Unfortunately, in the very next moment, he felt an icy cold sensation press against his neck. Whoosh! The chaotic gale ceased instantly. Everything had stopped just as abruptly as they had started. The dust settled in a flash. A figure dressed in flowing black robes and wearing a conical bamboo hat suddenly appeared behind Zhang Fengxi. He was still holding onto the blade that was pinned against Zhang Fengxi's neck. "Who are you?" Zhang Fengxi gnashed his teeth as he asked. "You're no spirit. A spirit has no means of touching a physical object unless he's a 100-year ghost. And if you're already at that kind of level, there's no reason for you to make a move against me at all. Wait a minute." Their earlier battle had taken place far too abruptly and quickly, and he had only just managed to take a closer look at the chains around him. Yet as soon as he did, his entire body shuddered terribly. "Yiju sunken gold? Is this really sunken gold from Yiju? You're an emissary of hell? Wait. Emissaries of hell are still in existence these days?" "Shut up." Qin Yi deliberately lowered his voice and pressed the blade deeper into Zhang Fengxi's neck, causing a red mark to appear instantly. "Tell me, are you the host of the Phantom Market?" "Yes." The frigid sensation at his neck caused the ecstasy in Zhang Fengxi's heart to diminish substantially. He responded truthfully. Nevertheless, his heart was still rippling with emotions. "This is most certainly an emissary of hell. I'd seen it from my master's hidden manuscripts. Yiju's sunken gold cannot be used by anyone apart from genuine emissaries of hell. Incidentally, sunken gold is also a natural form of restraint against ghosts. The situation in Cathay is already escalating out of control. But if hell intervenes, there's truly nothing more we can ask for right now." However, now was obviously not the time to discuss such prospects. "Bring out the records of all past assignments undertaken by the Phantom Market over the last 6 months." Zhang Fengxi pointed at the cell phone on his bedside table and responded in a hoarse voice, "The password is 642,321. Esteemed emissary of hell, you need only ask if you need any assistance from me. The only question I'd like to ask is, what happened to hell? Why aren't we receiving any response whenever we attempt to reach out to hell? Qin Yi hesitated for a moment before explaining in a deep voice, there's a great upheaval in hell. The mortal realm should pray for its own blessings. What? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Fengxi felt a sharp pain on his neck and promptly fainted. What incredibly tough bones he has. Qin Yi swore under his breath as he shook off the pain in his palm. Then, he lit a stick of incense of paramnesia, took Zhang Fengxi's phone and left. He knew full well that he couldn't afford to stay long. He was presently moving about right under the radar. Most of their forces had been deployed to the hospital or to where the Phantom Market was to be held. That said, there were still other means of security surveillance. Qin Yi opened the window and silently slipped back out into the dark of the night. Just 30 seconds after Qin Yi's departure, the main door of the room was suddenly slammed wide open, and 3 men dressed in black suits charged in with their guns. "Sir." Seeing Zhang Fengxi lying on the ground, they immediately rushed over to help him up. Yet as soon as they extended their arms to support him, they found themselves caught by his hands instead. With bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, Zhang Fengxi barked, "Extinguish the incense of paramnesia right now. And contact the Lotus City branch. Hurry." "Sir." "Just do as you're told." As Zhang Fengxi clambered to his feet, the bones on his neck cracked resoundingly, and the expressions on his face contorted slightly, informed Lotus City that a genuine emissary of hell has appeared in Clear Creek County. "We must find him no matter the cost." "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I've been practicing a bone condensing technique ever since I was young, and I would never faint from that simple strike." He heaved a sigh of relief before issuing his next command, "Contact the armed forces immediately. Geolocate my phone. Pronto." "Yes, sir." "And I want a sweep of the entire populace in Clear Creek County. Find out who wasn't at home at this time of the night. Keep an eye on those who weren't home, regardless of who it was, and await orders from above thereafter." "Yes, sir, wouldn't this be?" Zhang Fengxi's voice was unusually firm and resolute. "Listen here. You don't know just how crucial a genuine emissary of hell is in light of the current situation. Even if we trade an entire city, even an entire province for him, it would still be worth it." Qin Yi had only departed moments ago. Yet within 3 minutes' time, the entire Jinsen Hotel was already brightly lit. "Fuck." He cursed under his breath. "What a rapid response. It's completely different from what I see on TV and movies. Don't all those cops always only arrive after the fight is over?" At the same time, he could see several SUVs headed straight towards his location right now. Geolocation. He sincerely hated the advent of technology right now. The authorities were clearly homing in on his location. It was evident that they were tracking the cell phone. "Artie, I need 20 minutes. Would I be able to outrun the police vehicles?" "That's not possible. Your body cannot possibly withstand the yin energy from the shard of King Yanluo's seal. That said, there is yet another way. You can manifest the abilities to fly temporarily and escape from the rooftops. Then, as you go, find out exactly who took on the assignment from the East Sea." Whoosh. Before she finished speaking, yin energy had already begun surging from his surroundings towards the bottom of his feet. His robe began fluttering. Then, in the very next moment, he began to fly up into the sky just like a kite. Qin Yi was currently caught between a rock and a hard place. Firstly, he had to learn of the true identity of the mastermind acting behind the scenes. Western Cathay was already littered with pots of breeding fodder planted by the mastermind. The shard of King Yanluo's seal acted as a form of passport. As long as Qin Yi continued looking for shard after shard of King Yanluo's seal, he was bound to be discovered by the old ghost. At that time, if he still didn't have any means of dealing with the old ghost, then it would be no different from courting death. Secondly, there was simply no way he could pin his hopes on survival on anybody else. That's right. Qin Yi was afraid of death. Very afraid of death. So the only thing he could do was to give it his all in an attempt to remain alive. This was a simple wish of his, yet also one filled with gravitas. Naturally, there was no way he would entrust any other person with his innermost desires, much less trust the Special Investigations Department to disclose the mastermind's identity as soon as they discovered it. In fact, there was even a reasonable likelihood that the Special Investigations Department was unaware that all of this was going on right under their noses. Taking a step back, even if the Special Investigations Department did discover the mastermind's identity and revealed the same internally, There was no way Chin Yi would be able to join the ranks of the Special Investigations Department in any event. It was an issue with his identity itself. There was no way he could fool anyone with the yin energy around his body. A massive supernatural upheaval was on the horizon, and Chin Yi was hardly optimistic that Cathay would be able to quickly take control of the situation. As soon as they lost control, someone would most certainly recall that they had an emissary of hell amongst their ranks and start speculating, how is he different from others? Can we replicate his abilities in others? If we can learn how to reproduce his abilities in others by dissecting him, wouldn't we be able to control this chaotic situation immediately? Don't go about testing the human heart, doing so is never wise. Just like that, Chin Yi flew about aimlessly and haphazardly, albeit subconsciously avoiding the vicinity of the funerary street. At the same time, he keyed in the password and swiftly unlocked the cell phone. He located the documents folder in no time. Faster. His heart was incredibly anxious. He skimmed through the contents of the documents folder as quickly as he could. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Chapter 29, Divine Light Shines. Still haven't found it? Arthy's voice was ostensibly laced with some anxiety now. You'd better look down. Chin Yi took a moment to glance down below, and he furrowed his brows in an instant. He was flying at a low altitude of about 100 meters, so he could clearly see that on the dimly lit streets down below, tens of cars were pursuing him and hot on his tail. In fact, as far as his eyes could see, there were several parts of the city that had already lit up conspicuously despite the time of the night. The county had aroused from its slumber at night. This was the nation's might. Clear Creek County was not large to begin with. Therefore, Chin Yi could almost immediately recognize and identify the places that had lit up. The county's security bureau. The police. The military. The neighborhood committee. Shortly after the lights in these localities lit up, tens of vehicles that were deployed immediately spread out all across the county like an all-engulfing tidal wave. Clever. Not only are their reactions quick, they're even doing a simultaneous check on everyone in the county who isn't home right this moment. And the first thing that they're doing is to head straight for the funerary street and the Phantom Market. Kid. You might not be able to muddle your way through the predicament this time. Arthy's was almost delighting in Chin Yi's misery. Chin Yi's eyebrows were knit tightly together. They're too quick. Their reaction speed is extraordinary. Furthermore, I'd subconsciously run away from the funerary street. There's no way I can possibly return in time. Calm down. Calm down. He took several deep breaths. If his identity was going to be discovered anyway, then he should at least make the best of it and secure a lead right now. At worst, he could always just walk away from all this mess later on. Sir. Just then, a loud voice suddenly resounded in his ears, please hold on. Before the owner of the voice could finish speaking, a strand of black thread suddenly shot up from an off-road vehicle down below, attempting to grab him around his ankle. It's a true operative class expert. Arthy's grew somber, not too shabby at all. They've been hiding their true strength all this while. Even though Zhang Fengzi was ostensibly the director of this series of events, it was all a farce to conceal the truly powerful shadow directors who have been in hiding all this while. Someone at the same level as me. Chin Yi was truly getting anxious now. He swept his saber and cut at the black thread that was quickly approaching. The clash between saber and thread actually made a resounding clanging noise. Yet, despite that, Chin Yi didn't even turn back to take a closer look at the situation. His left hand was still madly scrolling through the documents folder of Zhang Fengzi's phone. March 27. Registered underworldly craftsman Huang Shenggao accepted an assignment for linkers from the Nanfeng province. Reward, RMB 300,000. Duration, 1 month. Status, concluded on April 27. The employer was Lu Yun, a steel tycoon in Nanfeng province. April 5. Registered underworldly craftsman Wang Yushan accepted a soul summoning assignment from the Xinping province. Reward, RMB 500,000. Duration, 7 days. Status, concluded on April 12. The employer was Zhu Yang, a fruit magnate of the Xinping province. April 30. Registered underworldly craftsman Sum Yu undertook an assignment from the West River province to act as a coroner. Reward, RMB 250,000. Duration, 7 days. Status, concluded on June 6. No, it's all not it. Sir, we mean no ill will. Hal's objectives are squarely in line with ours as well. We just want to discuss some business with you. Is that all right? We already know that an emissary of hell who lives on the mortal realm would necessarily need to borrow the body of a living person. We've already commenced a county-wide search. Your identity will be revealed shortly. Your cooperation will lead to a win-win situation. We truly mean no ill will." Qin Yi's hands continued to tap rapidly on the screen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. May 7th. Registered underworldly craftsman Zhou Zhao undertook a pallbearer assignment from the East Sea Province. Duration, unknown. Status, in progress. Details of the employer are unknown. "It's him." Qin Yi breathed out a huge sigh of relief. With a fiery blaze in the depths of his eyes, he tossed the phone in his hand towards the ground and dove like an eagle in the opposite direction. He couldn't be seen with the naked eye when he was wearing his Hell's Emissary uniform. However, it was quite something else when he was in the state powered by the shard of King Yanluo's seal. In that state, he would be granted the ability to fly for a short period of time. Unfortunately, the downside is that there would be no means of concealing his appearances at all. "If I want to leave this place discreetly, it's impossible to do so in the seal-empowered state." "What do you plan to do?" Arthy's voice was filled with boundless allure at this moment. "Perhaps I could offer you an interesting suggestion. For instance, remove the seal on the Soul Sphere. As long as you let me out, I can guarantee you that the entire West River province will be under our reign, much less the Clear Creek County." "I knew it." Qin Yi landed softly on the roof of a building and rolled to break his fall. However, he chose not to fly up again. Instead, he promptly dispersed the yin energy from the shard of King Yanluo's seal, before dashing out onto the streets below under the concealment of his Hell's Emissary uniform. "I just knew that you haven't given up on the hope of escaping the Soul Sphere. Why bother with all that suspicion? We're bound by the heavenly oath that we've taken. You know full well that I won't be able to do anything to you." Qin Yi chuckled coldly. "I don't trust you." The cars paused for a moment where Qin Yi had tossed the cell phone to. Yet, it only took them some moments before they started to move out once more. At the same time, more than a dozen trucks had just arrived at their destinations and deployed hundreds of soldiers to lock down the perimeter of an area within a 1-kilometer radius of Qin Yi's last known location. Arthys kept silent for several seconds before quietly adding, "Are you sure you're fully prepared for the showdown against the mortal realm? Don't say that I didn't warn you. Without my abilities, you're practically like a single bulb of light shining brightly at night. You're far too conspicuous." Qin Yi remained taciturn. He no longer had the time nor capacity for banal chatter. After all, he could see that their foes had fully revealed themselves some 500 meters away. They were finally going on the offensive. It was an ancient Buddha statue. It looked very old, and it was covered in black stains and even innumerable microcracks. The statue was also covered with plenty of charms and talismans. Ordinary. Very ordinary. Yet alarms immediately began to blare in Qin Yi's mind as soon as he noticed it in the distance. "Incarnation of the city god. 1. Arthy spoke without any hesitation. No netherworldly being can conceal their bodies near the city god. This sculpture is already stained and cracked beyond belief, and it has probably lost its ability to distinguish between sources of yin energy. That said, the fact still remains that no netherworldly being can escape its eyes." Whoosh! Before she could finish speaking, a tall and thin figure covered in black robes stepped out from the off-road vehicle. The man quickly formed a series of seals with his hands, while his robes began to flutter on its own. Within moments, the talismans and charms on the city god's sculpture began to flutter wildly. "Kid, I'd never break my promise. As long as you unseal this soul sphere, the entire West River province will belong to you." Yet Qin Yi simply continued to dash forward, almost as though he didn't hear a single word she spoke. Arthys drew a deep breath. "Don't you understand? Your identity is going to be exposed tonight no matter what. Without the backing of my full abilities, you're going to end up like nothing more than a lab rat to them." "Is that so?" Qin Yi finally paused in his steps as he panted. "Do you recall why I was so certain that Zhang Fengxi was the host of the Phantom Market?" Suppressing the vexing fire blazing in the depths of her heart, Arthys responded calmly, "Of course. Like I said before, they'd mistakenly identified the hospital that Wang Chunghao is located at as a place with thick yin energy, and they thought that the ghost haunting his family hasn't completely been expunged yet. Thus, they were thinking of summoning its soul to determine the person who had purged it." She suddenly paused before she could finish speaking. The Clear Creek County People's Hospital was in plain sight right in front of them. Qin Yi gasped for breath as he spoke, You'd earlier mentioned that the city god's sculpture is so broken that it wouldn't be able to distinguish between sources of yin energy. So, what if I hide among the thick yin energy of others? For instance, the yin energy belonging to that amorous affair, who once held onto the shard of King Yanluo's seal that I currently possess. Her lingering yin energy should be far thicker than what I possess on my own. Arthas grew taciturn for several seconds. Whilst Arthas remained silent, Qin dashed right through the front door of the hospital and made a beeline straight for where Wang Chenghao's ward was located. Meanwhile, just as Qin was making his way to Wang Chenghao's ward, the talismans and charms on the city god's sculpture finally peeled themselves off the body. Then, in the very next second, the sculpture of the city god, KKKKKKK. It slowly began to open its eyes. Whoosh! A noiseless wave of energy only visible to cultivators rippled through the darkness. It was like a tidal wave that slowly swept across the entire county. The city god sculpture stood at the epicenter of this magnificent spectacle. Brilliant! At the exact same moment, Qin Yi leapt through the window into Wang Chenghao's ward while still under the concealment of his Hell's Emissary uniform. Arthas exclaimed softly, "Even a coward has moments of brilliance." Wang Chenghao was just watching the TV in his room when all of this had happened. He was completely aghast when his window first opened suddenly and the curtains began to dance on their own for no ostensible reason. Then, he heard a voice whisper something in his ear. He was first astonished, then calm, and then he finally lowered his head silently. Meanwhile, invisible to the eyes of mere mortals, the noiseless waves of energy from the city god sculpture continued to ripple throughout the entire county. The frequency increased, and the waves moved faster and faster, and further. Within 10 minutes, a strange hum echoed out, and the entire Clear Creek County was covered in these noiseless waves. The county was now on full alert. Meanwhile, in one of the military bases in Lotus City, a soldier on night shift was currently looking at his phone when a bell suddenly tolled in the room. Dong! It sounded distant, yet resoundingly clear. He was presently in a strange-looking room. Everything in the room appeared ancient and dated. There was one table, and one man. And in the midst of the room sat a 10-meter-tall instrument that looked somewhat similar to a seismograph. It was cast in bronze, was shaped like an ancient wine vessel with a raised lid, and it had tortoises, birds and animals etched on its surface. On the outside were 8 sculpted dragons holding copper-sculpted pills in their mouths. The base of the instrument was decorated with toads with mouths gaping wide open. The tolling sound came directly from this instrument. The soldier was stunned for a couple of seconds. He immediately put down his cell phone and typed rapidly on the computer in front of him. Moments later, he drew a deep breath. Clear Creek County in River Gorge City is now on full alert? How is this possible? This is the first time that the supernatural police forces have activated a county-wide full alert. What the hell is going on? After being dazed for a few more seconds, he stood up abruptly and walked outside. Meanwhile, in the River Gorge City Police Headquarters, a man with a chiseled face and thick eyebrows finally caved to his frustrations and picked up the phone on his bedside table that was ringing incessantly. "Hello?" His wife, who was laying beside him, woke up as well, only to receive from the middle-aged man a warm caress as he continued to gently stroke her hair. She asked, "Old Lin, what's going on?" The man indicated with his eyes, "Nothing to worry about." Then, he turned his attention back to his phone. I've got it." "What? The entire River Gorge City has been activated for mobilization? All right. I'll head towards the Special Investigations Department immediately." He grabbed his clothes and promptly left the comfort of his warm blankets. Clear Creek County. Not far from the county hospital, an SUV appeared to be charging about wildly, as though rushing for time. A figure in long black robes and Zhang Fengzi were both staring transfixed at the screen in their hands. Their eyes were completely glued to the screen. Several black blips kept appearing on the screen from time to time. Yet, the more they looked at it, the more tightly knit their brows became. "No. It's not. Where's he?" The largest black dot incidentally indicated a location that was closest to theirs right now. It was also where Wang Chenghao was located. Yet the other black dots were simply not representative of their target's abilities. Zhang Fengzi stared at the screen in disbelief, before uttering in dismay, "Has he left? This? How is this possible?" However, in the blink of an eye, almost as though he suddenly recalled something important, Zhang Fengzi barked at the driver, "Head towards the county hospital. Hurry." Zhang Fengzi. Before Zhang Fengzi could finish speaking, a voice echoed from the back seat, "Are you suggesting that he's hiding under the radar?" "There's that possibility." I don't think so. This appears to me more a display of your inability to reconcile with your performance tonight. We're talking about a genuine emissary of hell here. Records of these encounters are few and far between, even amongst our master's annals and records. Tell me, why do you think he left? Zhang Fengxi shook his head. Have you considered the possibility that he's not an emissary of hell? The voice suggested, you've let your emotions cloud your decisions. So what if he's escaped? There's nothing to be anxious about. Besides, the fact that he's wearing a Hell's emissary uniform doesn't necessarily mean that he must be an emissary of Hell. Your resentment for your failure has led us on a wild goose's chase. It's been an imprudent use of resources. Zhang Fengxi shut his eyes and sighed long and hard. Several seconds later, he gritted his teeth and continued, yes, I'm feeling sore about the entire incident. But I'm not going to give up until I've checked every unturned stone. Clear Creek County People's Hospital. Wang Chunghao was munching on a bag of chips when the door was suddenly opened. You. He was just about to speak when Zhang Fengxi immediately interjected. Zhang Fengxi stared at the person at the foot of Wang Chunghao's bed in astonishment. You. What are you doing here? Chapter 30, Arrival of the Evil Ghost. Qin Yi was seated at the end of Wang Chunghao's bed. Equally startled, he rubbed his eyes. I'd come here to deliver textbooks to my classmate, but it was getting late, so I decided to stay. Why didn't you return home? Zhang Fengxi took a step forward and stared straight into Qin Yi's eyes. His aggression seemed to suggest that if Qin Yi even said anything remotely wrong or suspicious, Zhang Fengxi would immediately arrest him. Yet Qin Yi simply scratched his hair and responded with some measure of frustration, I want to go home too. But it was already 6 p.m. by the time I arrived here. The public announcements. Zhang Fengxi shut his eyes and sighed with resignation. He could no longer identify the emotions buffeting his poor heart. It was almost as though he had been chasing after the moon all this while, only to realize when it was right in front of his eyes that everything had been completely in vain. He hated those public announcements right now. If not for those public announcements that had been playing on repeat, Qin Yi would never be able to explain his presence here. But as things stand right now, Qin Yi's story completely checked out. It seemed almost too much of a coincidence. But, when all was said and done, it was still no more than just a coincidence. Worst of all, notwithstanding the immense coverage of surveillance systems they had put in place to track supernatural activities, it just so happened that there were no security cameras aimed at the entrance to the ward. After all, the county's hospital would never allow for such things. When he next spoke again, his tone of voice had already softened substantially. Then, did you notice or experience anything peculiar earlier? What? Both boys blinked blankly, as though they were confused. Zhang Fengxi looked them straight in the eyes for several seconds more, before abruptly crouching down. There's nothing under the bed either. Is he really not here? Is this really born out of my own resentment at the entire situation? He stood up with a soft sigh once more. Just then, the Buddhist whisk suddenly shot out from his sleeves and swept underneath the bed like lightning. Still nothing. Ha! He shook his head in resignation. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly walked to the windows. I recall. Didn't the nurse say that you shouldn't be exposed to the wind? Is that so? Wang Chunghao replied bashfully, the air was a little stale because of the air conditioning, so I'd opened the windows to let some fresh air in. Are you certain you were the one who opened it? Think properly. Wang Chunghao furrowed his brows. Of course it was me. What's going on here? Silence. Seconds later, Zhang Fengxi finally turned around and took his leave. Rest well. Click. As the door closed, Qin Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Truly beautiful. Arthy's heartfelt commendation was full of sincerity. Firstly, you've managed to successfully mask the yin energy surrounding your body by concealing yourself in that amorous affair's lingering yin energy. But even though you can conceal your presence and remain hidden, it doesn't change the fact that the county-wide investigation will still reveal your absence from the afterlife. That, coupled with the fact that you're already earmarked as a suspicious person, would naturally draw all of the government's attention to you as the prime suspect for today's incident. Yet you managed to pull the rabbit out of the hat and pull a veil over their heads by discarding your invisibility and appearing right before their very eyes. They don't even know you're the culprit right now. Not only have you slipped through the massive net which they have cast over the entire county, you've even managed to establish a perfect alibi for yourself. I must say that the last few decades of your life haven't been in vain indeed. Qin Yi sat on the end of the bed, somewhat dejectedly. He was like a fish that had been floundering about and struggling to evade capture all night. Then, on the brink of capture, he'd actually managed to break through the net and swim into the depths of the sea once more. He had truly gained a second wind. Just then, a cup of water was set down in front of him. He lifted his head, only to lock eyes with Wang Chenghao's abstruse gaze. "We're friends now, aren't we?" Seconds later, Wang Chenghao muttered with a small, uncertain voice, "You'd earlier mentioned that if I helped you out here, you'd tell me everything I wanted to know." "You can say that." Qin Yi took a sip from the cup in front of him. The warm water slid down his throat and somewhat eased his wildly thumping heart. "That. Don't be in a hurry to decide just yet." Qin Yi closed his eyes. "It's not easy being my friend." "I'm not afraid." Qin Yi opened his eyes once more and glanced suspiciously at Wang Chenghao. "I can give you an example. For instance, say you have a classmate of the same age as you. Later in life, when your face is filled with wrinkles, you're reunited with him, only to discover that he's not aged a single bit. In fact, he's even still suffering from an outbreak of pimples and prancing about in front of you like a lively teenager. What would you do then?" "Death by 1,000 cuts," Wang Chenghao exclaimed with undeniable killing intent. "I apologize for having imposed on you." Qin Yi stood up and motioned to leave. "Hey! Don't go. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Aren't we friends?" Wee-oo. Just as Zhang Fengxi left the hospital, the entire squad of River Gorge City's major crime division had already formed up. The commander carrying a sidearm and standing in front of the entire division was none other than Deputy Chief Lin Qiaosheng, the man who had clambered out of bed in the middle of the night. "Everyone." His imposing gaze swept across the troops that were lined up. "I can tell that despite having been mobilized in the middle of the night, everyone's faces are only filled with excitement, and there's no trace of weariness at all. This tells me that I, Lin Qiaosheng, have picked out only the bravest of souls." "Chief Lin, is something going on?" a younger policeman quipped excitedly. "There's a lot of buzz going around lately. 3 instances of murders in River Gorge City alone, yet they don't even allow us to intervene." "That's right." Another middle-aged man chimed in. He had a pair of bright, gleaming eyes despite his slightly yellowish skin. "What right do they have? That Special Investigations Department just parachuted right into the midst of our territory and took over all our cases at once. How can they even hold a candle to our wealth of experience in this field?" Enough. Lin Qiaosheng jocularly dismissed him, before addressing everyone in earnest. "Every single one of you standing before me are elites. And this is why I know I will be able to trust everyone with the upcoming crisis. Drop everything you have in River Gorge City and depart for Clear Creek County at once." "Something happened in Clear Creek County?" the middle-aged man with the yellowish face queried with a somber expression. Lin Qiaosheng furrowed his brows and continued, "Haven't you forgotten the basics? Don't ask what you don't need to know. Load up the vehicles and move out at once. Go." The entire division of policemen moved incredibly quickly. What excited them the most was the fact that they had been issued live ammunition. This naturally meant that there was a possibility that they would need to use their guns. The opportunity to fire guns was an incidental point. The crucial thing to note was that the severity of the situation lent credence to the fact that their present case was on a completely unprecedented level. It was even more important than the 3 murder cases in River Gorge City. Truth be told, I honestly respect Deputy Chief Lin. As soon as he boarded a vehicle, a young police officer with a cigarette in his mouth joked with his colleague, he was so capable in dealing with those major crime cases that everyone else considered cold cases. He's already 45 years old, yet he's got more energy than a young man like me. His resume is nearly perfect too. If he's not appointed the next chief commissioner, I'm done here. Indeed. He's truly amazing. The colleague beside started the engine. Those cold cases back then, not a single person expected her to be the murderer at all, yet Deputy Chief Lin managed to go against all odds and prove everybody wrong. He'd even elicited a full confession from her. Amazing. Truly spectacular. On Lin Qiaosheng's vehicle, another young policeman muttered with a somewhat bitter expression, "Deputy Chief. Could I trouble you to take the wheel today? I'm afraid I must have caught a cold last night." "Are you all right?" Lin Qiaosheng searched the car for a bit, before retrieving a pack of cold medication and tossed it over. "Don't go if you're not well. Your health matters more than anything else, you know." I'll be all right. Deputy Chief has to bring me along." "I knew I could count on you." Lin Qiaosheng chuckled lightly and immediately started the engine. Just like that, An entire convoy of police vehicles moved out discreetly, sirens off, as they entered the national highway. Lin Qiaosheng lit a cigarette in his mouth and followed at the end of the convoy, maintaining a consistent speed at all times. The rearguard. This was both his position in the convoy, as well as his duty as a deputy chief. His police cap sat gingerly atop the front dashboard, and the national emblem faced him directly. His heart was suddenly filled with a sense of bemusement. Many things have happened in recent times. The upper echelons had conspicuously refused to comment, but it was clear that a department called the Special Investigations Department had been taking over all of the difficult cases belonging to major crimes and even cut them out of the entire investigation process. River Gorge City was located at the intersection between two provinces, and this necessarily meant that the scope of authority of the Major Crimes Division was hardly insignificant. The transfer of cases was tantamount to stealing their food. This left several members of their division highly dissatisfied. However, the feeling of dissatisfaction could only go so far. As officers of the police force, it was also their duty to obey. Thus, he kept his comments all to himself. It's time for the chief commissioner to be replaced in a few years' time, right? The National Expressway was incredibly quiet at night. He glanced about at his surroundings calmly. They were moving in a convoy in any event. All he had to do was to maintain his speed. I, Lin Qiaosheng, have proven myself in both qualifications and capabilities, haven't I? No matter how you look at it, shouldn't it be my turn to ascend the throne? He smiled to himself. Then, he was suddenly reminded of his wife and daughter at home, and he felt a wave of guilty conscience come upon him. Just then, he suddenly heard a slight knocking sound. Knock knock. What was that? He glanced left and right. Nothing. Shrugging it off, he continued to forge ahead with the rest of the convoy. However, the knocking sound repeated itself. Knock knock. Again and again. It got clearer and clearer, and increased in frequency as well. Finally, the knocking began to sound as though it came from just beside his ears. A dark, gloomy night, driving a dark-colored vehicle through a dark, gloomy expressway. The knocking sounds had appeared out of nowhere, resounding as though the death knell were right on his car. Knock knock. He secretly began to track the frequency of these knocking sounds, once every 5 seconds, and consistently from his left. Thus, 4 seconds after the last knocking sound, he abruptly turned his head to the left and looked out of the window. Immediately, he screamed in horror, and swerved his vehicle in surprise, sending it spiraling out of control on the highway. Screech! Ah! Ah! The car stopped on the side of the road. His forehead was percolating with cold sweat, and his heart had almost leapt right out of his chest. Just a second ago, in that instant that he turned his head around, he had seen a man dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a black hat, black mask and black sunglasses, just knocking on his window despite the fact that he was traveling down the highway at approximately 100 kilometers per hour. How is that possible? Knock knock. The knocking sounds rang out again. This time, his body froze completely. This time, it didn't come from outside the car. It was on the inside. Bzzzt. The lights within the vehicle suddenly fizzled out. Ttttttttt. Despite how brave and courageous Lin Qiaosheng usually was, he couldn't help but tremble incessantly at this very moment. A sense of abject fear filled every fiber of his being, sending waves of chill spreading from his tailbone right through to his skull. With his incessantly shivering hands, he switched on his phone and used the phone's illumination to look into his rearview mirror. Ah! A blood-curdling shriek resounded through the entire car. He saw the young police officer in the rearview mirror. However, that young officer was now bleeding through all of his 7 apertures. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin was pale white and devoid of the color of blood, and his mouth had been ripped wide open, revealing 2 sets of macabre, white teeth. The young police sat motionless in his seat, yet his eyes appeared to be staring straight at Deputy Chief Lin. This was none other than a corpse. He had been driving a corpse for tens of minutes on end now. To make matters worse, it appeared as though it was this corpse that had been knocking on the window once every 5 seconds. Do you know why evil ghosts don't actively look for military men and police officers? A hoarse voice resounded from the young police officer's body. Yet, neither his lips nor throat moved as he spoke. Instead, his bloodshot eyeballs only appeared to bulge morbidly, almost as though they were on the brink of popping out of their sockets. Why you? What the hell are you? Lin Qiaosheng's heart felt like it had stopped beating. Then, he abruptly reached for his police cap, Don't come any closer. I've got a gun. And this is the national emblem. He had once heard someone say that evil ghosts could never come near a national emblem. They had also alleged that it was impossible for places like military bases or police stations to be haunted as well. Yet, the young police officer simply laughed. His hands were rigidly placed on his knees and his back was erect. Only his mouth was ripped in a grotesque arc. The young police officer appeared incredibly bizarre and frightening. It is because the strongest concentration of yang energy is right in these places. But you, on the other hand. Lin Qiaosheng. 7 years ago, the case that made you was the one involving the dismembered body in the Mako district. Back then, you forced Widow Zhang into an admission of guilt by taking advantage of her mentally retarded son. She was sentenced to life imprisonment, and you made a promise to look after her son. Yet, that kid starved to death just 3 years later on the streets. Lin Qiaosheng's throat trembled slightly, but he simply couldn't find any words to say. 4 years ago. Your reputation got another boost when you solved that serial murder case. Having tasted sweet success, you continued with your tried and tested methods and coerced a 60-year-old man to plead guilty to his crimes by promising that you would look after his 7-year-old grandchildren. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Yet, 1 year later, his grandchildren were sold to a human trafficker. For approximately RMB 100,000. I wouldn't dare to visit any other vehicle in the convoy. But your vehicle seemed to be calling out to me. Tell me, how do you think the national emblem is going to protect a scumbag like you? With shivering hands, Lin Qiaosheng open-fired at the back seat. Why you? Who the hell are you? I'm a doctor. The corpse began to laugh silently. I specialize in treating the living. Incidentally, I was also thinking of making a trip to Clear Creek County. Your twisted, ugly flesh would make the perfect vessel for me. PHLBBT. Blood splattered against the window of the last vehicle in the convoy, followed shortly by Lin Qiaosheng's tragic screams that echoed through the still, silent night. Chapter 31. Reversal. Softer. Firmly now. That's right, that's the spot. Extremely lewd sounds came right out of his mouth. Qin Yi lay on the massage bed like a dead snake as he thoroughly enjoyed the masseur's conscientious touch. Can you stop calling out so lewdly? Even the masseur is getting aroused by it. Arthis castigated him in disgust. The way you described it made it sound worse. Your mouth exposes the true contemplations of your heart. Away from me. What do you mean, contemplations of my heart? Qin Yi squinted as he glanced outside. He could see that there were teams of armed policemen patrolling the streets from time to time. Even though nothing was happening just yet, their presence alone already created a tense and stifling atmosphere. God knows why there are so many armed policemen on the streets these days. The masseur, who was a blind man, sighed wistfully. They won't even let us go out at night anymore. This massage parlor is on the brink of closing down. Qin Yi patronized him with some simple responses. He had to give credit where it was due. The masseur was truly quite skilled, and the soothing massage made him grow increasingly drowsy. However, Qin Yi did his utmost to stay awake. He was afraid that the masseur would take advantage of him if he did. Arthis could sense the disturbing thoughts plaguing Qin Yi's mind, and this only increased her disdain for him. Swish. The curtains were gently drawn aside. Arthis spoke in a deep voice, "Tonight is when the phantom market opens. What are your plans?" Without raising his head, Qin Yi lifted his hand with style and elegance, revealing a single card between his fingers. Then, twisting his fingers slightly, he revealed that there were in fact two cards, one behind the other. One of the cards was an identification card that read, "Registered Underworldly Craftsman, Huang San, Linker." The other was an ICBC card 1. This is a symbol of friendship between classmate Wang and I? Qin Yi tilted his head slightly. His eyes were filled with a mesmerized look. Look, this noble, gorgeous ICBC Platinum card contains RMB 300,000. RMB 300,000. My word. I've lived an honest life thus far, and I've never received so much moolah before. Arthis trembled in shock. Wait. You've just become friends, and you've already asked him for RMB 300,000. Isn't the entry fee to your inner circle far too expensive? Yet Qin Yi sternly responded, "Please get your facts straight. We first became friends, and then I got this card. Do you really think that our friendship can be bought by something so plebeian? There's nothing much more worth speaking about. You don't know what I've been through. As a person who's been through college 5 times, I can tell you that when I was at X university, tuition fees were only $2 to $3 silver. But now, It costs well in the range of tens of thousands. Do you know the profit of the humble funerary shop I own? At best, my monthly profit is only slightly over RMB 3,000. There's practically nothing left after paying rent. It's the circumstances that are forcing this public servant to become corrupt. Pausing for a moment, he continued with much dejection. Besides, there's no outlet for me to indulge in corruption even if I so desired. Separately, I haven't been to a massage parlor in ages on end now. Arthis blinked at him. After all these years. Don't you have any savings, investments in real estate or the like? Silence. An abrupt, oppressive silence was one of the things that almost everyone hated. Seconds later, realization dawned on Arthis, and she smiled insincerely as she continued, I'm so sorry to hear that. Your lifespan is far longer than any of these houses, real estate and the like. Why would you possibly dare to dabble in such high-risk investments? Keck. Doesn't this mean that you've barely been scraping by over the last few decades? What kind of indomitable spirit do you have to be able to persist for such a long time? Chinyi drew a deep breath. Artie. In order to prevent an irreparably large rift from appearing in our already unstable relationship, I think it's best that you refrain from discussing such sorrowful topics in future. As long as she was in the soul sphere, Arthis had no choice but to comply. She nodded the sphere. Then, she forcibly changed the topic, speaking of which, what's the use of the identification card that Wang-san had given to you? Chinyi placed the cards gingerly back into his pocket. Don't underestimate their skills. Any qualified linker is also undoubtedly a masterful makeup artist. These professionals have another name now, plastic surgeons. Naturally, not every plastic surgeon is also a linker. That said, there would invariably be several linkers among all of the qualified plastic surgeons these days. So you're going to put on makeup to infiltrate the phantom market? Are you certain? Arthis was rather skeptical of his plans. Isn't the government regulating people with special crafts with extra stringency these days? Furthermore, the entire county has already gone on full alert. Are you certain you know the exact mode of verification for entry to the phantom market this time? Are you certain you won't be discovered? Chinyi sighed. I've at least got to give it a shot. After pausing for a moment, he continued with some measure of hesitance. Furthermore, my eyebrows have been twitching non-stop since last night. It's almost as though something terrifying is going to happen soon. Arthis' voice grew somber. Don't underestimate these little twitchings. Do you know something? Ordinary people have 5 senses, but as emissaries of hell, as well as cultivators, possess 6 senses. Buddhism calls this the Arya sense. It's a type of sensation that can generally be dismissed summarily, but there are also times when the sensation can also be an incredibly accurate premonition of an upcoming crisis. Chin Coward Yi lifted his head. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I am? Chinyi gazed deeply at the soul sphere placed at the head of the massage bed. The sphere looked almost like a mummy with strings after strings of Sanskrit words written all over it. Chinyi chuckled in a wicked manner. His expression was coy and subtle, and he even made a slight huffing sound to boot. SSSS. Arthis drew a deep breath of air. Kid. You best pray that you're already an infernal judge by the time I'm out of this soul sphere. This is a grudge that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Nobody said a single word after that. Indeed, there was no other way out. Every day that they remained in the dark as to the evil mastermind's true identity was a day that the sword of Damocles continued to hang over their head. Nobody knew when it would finally drop down and cleave them in two. And so what if there was a premonition of a crisis? If this was something that they had to confront head-on, they would have to do it regardless. Both Chinyi and Arthis continued to rest. It was almost as though the altercation last night hadn't happened, and they continued to maintain the somewhat cordial basis of their previous interactions that entailed mutual ill-treatment from time to time. This was because they were both clever people. The older, the wiser. They both knew that a deteriorating relation would serve neither of them any good. Since they both had a flair for acting and pretension, what harm was there in continuing to validate each other as life went on? Just then, Chinyi's cell phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up to take a look, and immediately furrowed his eyes. What he opened was a WeChat group chat entitled Clear Creek County High School Class 3-4 Group. A series of messages popped up within. "What's that?" Arthis asked curiously. "It's a tool to show off to one another. For instance, you could post a photograph of yourself standing beside someone else's car, or with your hand placed on the high-speed train, and then invite others to like your post. Then, a bunch of people would compliment or like your photograph, and your ego would be greatly gratified and receive a massive boost. After that, You'll set your phone down and continue eating your pickled vegetables. Chin-Yi continued to skim through the messages as he explained. Arthis responded disdainfully, "What's so interesting about a post on a meager car? Back then, my choice of transport was a majestic golden chariot driven by 8 powerful horses. This is why I say that there's just no way to bridge this generation gap with this ancient granny." "What are they talking about?" Arthis asked lazily. She was unable to see the messages from where she was at. "This stupid group has been quiet almost any other day, yet it just went crazy today." Chin-Yi continued to skim through the messages as he pursed his lips. "So that's it." The first of the series of WeChat messages was posted by a person with a flower as her display picture. Her ID read, "Lin Yue, class president." Her message read, "Dear classmates, my uncle who works in the Public Security Bureau in the city is coming to visit tonight, and he would like to invite everyone to dinner. Please be sure to come." Within moments, her initial post exploded with responses. "Where's the location? Can we stay over? I wouldn't dare to go out after 6 p.m. It just seems particularly gloomy and chilly outside these days. Wang Zhenchen, English class representative." "Ooh. Wealthy. I'm guessing class president Lin's uncle must be a high-ranking official, isn't he? Is he really treating so many of us to dinner?" "Wang Ji, math class representative." "You exaggerate. He's just an ordinary official who's in charge of a few dozen people. It's just a token gesture to thank everyone for taking good care of me. By the way, I'm taking all of this to mean that you've given your word. All of you must come. It's going to be in the county's best hotel, the Fenglai Hotel. You can stay the night there as well. Honestly, I really hate these bullshit rules. I feel like I haven't been out at night in ages now." Lin Yue, class president. "Bullshit. How can you describe someone in charge of dozens of people as an ordinary official? But regardless, thanks for your goodwill. I'll definitely be there." Xiao Huanchui, physical education class representative. Chin-Yi pursed his lips again. "Do you get the point?" Arthis was bewildered. Chin-Yi laughed. "The focus isn't so much on I'm buying dinner tonight, as it is on the fact that my uncle who's in the Public Service Bureau is buying dinner tonight." Then, she goes on to casually mention that her uncle is only in charge of tens of people. But, having realized that the bragging was far too obvious, she attempted to conceal it by changing the subject and bringing the focus back to the invitation at hand. "Her tactics are far too low and cheap. Yet you still seem to be enjoying it. Don't you think it's fun to watch a troop of monkeys act in front of you? If you ask me. We're talking about a bunch of monkeys who have houses, relatives, cars and can rely on their parents to fund their university education. They might not be lower than you in terms of social status." "Bloody hell." Chin-Yi rolled his eyes. It felt as though 1,000 arrows had punctured his heart in that instant, as he tapped wildly at his phone. "Let's go. I'll definitely be there to cheer for the great beauty in our class." He was an archetypal poor man, and there was no way he was going to pass up on the opportunity to indulge in free food and drinks. Besides, given the current sweep, it might not be a bad idea to hide out in plain sight amongst his peers. His response didn't cause a single ripple of comments in the group. After all, he was but a mere sojourner in these parts, and all he had to do was to remain as ordinary and dull as possible. He was the type of person in the class that everyone knew of, but would also easily forget if his name wasn't mentioned at all. That said, Wang Chunghao responded almost immediately after Chin-Yi chimed in, "You're going? Then, I'm going as well." "Eh? Handsome Wang, why are you so free today? I didn't think you were going to come as well." Lin Yue, class president. She had even added a smiling emoticon to the message. "Boss Wang is free? That's awesome. That means that attendance is going to be complete tonight." Xiao Huanchui, physical education class representative. "Yo, rodent, when did you get so close with Chin-Yi anyway?" Chin-Yi closed the WeChat group. What transpired in the group no longer bothered him anymore. Wang Chunghao was seen by everyone as the heir to his parents' business and legacy. He was like the electricity and light to their world, an existence almost akin to that of a god. They wouldn't be able to help but begin to sing his praises. "What about the Phantom Market?" Arthis asked. "It only opens at midnight anyway. We've got time." Yet, nobody knew that Lin Yue was on sick leave today. Lin Yue lived in an ordinary-looking shop house. At this moment, the curtains were completely drawn, and the house was practically airtight. Not even a single trace of sunlight could enter the house. The door to the room of Lin Yue's parents was locked tight. Traces of blood seeped out from the little gap under the door. Meanwhile, Lin Yue sat on the edge of her bed, ostensibly in a daze, as she continued to tap mechanically on her cell phone. Just above her, dark macabre threads hung from the shadows in the ceiling, attaching themselves to different parts of her body, almost as though she were a puppet. These threads were exactly what were manipulating her hands to continue typing on her phone. If one looked closer, there were in fact dark red slits in each and every single one of her joints. It was almost as though someone had dismembered her body like a rag doll before reassembling her once more. Thud. As she switched off her phone, her body collapsed to the ground like a broken rag doll. Lin Qiaosheng stood in the darkness behind her, wearing a black mask, watching silently as these events unfolded. Whoever touched His Highness things has hidden himself rather well. Even the government hasn't been able to locate you. But that's fine, you must definitely be among these people. The one who's had immediate access to His Highness' pot of breeding fodder must be among his classmates. No matter. I will slowly but surely locate you. And then, I'll bring your head back and declare to the survivors of the entire West River province who our new king is. Chapter 32, A Round of Murder. It was 6 p.m. Qin Yi hailed a rickshaw and joyfully made his way towards the Fenglai Hotel. Inland counties could hardly be considered rich or wealthy. To put things into context, some of the wealthier coastal counties could even be richer than cities located inland. Therefore, all things considered, the Fenglai Hotel could hardly be considered large or extravagant. Despite being called a hotel, it hardly looked anything like one. The building it occupied used to be a state-run guest house in the 90s. After a series of restructuring and reorganization, the hotel was bought over by Wang Chenghao's father and transformed into the Fenglai Hotel. Despite that, the Fenglai Hotel was still the only presentable hotel in the entire Clear Creek County. Therefore, business was still relatively good. I'm going. Qin Yi hopped off the rickshaw and looked at the 6-story hotel in earnest. Arthes, on the other hand, was baffled. What's so good about this place? It looks so rickety. You don't understand. Qin Yi was bursting with emotions. I haven't been to such a high-class place in almost 3 whole years now. At this moment, Arthes wanted to abandon Qin Yi and leave him as far behind as possible. You're tainting my reputation by association. He entered the hotel, reported his room number, and took the lift to the 6th floor. As soon as the door opened, a rush of clamoring sounds immediately bounced off their eardrums. This was an event space that was approximately 200 square meters large. Almost all of the weddings in the county had been celebrated here. Its decors were fairly decent. Exquisite, meter-large ancient chandeliers hung majestically from the ceiling. Large ink murals spanning tens of meters cleverly subdivided the event space into smaller partitions. The red carpet was cheap, but festive. The antiquated wooden tables only accentuated the style of the room. The entire event space had been booked out tonight. All 35 students from their class were present today, and they all sat around large 8-man tables, properly filling up 4.5 of these. The rest of the event space felt somewhat empty and gloomy. As soon as the elevator door opened and Qin Yi appeared, several people immediately waved and called out, "Qin Yi, over here. Come over here." Qin Yi felt like he was caught in a bind. He was torn as to where he should take his seat. After all, he was so enthused about this meal that he had even skipped his lunch in preparation to stuff himself tonight. He was looking for the best place to sit at strategically so that nobody would notice his gluttonous ways. "Can you guys please restrain yourself? Please don't make it seem like we're very familiar with each other. I would just like the opportunity to indulge myself tonight. Qin Yi, over here." Just as he was hesitating, a somewhat hoarse voice called out to him. Wang Chenghao had stood up from his seat, and was beckoning to Qin Yi. The entire place was suddenly silent. "I'm curious." From another table, Zhang Yilong glared at Qin Yi and muttered in a low voice, "Since when did this idiot get so close to Brother Hao? What happened?" Another curious student immediately chimed in response. Zhang Yilong had spoken with a hushed voice, but the distance between students at the table wasn't large either. "Nothing much. Last time, he stayed to help Brother Hao and I clean up the classroom. Who would have expected this idiot to be that much of a social climber? I don't understand what Brother Hao sees in him." Qin Yi was naturally oblivious to Zhang Yilong's slanderous accusations. He glanced at Wang Chenghao's seat. Both Lin Yue and Wang Chenghao were seated at a table that was only half filled with 4 people. Apart from them, there was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows who wore a black face mask and his police uniform. The only thing that was lacking was his policeman's cap with the national emblem on it. The last person present at the table was the class vice president, Su Chaoyang. Qin Yi made his way to the main table and took his seat under everyone's watchful eyes. As soon as he took his seat, the middle-aged man immediately spoke, "And you are?" Qin Yi furrowed his brows almost imperceptibly, and he maintained a faint smile on his face as he responded, "Class President Lin Yue's class, mate." Qin Yi could sense that something felt slightly off about the situation, yet he couldn't quite place a finger on it. However, as soon as he glanced at Lin Yue, his pupils immediately constricted. It was early autumn right now. The weather was still somewhat warm, and Lin Yue was still wearing her school uniform. She could be considered rather attractive, a 17-year-old girl who was still in the midst of blooming into a beautiful flower. She had pretty eyebrows and shoulder-length hair. That said, it suddenly dawned on Qin Yi that Lin Yue had not spoken a single word from the beginning. She simply hung her head low, allowing her jet-black hair to drape over her face, obscuring most of her facial features. Furthermore, her school uniform was somewhat ill-fitting, and she presented herself almost akin to an ugly-looking rag doll. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Yue with what appeared to be a soft, tender gaze. Yet his expressions remained completely unchanging. Do you find her a little bit different from her usual self?" The man's hoarse voice interrupted Qin Yi's train of thought and abstruse gaze. Scratching his head, Qin Yi responded, "Is she sick?" The middle-aged man continued to stare straight into his eyes. His facial muscles contracted slightly, and it looked almost as though he were smiling faintly under his facial mask. "That's right. She's quite ill. How do you do? I'm her uncle, Lin Qiaosheng." Qin Yi gave him a fleeting glance, and he couldn't help but feel, more than ever, that something wasn't quite right about this man. He had lived long enough and experienced enough of life's lessons to know certain things without being taught. For instance, he knew that if a person were to speak, it required much more than the simple movements of one's tongue. In fact, it required the concerted effort of the entire mouth, including some of the muscle groups at the throat and larynx. However, he could clearly see that this was not the case for Lin Qiaosheng. His movements were no different from that of a living dead. No. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that his movements were no different from that of a puppet. The words spoken were clear and coherent, yet there was hardly any trace of emotional undertones to it. This man. After some moments of hesitation, Arthes, who was in Qin Yi's pockets, spoke up mentally. "He's not one who belongs to the mortal realm." She couldn't see him. Her perception had been solely based on the nuances of the man's voice. Qin Yi nodded lightly, but for now refrained from taking any actions. This was a county that was established by the nation. Furthermore, the supernatural perimeter had been deployed, and the county was on full alert. Those who were able to escape from the 18th level of hell would know far better than any living person just how precious life was. Who would dare to show up in such a dangerous place? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly as he nodded to the man. Following that, he turned around and began chatting with Wang Chunghao. Wang Chunghao was still in the midst of grieving for the loss of his parents, and his disposition hardly looked good. In fact, he appeared to be barely hanging in there. This place is most well known for their steamed river dumplings. I'll treat you to it next time. The other accompanying dishes are not too bad either." Just then, he suddenly lifted his head in confusion, because he belatedly realized that Qin Yi was currently writing words on his lap. 1 stroke, 2 strokes. He glanced discreetly at the word that was being written. It was the word "follow." Wang Chunghao looked back up at Qin Yi in surprise, yet Qin Yi's appeared to be his usual, jocular self. After several more jokes, he patted on Wang Chunghao's shoulder and asked, "Washroom? Let's take a smoke break." "All right." Wang Chunghao agreed readily, and both students took their leave. Clack. As soon as the two students stood up, Lin Qiaosheng set down his chopsticks silently and gazed at their backs as they departed. It was only after they vanished around the corner that another somewhat apprehensive voice called out, "Uncle Lin. What happened to Lin Yue? She's not lifted her head a single time tonight. Shouldn't she go have a proper rest if she's not feeling well?" Lin Qiaosheng shifted his vision and stared straight into Su Chaoyang's eyes. Chaoyang couldn't help but lick his dry lips. His hands gripped tightly to his pants under the table. It was only when Su Chaoyang was on the verge of getting chills down his spine did Lin Qiaosheng finally respond, "Are you feeling very nervous?" "Ha. No. I'm not nervous. Why would I be nervous?" He was, but he didn't understand why. As soon as Qin Yi and Wang Chunghao stood up and left the table, Su Chaoyang suddenly felt an intense chill assault his body. And it was not a chill from excessive air conditioning. It was something that was intensely frigid and immensely frightening. Golden lights shone brightly and boisterous voices echoed all around them. Yet, for some strange reason, Su Chaoyang felt isolated from all of this, almost as though he had fallen into an icy cellar of sorts. This strange sensation permeated every fiber of his body, and even he didn't know how to describe the terror within his heart. That said, the terror within made his heart beat wildly. Lin Qiaosheng pinched the wine glass with 2 fingers, turned around, and appeared to reveal traces of a smile. "Give the fruit wine here a shot. It tastes pretty good. It should be able to help calm those nerves of yours too." "No. No thank you. Please enjoy it yourself." Su Chaoyang responded almost on instinct. He had already begun to regret sitting at this table tonight. He didn't know why. And man's greatest fear was the fear of the unknown. Lin Qiaosheng gazed deeply into his eyes once more. After a long pause, he hissed, "Then, I'll taste some myself." He picked up the wine glass and lowered his head. Then, he slowly pulled off his face mask. In the very next moment, Su Chaoyang's jaws dropped, and his mind drew a complete blank. What lay under Lin Qiaosheng's face mask was not the mouth of a human being. Rather, it was a grisly set of skeletal teeth. A dense clue of dark worms crawled in and out of his gums, and a long, thin, scarlet tongue dripping with crimson blood stretched out into the wine glass and licked its contents. "This is not a human. I've been sitting with Uncle Lin for close to an hour, and he's not even human. Of all the people here today, I've been seated right next to an evil ghost." Su Chaoyang didn't even know whether or not he had already screamed in response to this frightening sight. After all, whenever a person is faced with an extreme terror that transcended the limits of what the human heart could bear, he would never be able to react or scream at the situation. His senses and thought processes would all be reduced to a completely blank slate of nothingness. T. His teeth began to chatter. Lin Qiaosheng continued in a soulless voice, "Tastes pretty good." Ah! Just as Su Chaoyang returned to his senses and was about to scream in terror, a small, sharp knife plunged straight through his body, right between where his 3rd and 4th ribs were located. This was the first time Lin Yue had looked up. Mechanical, just like a puppet. In fact, one could even clearly see that her sharp jaw barely obscured a faint, red line on her neck. Her head had clearly been sliced off and reattached once again. And she was the one who was holding onto the knife. "What are you?" Everything in front of Su Chaoyang had begun to blur. And before he collapsed to the ground, his final words were but a simple question addressing the bewilderment in his heart. The entire dining hall was abruptly filled with silence. Thud. Crash. Su Chaoyang's eyes were still wide open when his body collapsed into a pool of his own blood. In his dying breath, he tugged at the tablecloth in a feeble attempt to support his own body, only to send a multitude of plates and dishes crashing onto the ground. The boisterous students turned around to the commotion. Their gazes went from that of suspicion, to that of shock, and finally that of horror. Every single student was staring at the source of the commotion with widened eyes and gaping mouths within a span of 3 short seconds. Female students subconsciously covered their mouths, while male students couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, before instinctively motioning to retreat. The pool of crimson in the middle of the event hall was incredibly striking. Formal introductions are in order. Amidst the terror-stricken atmosphere, Lin Qiaosheng stood up at the same time as Lin Yue in a perfectly synchronous fashion. "My profession belongs to a type of subspecialization among the linkers. They call me the Puppet Master. I'm sorry, but you'll all have to die here today, because I'm not quite sure who's touched our things. After all, I'd rather kill 3,000 than risk letting the culprit slip by." At the entrance to the security passageway, Wang Chunghao looked at how Qin Yi was desperately attempting to break the lock as he exclaimed, "What's going on? Are you not eating anymore? We've got to go." Qin Yi's expression was stern and somber, and he added through his gritted teeth, "Something's wrong with this place." "What happened?" Wang Chunghao was baffled. "It's already 6:30 p.m. outside now. I'm afraid to go out." "Come with me. I'll make sure you're fine. It's 10,000 times more dangerous to remain in this place right now." Qin Yi hammered the lock several times, albeit with measured force for fear of making a commotion. Then he cursed under his breath, "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" Qin Yi ran his fingers through his hair. Fenglai Hotel was hardly large by any means. There was only one passageway here, and it led straight back into the event hall. And Qin Yi was now 100% certain that something was wrong with Lin Qiaosheng. "Listen to me." Qin Yi stared straight into Wang Chunghao's eyes. "Did you notice that when I first sat down, Lin Qiaosheng asked me who I was? What's wrong with that? Everything. Qin Yi drew a deep breath as he attempted to calm himself down. Normally, a person in his capacity would be asking Lin Yue. But, he didn't. And do you know why? It's because Lin Yue is simply unable to answer him. Then, he dropped the bombshell, and that's because she's already dead. Chapter 33, Assassin of the Underworld. What? Wang Chunghao exclaimed, why you're saying? I've just been sitting together with a dead person? How can this be? I was still with her last night. You. What evidence do you have? Evidence. Ha ha ha. Qin Yi burst out into laughter. He really is an ignorant teenager. If he was an adult, the remotest possibility that this was true would be more than sufficient to cause his nuts to shrink. Truth be told, Qin Yi had also questioned his decision to drag the well-built Wang Chunghao along with him. After all, Wang Chunghao was the one who had always been clinging to him, and someone like Wang Chunghao was most certainly going to be a burden. Intuition. The door clanged once more as Qin Yi kicked it forcefully. Finally, the door was opened. Just then. Ah! Before Qin Yi could finish speaking, innumerable shrill shrieks echoed from the main dining hall, and a thick stench of blood immediately assaulted their senses. It's begun. Things are going crazy. Qin Yi drew a deep breath and pulled Wang Chunghao as he dashed downstairs. He had never expected the evil ghost to be so deranged as to make his move from the onset of the demonic hour. It was as though he didn't have the slightest regard for the lingering yang energy in the area. What about our classmates? What's going to happen to them? Wang Chunghao knew that something was amiss, yet he continued to ask about his classmates even as he continued to run wildly and gasp for breath. You're still bloody concerned about the others? If not for. Do you really think that I would bring you along? Qin Yi exploded with frustration. Then, he drew a deep breath and continued, I'm sorry, but this evil ghost is much more powerful than the one in your house. There's nothing I'd be able to do about it. So, let's just hope that the rest can buy us a little bit more time. Before he even finished speaking, the scream coming from behind had changed from screams of terror to screams of misery and despondence. Both students no longer spoke a single word as they dashed towards the fourth floor. However, as soon as they turned the corner at the third floor, both students were instantly taken aback. An iron gate blocked their way down any further. The iron gate was hardly a cause for concern. After all, any ordinary emissary of hell would be able to dispose of an iron gate without even breaking a sweat. However, the thing that caused Qin Yi's pupils to constrict immediately was a black talisman seal that was invisible to mere mortals. Yin energy. Overwhelming yin energy. It only took Qin Yi a single probe at it to understand that this was hardly a seal he could break on his own accord. By way of extrapolation, he knew for certain that he would never be able to defeat a ghost that could set up a powerful talisman seal like this. This is the seal of the assassins of the underworld? Arthis exclaimed suddenly, does this mean that the evil ghost that showed up is an assassin of the underworld? What's that? Arthis paused for a moment before explaining, kid. Run as fast and far as you can right now. The assassins of the underworld. Even when hell was still in existence, they were considered one of the most elite forces around. This talisman is called the Nine-Vectoral Demon-Suppressing Talisman. As long as the seal remains intact, yin energy would never leak out at all. Unless you have the power of an infernal judge at your disposal, don't even think about breaking it apart. This escape route is a write-off. There's no way you'd be able to circumvent this. Damn it. Qin Yi turned around and ran towards the event hall. If this was a dead end, then it was clear that only one path remained. A full-on confrontation with the assassin of the underworld. Qin Yi. Wang Chunghao trembled in fear, even he could feel an oppressive might overwhelming him. Rodent. The 7 apertures on Qin Yi's face were already rippling with waves of yin energy, gathering and congealing wisps of black smoke in front of him. Later, your only job is to run. I won't be able to look after you. Whether you live or die is entirely dependent on you. 1. What about you? Whoosh. Qin Yi's saber had begun to grow corporeal and appear by Qin Yi's side now. Qin Yi's voice grew cold and frigid, if I die, remember to offer me an incense during the annual Qingming festival. I'm from the Lu'er Mount Village, Gazi Gully, Tang'an County, Quanguang City. This place was already tightly locked down, and there was no way for anyone in the mortal realm to discover them. Since it was impossible to avoid a full-on confrontation, then there was no reason to avoid it any longer. Boom. Qin Yi's yin energy erupted fully in the instant he began charging back into the main event hall, and it looked almost as though a small stream of energy had filled the entire passageway. Despite the fact that it was still evening, Wang Chunghao could tell that the entire passageway was covered in billowing black smoke. He could even hear the cries of 100 ghosts from afar. Flutter flutter. Qin Yi's clothes began fluttering about wildly. He had already transformed fully into his Hell's emissary state. Long flowing black robes embroidered with 3 round black and white patterns. The soul shackle was wrapped around his waist, and he wore a black skullcap to top it all off. It was as though a free-spirited ghost had appeared amidst the stream of yin energy. Qin Yi's arm gripped tightly around the hilt of his demon head saber, and the veins around his arms were already bulging and ready to explode. His eyes were trained on the great hall at the end of the passageway. At the same time, in the midst of the bloodbath in the event hall, the puppet master suddenly lifted his head and stared transfixed at the passageway in the back of the hall. Then, he cried out in a hoarse voice, "Emissary of Hell!" With his loud cry, the yin energy in his surroundings, tens of times thicker than the energy flowing out of Qin Yi's body, began to surge like a tidal wave. Following a second blood-curdling cry, he transformed into a gale of thick yin energy and fled downstairs. His response was triggered by a conditioned fear of Hell's emissaries. After all, how majestic was Hell back in its glory days? The Yamas of the 10 palaces, the 6-fold ghost kings, the thousands of infernal judges, and the innumerable soul hunters and Unitya Hellguards. The fear of Hell had long been imprinted in the hearts of these suppressed individuals. Crash! The chandeliers on the ceiling shook violently, and the tables and chairs in the event hall were swept about furiously by the gale. However, as soon as he arrived at the 4th floor, he suddenly paused in his steps. Something's not right. This is undoubtedly a genuine emissary of Hell. The purity of his yin energy is unmistakable. However, it's just a mere operative class emissary of Hell. It's not even a soul hunter. How dare he flaunt his power in front of me? He's courting death. Before he could finish speaking, the gale of yin energy made an about turn and charged directly back towards Qin Yi. Meanwhile, Qin Yi felt slightly more at ease, having already made his way back into the event hall. After all, the most frightening thing about retracing his steps back from the security passageway was that the evil ghost could be waiting at the other end of the passageway for him. Given how narrow the passageway was, there would be no room for maneuver or escape at all. Unexpectedly, he had managed to reach the main event hall without encountering his opponent at all. However, notwithstanding the fact that he had already prepared his heart for the scene of devastation, he was still astounded by the bloodbath in the event hall. Blood. Blood was everywhere. And the massacre left nobody alive. Most of the chairs and tables had been smashed to smithereens, while the walls and ground were covered in gashes and slash marks that were evidently left by a powerful blade. The students that had just been laughing and joking with him just 10 minutes ago were now all hanging as adornments on the chandeliers in the hall. The students were all dangling by some dark threads with their limbs tied up. They had all died grievously. The students spun about airily as they continued to be suspended in midair, while blood continued to trickle down from their body into the rivers of blood that ran below. Incidentally, the pool of blood formed the mark of a beast. Gusts of yin energy swept about chillingly as black smoke covered about. The present venue was currently a far cry from how Fenglai Hotel's prestigious event hall used to look. Rather, it looked more like a terrifying graveyard of asuras. Ha-erg! Wang Chunghao had never seen such a grotesque sight in his entire life, and he immediately turned to the side and threw up. Qin Yi remained still, yet his focus was already tense to the extreme. A rush of violent yin energy was charging straight towards them from the entrance, and he could tell that this source of energy was clearly stronger than him by a mile, and then some. Shhhkkkkk. His entire body was swept back some distance. His stance had been firm and solid, yet his entire body had still been forced back 3 full meters under the powerful impact of the wave of oncoming yin energy. If Qin Yi's yin energy could be described to be a small stream, then his opponent's yin energy was no different from that of a raging river that instantly engulfed the hall, obscuring all sources of light and turning day into night. In the very next moment, in the wake of a series of bizarre chuckles, a figure emerged abruptly from amidst the billowing black fog, shooting through the air. Its hands gleamed with an intense, cold light, and shot straight towards Qin Yi like a bolt of lightning, ready to kill. Here it comes. The figure grew larger and larger in Qin Yi's eyes. It was Lin Yue. Trace evidence of cut marks could be seen on every single joint on her body, including her mouth. The usually quiet and demure lady was now shrieking as her hair flailed about madly. As Lin Yue charged towards Qin Yi, she also brandished a chilling, bone-carved blade in her arms. Simultaneously, Qin Yi also made his move. He unsheathed his long saber and unleashed a Moonfang Heaven Piercer attack that was several meters tall. The yin energy in his surroundings was immediately forcibly dispersed. Bang! The explosive clashing force sent a massive tremor rippling through the surrounding yin energy like a powerful wave on an ocean. Qin Yi let out a muffled groan as he slammed onto the wall behind. An intense wave of pain spread through his entire back, and his bones even made sickening cracking sounds. On the other hand, Lin Yue's entire body simply disintegrated, and parts of her body were scattered in all directions. "Be careful." Arthas warned Qin Yi seriously, "This is a puppet master, one of the sub-specialized professions among the Linkers. They never personally participate in battles. The moment they appear is also the moment that they're defeated. If you can't locate his body, you'll simply continue to face an endless wave of puppets controlled by him. Don't forget that there are countless bodies all around you right now." Clank. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Yi shifted his demon head saber abruptly. A figure by Qin Yi's side hissed as it charged at Qin Yi with a fruit knife, attempting to stab him straight in the ribs. Fortunately, Qin Yi parried that attack with his massive saber. It was Su Chaoyang. Su Chaoyang was a student that was oft-rated as 7/10 in terms of his looks. But right now, his face was completely pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Purplish livor mortis marks had already appeared all over his body, while incessant drool marks covered his jaws. Despite all of that, his speed was actually comparable with Qin Yi's speed. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Qin Yi noticed Wang Chunghao sitting on the ground nearby with his legs limp and shaking, and he couldn't help but yell at him, "Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of blade lights suddenly gleamed menacingly. The roiling black fog around him shuddered like vigorously boiling waters, while the pattering rain in the background continued to echo incessantly in his ears. He had just realized that there were suddenly 7 or 8 students standing around him. All of them were holding onto fruit knives, and each of their bodies were contorted and twisted beyond recognition. That said, all of them moved nimbly as they surrounded him in a concerted fashion. Every joint on their bodies were connected to a black thread which faded into the darkness behind them, and every student emitted a chilling ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka sound that made anyone's hair stand on end. The puppeteer's act had just begun. Ha! Ah! Wang Chunghao shuddered. His entire mind had been blank until Qin Yi's holler had jolted him to his senses like a bolt of lightning. Immediately, he began to crawl desperately towards the elevator. Dead silence. Deathly silence. Qin Yi held his demon head saber in his hand, surrounded by a fright of ghosts. Amidst the stifling silence and roiling black fog, Qin Yi perked up his ears to listen for movements of the other ghosts. Yet, as the boundless yin energy engulfed him from all directions, the only thing he could hear was the sound of his own thumping heartbeats. A drip of cold sweat rolled off the corner of his forehead. His concentration was now at its limits. In fact, practically every single pore on his body was constricted tightly at this moment. It was the calm before the storm, the recession of the tide just before a flash flood. This was the most dangerous situation he had found himself in after having lived for such a long time. "The living?" A somewhat astonished voice echoed through the roiling black fog. "You're a living person? Your mastery of the saber tells me that you've practiced it before. A living emissary of hell is far too rare. Daisui? The stuff of the legends? Upon consuming it, an entity would be empowered to straddle both the mortal realm and the netherworld. Therefore, you were chosen to be an emissary of hell?" His speech was slow, yet Qin Yi understood that the only reason for his opponent's calm disposition was because he knew that victory was well within his grasp. After all, the chasm between their skills was just too vast and wide to be bridged. Swish. Just then, he was astonished to discover that all of the corpses around him had simultaneously set down their knives. "I'll give you one chance. If you pledge allegiance to my master, you can remain alive today. You should be thankful that you possess a fleshly body that's as precious and rare as a panda's. I'll give you 1 minute to decide." Qin Yi's eyes flickered with a bright gleam, yet he remained completely silent. This was because Arthas had been speaking to him all this while. "Let me out. You're no match for him. Nobody will be able to protect you apart from me. Besides, he'd just mentioned something about a master. If you don't kill him right now, and he escapes and reports this incident to his master, what do you think will happen? You might be able to escape death this time, but what about next time? If you'd just let me out right now. I simply refuse to believe that his master is also a judge-class entity. Even if he was, the difference between judge-class entities can be vast as a chasm." "And I? am undoubtedly a top-tiered infernal judge that was able to survive the great collapse of hell caused by the ascension of Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva. Chapter 34, Decision. Qin Yi remained completely silent. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. When 50 seconds passed, the corpses around him began picking up their knives once more. The ghastly existence in the room had evidently discovered Wang Chenghao's presence, but it chose to ignore him completely. It was a waste of his energy killing yet another mere mortal like that. After all, it had already discovered the target that it was looking for, and there was no longer any reason to expend any more effort than it had to on the rabble that lingered around. "You mentioned your master?" Qin Yi finally spoke up. He slowly raised the saber in his hands. "That's right." The voice was completely emotionless. "Do you know something?" Qin Yi held his saber horizontally in front of him. The exact opposite of the term master is slave. "I'm a person who's afraid of death. But if you're asking me to make a choice between dying and becoming a slave to someone else, let's just say that I'm really not inclined to the latter." "That's a shame." The voice spoke with indifference. "You shall become my 178th human puppet. Incidentally, you'll also be my first and only Hell's emissary puppet." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the dark threads stretching out from the darkness suddenly tightened, and a cacophony of cracking sounds immediately rang out from the human puppets around Qin Yi. They first raised their heads eerily, and then rushed towards him like rabid dogs all at once. Clang clang clang. Qin Yi had backed into a corner in just an instant, and there was nowhere else to retreat. Yet, the barrage of attacks remained relentless. These corpses simply didn't know the meaning of being tired. Shing! An attack finally slipped through his defenses, and a deep, long gash appeared on his thigh. Blood began to gush out of it like a fountain. The pain was excruciating, yet he simply didn't have the luxury of time to address his mind to it. Between the wound on his body, and the necessity to protect his own vitals from the flurry of attacks, it was patently clear where his energy and focus should lay. Qin Yi swung his saber horizontally, instantly parrying 3 knives that were stabbing straight towards his chest. Unfortunately, he paid the price of yet another slip-up. A foot-long gash appeared on his right arm, and a fountain of blood spurted out from the wound. Arthy's voice had now grown incomparably anxious. "What are you waiting for? You won't be able to last for more than 5 minutes at this rate. Haven't you realized? Each and every one of these corpses are at the same level as an operative-class emissaries of hell. You're not going to last 5 minutes at this rate. All that's going to be left of you is a severely mutilated body ridden with stab wounds." Qin Yi gnashed his teeth. His eyes were completely bloodshot. With a loud battle cry, his saber glinted brightly once more as he forcibly swept the corpses back. Then, leaning against the wall, he responded, "What about you? This time, your anxiety is on a whole different level. Kid." Arthy's voice was practically wavering. "The leader behind the troop of assassins of the underworld knows far better than you what it can do with a soul sphere. If I'm going to end up in their hands, I may as well be considered dead." Clank. Qin Yi's teeth clacked once more as he mustered all his strength and forcefully swung his saber once more. The gleam from his saber painted a brilliant streak of light through the air that was as majestic as a waterfall, and the corpses around him were immediately sent flying once more. Unfortunately, he immediately saw stars in front of his eyes as soon as he completed his counterattack. It was the sign of excessive bleeding. It was the start of a long and painful death. Ha! With his back to the wall, he gasped for breath and wiped off the beads of sweat percolating from his forehead. He glanced about his surroundings, yet to his dismay, the corpses around him had risen again for the umpteenth time. Some no longer had heads, while others were already missing limbs. Yet, each of them still clung fervently to the dull fruit knives in their hands and continued lunging at Qin Yi. They were tireless, and they were unrelenting. If King Yanluo had decreed a person to perish at 3 o'clock, no one would dare to declare otherwise. "Arthes, you and I both know that I've never been able to trust you before." Qin Yi struggled to lift his saber once more. "So if you've still got any aces hidden up your sleeves, now would be a good time to bring it out. I'm not sure exactly how powerful an infernal judge is. But, that said, I refuse to believe that you wouldn't have some other life-preserving measures up your sleeves either." "Idiot." Arthes was infuriated. "If I had, you'd be dead a long time ago." Qin Yi unleashed yet another powerful swing of his saber, parrying several knives that were pointed at his vitals. However, his legs were already limp and trembling. Gasping for breath, he continued, "It's different. Our lives are bound by oath. You can't kill me. Then what does it matter if you let me out?" This time, more than 20 twisted figures rose from the darkness of the fog. Qin Yi sighed, "It's because I can't be sure that you won't renege on a contract as soon as I release you." Squee squee squee. The 20 or so corpses let out blood-curdling battle shrieks at the same time. The threads attached to the depths of the darkness tightened again, and the corpses once again charged straight towards Qin Yi. Damn it! Qin Yi closed his eyes. His whole body was soft and limp. He was no longer able to muster a single modicum of strength. Then, just as the corpses arrived right in front of his face, the soul shackles around his waist suddenly moved. In an instant, it shot out like a raging python. One chain became two became three, and then an infinite number of chains appeared with a loud explosion, transforming the entire hall into a sea of chains that were flowing in all directions. Squee squee. With a miserable shriek, the corpses crumbled into pieces and were sent flying in all directions. The hall was now subdivided into partitions by the countless chains that filled the entire hall. Meanwhile, Qin Yi's vision finally faded to black, and he slumped down heavily with his back still against the wall. Everything was silent once more. If one were to describe the earlier silence as an oppressive one that was akin to the calm before the storm, then the present deafening silence would be akin to an all-consuming death knell. 3 seconds later, Lin Qiaosheng's voice echoed from the darkness once more, "Soul shackles and a demon head saber. You've already used all the tools that are at your disposal. Yet not a single Hunter class or Hellguard class emissary of Hell has arrived to assist you. Something has indeed happened to Hell. Do you know something? You're going to be the first emissary of Hell that I've killed." That's a notion that was simply unfathomable in the past. And to commemorate such a memorable moment, I'm going to give you the honor of dying by my own 2 hands. The black fog began to part in front of Qin Yi's eyes. The surviving corpses who were still brandishing their knives at Qin Yi parted in a similar fashion as well. Right in the midst of them, a tall figure stepped out of the darkness in an unhurried fashion. Lin Qiaosheng. He was dressed in a police uniform and wearing a face mask, yet his gaze was akin to that of a dead person. He carried a black box with a 1 square foot base and a height of 80 centimeters. Then, he slowly opened the box and pulled out a horrifying serrated saber. It was clear that such a serrated saber was designed not to kill a person swiftly. Rather, the serration was precisely present in order to dish out the maximum possible pain, thereby putting its victim through a period of pain and suffering worse than death itself. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of your corpse." As soon as he finished speaking, he began dragging the serrated saber along the ground, sending sparks flying in all directions as he swung the saber straight towards Qin Yi's head. "You! Unseal me!" Arthis screamed. She could see that Qin Yi was unable to dodge the oncoming strike. Clang! A crisp sound echoed out. Qin Yi didn't know where he had mustered the strength from, but right now, he had barely resisted the blade of Lin Qiaosheng's saber with a muffled grunt. His left hand was trembling immensely and its veins were bulging. His right arm hung down side-side limply, evidently incapacitated. Unfortunately, how could the strength in his left arm be anywhere as strong as his master arm? The serrated blade was already pressing firmly against his neck. In fact, the serrated teeth had already sunk into his lapels, causing blood to seep out into his clothes. Qin Yi mustered everything within him as he tried his best to resist the serrated blade. It wasn't that his opponent wasn't able to kill him with a single slash. Rather, his opponent just hadn't intended to do so. The last attack had not even been backed by the power of his yin energy. Instead, he had relied solely on the pure physical might of his abilities. It was quite evident that his opponent was doing all he could in order to preserve Qin Yi's body to be used as a prized conquest trophy of sorts. Shit. Despite his current predicament, Qin Yi still found it within himself to reveal a sardonic smile. "The thought of you ravaging my corpse after I die is truly unbearable." "That's a good thought." Lin Qiaosheng's voice was completely devoid of emotional fluctuations. He continued to push forcefully against Qin Yi as he added, "You'll make for a good collector's item." PSSHT. Several more serrated teeth punctured Qin Yi's body, and the excruciating pain nearly caused Qin Yi to cry out in despondence. His eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth, fighting through the pain. Blood splattered everywhere. "What are you still waiting for?" Arthis was going insane. Any old ghost would tell you that the person they feared the most was not an exorcist. Rather, it was a kindred spirit. After all, only kindred spirits knew how to make their counterparts suffer in that much more agony. "Unseal the soul sphere. I'll bail you out of the current predicament." Unfortunately, Qin Yi could barely hear a thing she said. His entire focus was pinned on the blade in his hands and the single breath of air still circulating in his lungs. Arthy's voice had already faded into the background a long time ago. Then, in the very next moment, Lin Qiaosheng sneered and increased the physical force exerted. In that instant, Qin Yi felt as though the serrated saber had the weight of Mount Tai backing it. Pshhht. The rest of the serrated teeth plunged into Qin Yi's body, and some of them even plunged deep into Qin Yi's neck. He was currently experiencing such harrowing pain that his eyeballs had even begun to roll back, revealing only the whites of his eyes. The demon head saber finally slid weakly out of his hands and landed on the ground. Lin Qiaosheng laughed. "Farewell, dear emissary of hell." Just then, when Lin Qiaosheng's serrated blade was just one slash away from severing Qin Yi's head. Boom! An earth-shattering wave of yin energy erupted from Qin Yi's right sleeves. It was a wave of energy that greatly surpassed the puppet master's yin energy belonging by orders of magnitudes. It was like a towering mountain. It was like a boundless ocean. It was practically limitless. Pow! Before either of them could speak, Lin Qiaosheng's pupils suddenly constricted. Then, in the very next moment, Lin Qiaosheng was suddenly blasted out of sight by something akin to the detonation of a massive bomb. "Kid. You're one nasty piece of work." Arthy's gnashed her teeth as her voice echoed through the air. It was unlike before, when only Qin Yi could hear her voice and communicate with her. Right now, it was almost as though Arthy's had departed from the confines of the Soul Sphere and become the master of this entire domain. Qin Yi's disoriented eyes slowly regained focus once more as he chuckled miserably. "I know. That's why I was so sure you were still hiding an ace up your sleeves. That said, I think that we can finally trust each other completely from now on." In fact, just hidden under his right sleeves, his fingers were already gripping tightly onto the Soul Sphere seal. He was but one simple exertion of force away from breaking the seal on the Soul Sphere. "I acknowledge your talents." Arthy's voice sounded incredibly calm, but anyone would be able to hear the immense fury hidden beneath the surface. "That was a gutsy wager. Despite the extent of your injuries, you were still clinging onto the hope that I would have an ace hidden up my sleeves. Haven't you ever considered the possibility that as long as you were even a split second too slow in unsealing the Soul Sphere, I would never be able to rush out in time to rescue you? You seem to have forgotten something." Qin Yi gasped and leaned on his demon head saber for support as he clambered to his feet once more. Clutching on his chest, he chuckled lightly. "Those who have consumed the Tai Sui fungus are undying. After some time, I'll return to life once more. Since that's the case, what do I have to lose with this wager?" Silence. "Very well." Seconds later, Arthy spoke once more. Just then, the entire Fenglai Hotel began to shake vigorously. Ddd. It was almost akin to an earthquake. Qin Yi glanced nervously at his surroundings, before rushing towards the window and peering out. Waves of dark energy that was visible to the naked eye had begun to emerge from the ground and rush straight towards the Fenglai Hotel from every corner of Clear Creek County. The Fenglai Hotel had suddenly transformed into the epicenter of the convergence of energy. As more and more energy gathered, the scale gradually grew from magnificent to majestic, as though 10,000 rivers were converging into a massive ocean. Then, the energy slowly began to swirl and form an incredible vortex of yin energy. Bloody hell! Even though he had already somewhat estimated the depths of an infernal judge's abilities, he still couldn't help but gasp in shock at this present moment. "Cheap slave!" Just then, Arthy's voice of rage thundered in the wide event hall. "Get your ass out here right now! Kneel before me and confess to all of your heinous crimes. For you have forced my hand. You should really count yourself lucky that I can do no more than to display my aura right now. Otherwise, there's no doubt that I would immediately sentence you to the Sky Lantern punishment." The ground had been completely cleared of all debris, and the domain they stood at appeared like a colorless world of the primordial eras. Every single corpse, including those controlled by the puppet master, had come back to life once more to prostrate, kowtow and pay their respects to the judge. On the other hand, Lin Qiaosheng was completely flabbergasted from the moment Arthy's domineering voice appeared and reverberated throughout the entire hall. Boom! The air trembled menacingly like a crashing bolt of lightning that had appeared out of nowhere. His entire body shook like leaves in the wind, and he couldn't help but kneel down in fear. Then, without any further reservations, he prostrated himself and worshipped the domineering voice. He was worshipping the might of hell back in its glory days. "Judge." An electrifying sensation numbed his mind, causing him to blank out completely. Finally, with a trembling voice, he muttered, "Judge. This is actually an esteemed judge. It is none other than an esteemed infernal judge. A judge has been hiding within Clear Creek County all this while. Chapter 35, Authority of an Infernal Judge. Boom. 7:25 p.m. The fifth floor of the Fenglai Hotel suddenly erupted with a dense ring of pitch black light. The ring of dark light was of such incredible magnitude that as soon as it appeared, the luster of the city god's sculpture was dimmed in an instant. Like lightning, the ring of dark light swept throughout the entire Clear Creek County, causing the supernatural perimeter in place to shatter feebly. Shortly after that, it continued to sweep into the surrounding regions like a seasonal gale, past River Gorge City, Santong City, Lindian City. Pow! 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 All of the supernatural perimeters that had been set up in the neighboring cities were completely and utterly devastated in just an instant. The ring of dark light continued to expand outwards, declaring the presence of its master until it pervaded the entire province. That was when the ring of dark light began to fade away. The authority of an infernal judge extends to the far reaches of an entire province. Rumble. Black clouds instantly coalesced above Clear Creek County, and lightning flickered as though dragons were dancing in the sky. At this moment, everyone looked up into the sky in awe, whether they were from Clear Creek County, River Gorge City, Santong City, Lindian City, etc., and regardless of whether they belonged to the mortal realm or the netherworld. This is an infernal judge. A judge? A surviving judge? Does this mean that the gates of hell are open once more? The gates of hell have opened again. In River Gorge City, the lady in red who had been combing her hair in front of a mirror let out a shrill shriek, transformed into a gust of yin energy and hid under her bed, cowering in fear. This is a genuine infernal judge. At the cemetery where the cracked tombstone lay, a hand stretched out of his grave, desperately attempting to cover up the small pit it was in with dirt once again. A judge. It's really a judge. Is hell back in charge again? In Santong City, a coffin lay that was originally half open at the bottom of a reservoir was immediately shut from within by a pale, white-haired skeleton. Tens of thousands of ghosts were instantly silenced. As long as they were survivors of Hell's great collapse, any mention of Hell or its emissaries would immediately strike fear into their hearts. It was akin to how humans were afraid of death or how insects were afraid of birds. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the entire incident, all of the cultivators in Clear Creek County found themselves completely stunned by the situation. Rumble. Zhang Fengxi rushed out of his hotel like a madman. He was almost certain that there was something going on in Clear Creek County that had completely eluded them. Something incredibly significant was taking place. My God! As soon as he left his hotel, the endless gale buffeted against his magnificent beard, sending it flying everywhere. But despite that, his gaze was transfixed at the apocalyptic sky in the distance, almost as though he were completely oblivious to the mess his beard had become. What the hell is this? Ominous clouds had gathered, and lightning was snaking everywhere in the sky. The heavens and hell were dancing in tandem. Flashes of lightning weaved in and out of the converging yin energy that culminated in a majestic vortex in the sky. The hundreds of troops stationed in the hospital were completely flabbergasted at the shocking phenomenon they were witnessing. None of them could find it within themselves to attribute this to natural causes. Fuck. A young soldier couldn't help but curse aloud. Several fellow soldiers stood beside him, staring at the distant sky with their mouths agape. Whoosh! The nether wind billowed, causing the black robes of a man standing in the midst of all the soldiers to flutter wildly. After being seized by the phenomenon for several seconds, the man hurriedly retrieved a compass like a madman and scrutinized it carefully. Yet the needle on the compass simply spun round and round, faster and faster, until it finally exploded. How is this possible? He stared aghast at the compass. Then, seconds later, almost as though he had recalled something of extreme importance, he dashed straight out of the hospital. Unfortunately, he was immediately rendered speechless as soon as he witnessed the incredible scene outside. Deo Fathers above. This yin energy is simply overwhelming. In another part of Clear Creek County, a young Taoist priest was standing in front of a store on the ethnic minority street, haggling over the price of an item. Hey, are you going to buy it or not? I'm already selling this to you at cost. Anyone who dared to keep their shops open after 6:30 p.m. were invariably people who had a trick or two up their sleeves. Naturally, this shop owner was also a priest. Just as he was about to continue his spiel of vexation, 2,000 is a good price. If you go elsewhere. Else. His voice suddenly drifted off before he could finish speaking. Let me have another look. The young Taoist priest inspected the wooden sculpture of a monkey before asking several seconds later, "Can't you go any lower?" No response. "Hey, fellow Taoist, I'm talking to you here." The young Taoist looked up in displeasure, only to witness the blank expression on the shopkeeper's face. The shopkeeper was staring at the sky with a vacant expression on his face. The sky? What's going on with the sky? The young Taoist felt somewhat baffled, and he looked up at where the shopkeeper's gaze was transfixed at. In the very next moment, his pupils abruptly contracted, and the wooden monkey in his hand fell to the ground with a dull thud. Deo fathers above. The two men stood under the imposing shadows of the roiling black clouds with their mouths slightly agape. They shook their heads from side to side, yet their minds drew a complete blank. They were not the only ones who were stupefied by the majestic phenomenon. Practically every single mortal around was a witness to it as well. "Wife. Come over here. What is that thing? A 3D projection? My God. That resolution is far too unbelievable, isn't it? Brother. You've got to come see this. The gods have descended." Countless people were gazing into the skies right now. There, in the distance, the imposing figure of a woman's silhouette stood majestically, as though connecting the heavens and the earth. In fact, the woman appeared almost akin to a sculpture that held up the skies. 3,000 strands of green-colored threads danced in the air behind her head, spanning thousands and thousands of meters across the sky where black clouds continued to roil menacingly. She had extremely beautiful features, with sharp, striking eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and vermilion-red cherry lips. She wore a colorful silken robe, and held in her hands a massive umbrella congealed out of the dark clouds in the sky. The umbrella even sported a faint design of magpies declaring the gaiety of spring. That said, the feature that stood out most was the fact that her tongue extended right out of her mouth and straight to the ground, just like a galactic waterfall that was thousands of meters long. The fingernails on her hands were painted a deep jet black in color. She appeared to be holding what looked like a massive brush with one hand, and a form of book or manuscript on the other hand. If one looked closely enough, the title of the book in her hands would immediately send any person's heart racing with astonishment: The Book of Life and Death. It was a massive, towering silhouette that connected the heavens and the earth. Truth be told, the silhouette combined so many clashing elements that it was somewhat ridiculous. However, not a single peep of laughter could be heard across the lands. The towering silhouette stood there silently as the rolling clouds continued to sweep past her. Then, gradually, her clothes, features, hair and umbrella began to fade away and become ethereal. In that instant, the lady was practically synonymous with the sky in Clear Creek County. Meanwhile, all of the ghosts in Clear Creek County fell down to the ground and paid their respects to her. For as long as the imposing figure stood tall in the sky, not a single spirit dared to lift its head at all. This was the display of an infernal judge's authority. Boom! Another fierce tremor reverberated in the direction of Fenglai Hotel, and yet another massive wave of dark light swept out in a massive ripple. In that instant, all of the seals of the assassins of the underworld were completely and utterly destroyed, disintegrating into pure, simple molecules just like how snow melts in the bright, shining sun. Just then, a loud voice echoed throughout the lands, "Attention all citizens, this is a military exercise. Weapons projecting a large-scale corporeal display have been activated. For your own safety, please remain within your own homes and refrain from leaving. Any non-compliance shall be dealt with in accordance with the fullest extent of the laws. We repeat, this is a military exercise, and weapons projecting a large-scale corporeal display have been activated. For your own safety, please remain within your own homes." Meanwhile, in the guest house, Zhang Fengzi had finally regained consciousness and he hurriedly bellowed at the top of his voice, "Men! Go to the Fenglai Hotel immediately. Pronto!" His command had been superfluous. Innumerable vehicles had already been mobilized. Several silhouettes from all four corners of Clear Creek County were presently charging straight towards the Fenglai Hotel like bolts of crackling lightning. Meanwhile, in the Fenglai Hotel, the door to the hotel's elevators opened, and Chen Yi gasped for breath as he stumbled out. The puppet master was still upstairs, but he knew better than to stay around. After all, he knew full well what Arthis had mentioned: this was merely the display of her authority as an infernal judge of hell. However, a display of authority was not one and the same as actual power. The puppet master was unable to move under the immense oppressive weight of her domineering display, while all of the restrictive seals had also been shattered to pieces simultaneously. That said, he knew that if he didn't leave right away, and instead dallied for another 3 minutes more, he would have missed his only opportunity at escape. This was a supernatural phenomenon that was visible to the naked eye. What kind of repercussions would it hold for Clear Creek County as a whole? What kind of impact would it do to an already nerve-wracked nation? What kind of people would such a phenomenon attract? The true top brass of the Special Investigations Department? The top Buddhist and Taoist cultivators? Qin Yi could be considered fortunate to have encountered that amorous affair right from the start of his journey as an emissary of hell. However, this was almost immediately completely negated by his great misfortune in encountering the puppet master next. Both the netherworld and the mortal realm were immeasurably vast, to say the least. There was no way that a meager operative class emissary of hell could afford to be prominently domineering anywhere he went. But where do we go from here? He grimaced as he opened the door to the hotel and walked out into the darkened streets of night. Nobody was around right now. This was the advantage of a countrywide curfew. Needless to say, Zhang Fengzi and his men were most certainly on their way here right now. Given his current condition, there was no way he would be able to deal with them in a head-on confrontation. Furthermore, Arthis appeared to have fallen into a state of deep slumber. No matter how much he called, he received no response from her whatsoever. In other words, he was unable to channel the yin energy from the shard of King Yanluo's seal into his own body and leave using its accompanying abilities. That's right. Arthis had never taught him how to use the abilities accompanying his ownership of the shard of King Yanluo's seal. He had never asked about it either. Now that he thought about it, the withholding of such techniques was clearly one of Arthis' means of keeping her cards close to her chest. Damn it! He clutched at the burning pain in his chest as he glanced about his surroundings. Oncoming sirens could already be heard in the distance. Mustering all the strength he could, he began running away from the hotel. Unfortunately, his speed was no different from that of a turtle. There were cars everywhere around him. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to drive cars. After all, a driving license these days was tantamount to a photograph ID, and he didn't dare to register for one at all. Qin Yi. Just then, two horns sounded. Qin Yi looked up, and his originally despondent expression was once again reignited with vigor. Wang Chunghao ran over to Qin Yi and helped Qin Yi board his car. Then, Wang Chunghao hopped onto the driver's seat and immediately drove off. Ha! Qin Yi heaved a sigh of relief approximately 1 minute after the car had shot off onto the highway. His incredibly tense spirits had finally loosened after some time, yet there was still some residual ringing and buzzing noise in his ears. Is it finally over? Wang Chunghao asked with a shaky voice as he continued to drive into the distance. At the same time, he kept stealing glances at Qin Yi. It's finally over. Qin Yi muttered huskily. Nobody spoke for the next few minutes. As the car continued to speed away from the Fenglai Hotel, they noticed wave after wave of police cars and army trucks carrying armed soldiers pouring towards the Fenglai Hotel in every direction. All of them were speeding to boot. Why are you looking at me? Qin Yi forcibly smiled, keeping his bloodshot eyes open as he struggled to stay awake. Nothing. Wang Chunghao bit down on his lower lips. Several seconds later, he muttered hesitantly, "You are completely different from the Qin Yi I know. You were completely different today." Qin Yi didn't reply immediately. Instead, he continued to stare blankly at the roof of the car. After a long time, he finally smiled. People have 1,000 faces. There's not a single person with only one personality out there. Regardless of how cowardly or afraid of death one was, he would never deign to give it his all unless he knows his limits and recognizes that he had been backed into a corner. In this regard, Qin Yi knew full well his limits. After all, he had already experienced a close shave with death a number of times over the last few decades. Granny Meng had been spot on in her assessment of Qin Yi's personality. She was certain that Qin Yi's cowardice and desire to stay alive was the moving force that had birthed his habit of putting on pretenses. Yet her intuition nevertheless told her that he was the right man for the job. She knew that given Qin Yi's personality, he would always keep up his act unless he was backed into a corner. Wang Chunghao nodded, before forcibly changing the subject. With a somewhat drifty voice, he pleaded, Shall we head back to my place? I don't dare to stay there on my own tonight." Qin Yi closed his eyes and deliberated for a moment, before finally shaking his head. "Qin Yi." Wang Chunghao was on the brink of tears. "We can't stay any longer in Clear Creek County." Qin Yi opened his eyes and declared resolutely, "We're graduating soon anyway. I have to be elsewhere. And I have to leave right now." "You're leaving?" Wang Chunghao was taken aback. Yet, without any modicum of hesitation, he continued, "Can I go with you?" There's no need. It's absolutely necessary. Wang Chunghao yelled in exasperation, Chen Yi. Perhaps you'll laugh at me for the rest of my life, but I now know that you live in a completely different world than I do. The way I've been thinking in the past has been far too naive. I don't think I'll dare to live on my own in the near future. Stay with me, please. Even if it's just across the street from me. I'll make arrangements for you regardless of where you want to go. But right now, I'm really afraid to leave your side. And after witnessing so much with my own two eyes, do you really think I can still live like a normal person? Chen Yi looked at Wang Chunghao with some measure of astonishment. After some time, he finally caved in and nodded his head. However, his gaze immediately grew frosty and cold. However, there's still one thing we need to take care of before we leave. You can just speak your mind. Take me to a certain place. Right now. Chen Yi shut his eyes once more to recover his spirits. This is the only shot we're getting at this. Clear Creek County. I'm afraid that this place is going to be under the government's strictest of surveillance measures for the next decade. Chapter 36, The Second Shard. There was no needless, banal chatter. Chen Yi reported the location of his destination, and Wang Chunghao drove straight to it. Clear Creek County was hardly large by any means, and they arrived at their destination in just under 10 minutes. It was the ethnic minority street. As soon as they arrived, Chen Yi immediately opened his eyes. Just as Chen Yi was about to hop off the car, he suddenly paused in his steps. He couldn't quite believe what he had just sensed, so he whipped his head around and looked straight into the sky. Yin energy. Such dense yin energy. And this is even more terrifying than Arthy's earlier display of yin energy. Yet, it feels as though I've experienced this sensation before? No. His eyes brightened, and he reached into his robes and pulled out a crimson stone that appeared to have been cut into a triangle. After sensing the undulating might hidden in the depths of the crimson stone, he exclaimed in horror, "This is another shard of King Yanluo's seal? And it's actually moving closer to my location?" Before he could finish speaking, a tiny cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in the sky and hurtled towards Chen Yi just like a meteor. Whoosh! Then, just as it drew closer and closer to Chen Yi, the meteor suddenly stopped and hung in mid-air. Chen Yi took a closer look at it. Sure enough, it was crimson red. And it sported the exact same cut marks. Is this really another shard of King Yanluo's seal? Chen Yi stared at the hovering shard, completely flabbergasted as he continued with disbelief. How did it find its way here and track me down? Leave this place. Immediately. Arthy's voice sounded so weak that it seemed almost on the verge of disappearing. Clear Creek County has some experts, some true experts. They might have traveled here from Lotus City recently. He's killed the puppet master. Are you okay? Hearing Arthy's voice immediately set his heart and mind at ease. After all, something that he had traded the sixfold Ghost King summoning scroll for should never be allowed to perish so quickly. I'm not dying. Kid, regarding these shards. It's only when the owner of these shards die that they would automatically search out the next closest shard to fuse with it. These shards are of great use. As soon as you gather two pieces, yin and yang would meet. Cough cough cough. Don't speak for now. Chen Yi's voice was finally laced with a touch of sincerity. Perhaps it might have been a result of the fact that Arthy's had lent him a hand in the most crucial of times. Regardless, Chen Yi continued in earnest, let's negotiate? Would you be willing to die a bit later? Could you let me milk you for what you're worth first? Arthy's. Forcibly suppressing the nether fire that was raging in her heart, she gritted her teeth and continued, do the math. How long have we been here? Less than 20 minutes, right? This person. Cough cough. The period of time from his appearance to his disposal of the puppet master couldn't have taken more than 10 minutes. He's at least at the Unichia Hellguard level. The traces of the shard's movement can't be easily concealed. Even if he couldn't be bothered with it right away, he's most certainly still going to rush here at the earliest possible moment. I estimate we've got 1 hour at most. I'm going to take a rest now. And I'm afraid it's going to be for several months at that. Take care of yourself. Remember to keep the shard safe. And wait for me to wake up. As soon as she finished, Chen Yi no longer heard even a whisper from her. After squeezing the two shards together and muttering to himself for several seconds, he solemnly placed the shards into his pockets and dashed into the heart of the ethnic minority street. Hey! Chen Yi. Wait for me. You're hurt. Sit tight in the car. Chen Yi responded, Wang Chunghao, don't be mistaken. We have just 1 hour, but I don't mean 1 hour before we leave this place. Rather, It's the time we have from now until we clear the borders of Clear Creek County. In other words, once tomorrow comes, we won't be able to leave this place any longer. You must go back and pack your things immediately. As soon as I'm done with my business here, you'll have to be waiting here for me. Gas up and brace yourself. You'll be driving all night later. The further we leave this place behind us, the better." Wang Chunghao gnashed his teeth as he departed. Qin Yi fought back the dizzying sensation that was plaguing him. A gale of yin energy swept eerily, and Qin Yi was back in his Hell's Emissary uniform in just an instant. As the rushing sound of wind swept past his ears, Qin Yi quickly found his way to the end of the ethnic minority street. Incidentally, it was also the cheapest rental house in the area. House number 81. This is it. It was filthy. The trash and garbage along the doorstep hadn't been cleared out for a long time. The curtains were tightly drawn, and traces of dark patches could even be seen on the windows. The appearance of the entire house made it look no different from a tomb of sorts. The lights were all off. A bad premonition arose in Qin Yi's heart. He immediately rushed over and kicked open the door. It was pitch black inside. As soon as he switched on his flashlight, he let out a sigh of dismay. He had been late. A corpse was hanging from the roof of the small rental house. The deceased had perished in the same manner as the previous deceased persons in the hotel. Several black threads were connected to different parts of his body, suspending him from an old ceiling fan as though he were a discarded puppet. It was no longer possible to see the deceased person's original appearances. The black threads had wrapped around the corpse so tightly that they had cut straight through his flesh in several locations. It was almost akin to fish in a hanging net. A large, crimson pool of blood lay right under the corpse. This man was none other than the corpse-bearer who had taken on the corpse-bearing assignment from East Sea Province. Even though this man was dead, his yin energy was still lingering in the air. In other words, he must not have died a very long time ago. By Qin Yi's estimate, he should have perished earlier that day. The first thing that Lin Qiaosheng had done was to kill and silence him. His lead was gone. Qin Yi gazed into the distance where River Gorge City was located. "I'll only be able to find more traces of the mastermind from the next evil ghost residing in River Gorge City." Shaking his head in disappointment, Qin Yi turned around and left the scene. 40 minutes later, Wang Chunghao returned timelessly to pick up Qin Yi from the ethnic minority street. He only brought with him a single backpack. The moon hung high in the night sky, accompanied by bright constellations in its surroundings. Under the dim illumination of the stars and the moon, they began to make their journey out of Clear Creek County and onto the national highway with some measure of apprehension weighing on their hearts. After all, the eruption of large-scaled supernatural incidents had only begun recently, and it was evident that even the Special Investigations Department wasn't prepared for something like this. Otherwise, they would have locked down the entire Clear Creek County in no time at all. Or perhaps it was due to the fact that this was the very first incident on such a scale that had occurred, and the Special Investigations Department was simply not given the authority to call the shots just yet. The relaying of orders took time, and this provided Qin Yi and Wang Chunghao the opportunity to slip out in the interim. "Brother Qin, where are we headed to?" Wang Chunghao asked as he continued to shoot down the highway. Qin Yi looked at the map in his hands, thought for a moment, before responding, "Still-eyed City. It's along the north-south latitude from where we're located. Furthermore, Still-eyed City has an airport that charters periodic flights to Lotus City. The high-speed train also passes through from time to time. After all, we'll be entering college soon, won't we?" Wang Chunghao nodded his head. The further away from Clear Creek County he got, the more settled his heart felt. The daily temperature fluctuations in autumn could be quite substantial, and it was already fairly cold and chilly at night. Neither of them spoke. That said, Wang Chunghao had just been through some life-changing experiences, and he wanted to pour out his heart to someone, especially Qin Yi. Thus, as he continued to drive along the national highway, he also continued to steal glances at Qin Yi from time to time. Finally, after 10 long minutes, he couldn't help but break the stifling silence. "Brother Yi. Are you all right?" A sea of stars were visible in the sky tonight. Qin Yi appeared somewhat out of it as he gazed into the sky, before finally nodding his head sullenly. After pondering for several moments more, he added, "You don't need to worry about me. I'm currently switching modes." Wang Chunghao. "Like I said earlier, people have 1,000 faces. If I'm always giving it my all in life, I might earn the respect of some, but I might also draw flack from others. So, in order to err on the side of caution and prefer survival over anything else, I've learnt that you've got to let your hair down sometimes. Do you have a cigarette?" Wang Chunghao pulled out a packet of cigarettes and passed it to Qin Yi, who promptly lit one up. He rarely smoked to begin with, so he choked and sputtered for a little before finally taking a deep drag of the cigarette. Wang Chunghao, I know a lot of people, and they've all been giving it their all for their entire lives. These people have everything, from cars, to houses, to even a throng of famous actresses pursuing them. However, as soon as they start to ponder about the meaning and purpose of life, these people would invariably feel an onset of weariness sweep over their bodies. That's right. Some people may pursue a successful career. However, I'm different from most people. I've seen far too many things. In fact, some of the experiences I've had might even be labeled by others as exaggerated stories or stuff of legends. Regardless, life is simply far too long and arduous in my eyes. I do possess the capacity to muster moments of courage to give it my all when circumstances begin to threaten the stability of my life. However, there's just no way I can maintain it for my entire life, because there's just no end in sight. So, as soon as I've manifested these moments of courage, I would always allow myself to return to a far more relaxed state. You can call me what you want, even a piece of trash. But, I sincerely believe that people have to treat each set of circumstances with the appropriate attitude and personas. He flicked his finger, and the glowing ember of the cigarette flew out of the window, painting a bright red arc in the dark night sky. Wang Chunghao pursed his lips slightly. These teachings were similar to the conversations that he has had with his father on several occasions in the past. But, he had never taken his father's advice to heart. Yet when Qin Yi expressed these thoughts in all sincerity, Wang Chunghao completely bought it. He couldn't help but recall the things he had done over the last decade or so. On closer examination, what have I ever achieved? Apart from riding on my father's coattails, idling around, fighting and getting laid, what else have I done? He was supposed to treat his studies, and even his life, with the commensurate amount of respect it deserves. Yet, he didn't. Qin Yi was akin to an alarm clock that was ticking down at a constant pace. As soon as the timer hit 0, it would explode with incessant ringing. He, on the other hand, was no different from a mere watch, muddling along the path of life, not knowing when exactly he should explode and fight for his life. When he saw Qin Yi's bloody battle with the puppet master on the 5th floor of the Fenglai Hotel earlier, his heart had been violently shaken. It was as though a dawn of light had shone through the sea of perplexing darkness in his heart. He didn't know exactly what kind of realization he had just come to. However, the one thing he knew for certain was that he had begun to despise his past self. I will do my best, he muttered softly, yet his utterances were quickly blown away by the wind as it dissipated into the darkness of night. Even though Wang Chunghao's voice had been soft, Qin Yi still picked up on it acutely, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wang Chunghao. What's it to do with me whether you try your best or not? Qin Yi had a long life ahead of him. There were far too many sojourners in his life, yet few could be considered his true friends. To him, the prerequisite for true friendship was a relationship that spanned decades of time. At present, Wang Chunghao had merely just been elevated into the ranks of acquaintances. He was still in a period of probation. Should we listen to some music? Wang Chunghao felt ill at ease. He was hardly thick-skinned when all was said and done. To a person whose reputation precedes him, the admission of his fear in front of a newfound friend was something incredibly embarrassing and daunting. Thus, he immediately sought to cover it up and change the topic. Suit yourself. Wang Chunghao switched on his cell phone, and the first song that was played was a Nipponese song that Qin Yi had heard before. It was called Bluebird, and it had a pleasant melody. The clear female voice resounded clearly throughout the car. However, the two students couldn't help but frown in disapprobation. Given their current circumstances, they would very much prefer a softer tune. Thus, before Qin Yi could even speak, Wang Chunghao changed the song of choice without hesitation. A softer melody danced to the tune of the night breeze. Wandering aimlessly on the roads. Qin Yi's eyes shifted slightly. Are you leaving? To where? To where? Fragile but proud. That is how I once was. Stirring, unsettling. Qin Yi couldn't help but sing along, enigmatic and silent. Are you truly listening to my story? This was one of the few songs he could actually remember the lyrics to. I once crossed mountains and great oceans, and traversed a sea full of people. Once, all things were mine, but in the blink of an eye they have dissipated like wisps of smoke. His soft accompaniment drifted dearly into the dark of night. As Wang Chunghao listened quietly to the melody that was sung, it suddenly dawned on him just how much the song compliments Qin Yi. 1. Both had their stories to tell. Their stories were simple, but also stirred with undertones of being weathered and worn. Just then, Wang Chunghao's phone suddenly buzzed with a disruptive beep. A mechanical voice quickly followed, "Your download is complete. Do you want to open the file?" He paused for a moment before smacking his head. "Brother Qin, do you want to know what exactly happened after we left?" "You can check." Qin Yi responded with incredulity. Too many things had happened after they had left the Fenglai Hotel. Yet the single most important question that was weighing on his mind was, who killed the puppet master? Chapter 37, Disciple of the Celestial Master. "I've got access." Wang Chunghao chuckled, "I've just remembered something. The Fenglai Hotel belongs to my dad, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. I had previously connected the surveillance cameras to my computer just out of curiosity, since I had nothing better to do. If it still works now, and the monster in the hotel hasn't left yet, then we should be able to see what's come to it." They stopped the car by the side of the road. Wang Chunghao opened his backpack, and Chen Yi's eyelids immediately twitched. "Hang on. You've only brought a laptop with you? What about toiletries? Underpants? Was I supposed to bring them?" Wang Chunghao blinked his eyes. He was completely baffled by Chen Yi's exclamation, almost as though he were saying, "What else did I have to bring? Do you think you're just having a field trip?" Chen Yi's lips continued twitching. "Shouldn't you at the very least have brought along a change of clothes?" Wang Chunghao opened his Alipay account in response, and Chen Yi saw that the first digit of his account balance was 6, and the total balance was an astonishing 6-digit number. "Damn these rich people. I've got my ID card and my driver's license with me. What else do you need apart from your cell phone and some form of identification?" Wang Chunghao opened up his laptop and added, "As long as there's money on your mobile account." "Kid. You're honest. Yet why does your honesty sting my heart so?" Chen Yi's heart felt as though it was riddled with holes. Having noticed that the brand logo of Wang Chunghao's laptop was that of a fruit with a bite taken out of it, he knew better than to probe any further. His heart was suddenly awash with melancholy as it dawned on him that he was already going deeper and deeper down the journey of living off somebody else. Wang Chunghao's fingers darted nimbly across the keyboard. Several keystrokes later, he whistled victoriously, "It works. Brother Qin. It really works." The duo immediately turned their attention to the video that was playing on full-screen mode. The image showed how Lin Qiaosheng was kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Yet, nobody entered. Chen Yi nodded slightly. He had been at the epicenter of Arthi's display of authority. For as long as her display of authority lingered, all who were below the rank of infernal judges would never be able to get back on their feet. In other words, the puppet master wasn't anywhere close to a judge in terms of his abilities. For the next 15 minutes, nobody else entered the room. Then, on the 16th minute of the video, the black clouds outside appeared to disperse slightly. As soon as the first ray of light peeked through once more, an incredibly irritable voice immediately rang out, "Damn you bloody screwed up piece of shit. Would you die if you let me finish my dinner before turning into a demon? Are you rushing to reincarnate? Or are you running home to grieve the loss of your parents?" The outrageous outburst startled both Wang Chunghao and Chen Yi. "There seems to be something off with the picture here. I mean, shouldn't an expert who disposed of the puppet master step out of the darkness with a fairy-like existence, acting in a manner reflective of a boundless sovereign? Yet his first appearance, instead resembled a vegetable store owner touting for business at a wet market." The yin energy in the surroundings cleared up before the man finished speaking. Then, a round, puffy figure appeared for the first time in the video. Is this really a Taoist priest?" The man was estimated to be well above 200 kilograms in weight. His Taoist robes were already bursting at its seams, tattered in some parts, while covered in grease in others. He also wore a square headscarf. It was impossible to tell when he last washed up. Even his lapels were already turning black. To make matters worse, rather than holding onto a Buddhist whisk, he instead held a feather duster. A feather duster? Do you believe it? And he even held onto a greasy leg of lamb in his other hand. No matter how one looked at it, this man resembled a beggar more than he did a Taoist priest. A hunter-class expert? Just then, the puppet master remarked in an incredibly grave voice. However, the Taoist priest didn't even pay any attention to him. He ravenously gnawed at the leg of lamb in his hands and finished it in just a few bites. Then, after wiping off the grease on his robes, he put his palms out in the shape of a lotus flower and continued, "Boundless. Hiccup. Sovereign." The puppet master could no longer stand the incongruous image standing before him and barked, "Where's your Buddhist duster? Hiccup. I've forgotten it. Grabbed something in a rush. As a true disciple, it's part of my duty to remain presentable at all times. Unfortunately. Hiccup. I grabbed the wrong item. The duo watching the scene unfold before their eyes were completely flabbergasted. Do you really think that a mere soul hunter like you could take on the assassins of the underworld? The puppet master burst out into a maniacal laughter. His body faded back into the depths of the roiling black fog, and the countless corpses around the Taoist priest began to stir immediately. The Taoist priest wiped his mouth and finally responded with a serious voice, "Good lad, you seem to be missing something. Let your father enlighten you." Over the last thousands of years, not a single entity has dared to misbehave themselves in West River. Even now, the outbreak of supernatural activities within West River remains the lowest in the entire country. Can't you use your damn pig brain and think about why this is the case? Yet, he received no response at all. The menacing corpses continued to clamber to their feet. And then, in the very next moment, they all charged straight towards the Taoist priest in a concerted fashion. Because two of the three great Taoist ancestral courts are located within West River. This is where Celestial Master Zhang attained enlightenment and established the ghost expunging techniques. Don't you think that your tortoise guts are far too big for your own good? Heaven and earth transformation. He formed several hand seals in just an instant. Then, a radiant, silver-white circle blossomed from under his feet, and a 9-layered lotus seed appeared by his side. As each layer of the lotus bloomed, the entire event hall began to be filled with a radiant yang light, clashing powerfully with the dark yin energy in the room. All of the corpse puppets disintegrated in just an instant. Qin Yi's gaze was incomparably heavy. He had personally exchanged blows with the tens of corpses in the hall, and he knew exactly how difficult each one of these corpses were to deal with. In fact, he couldn't even hold his ground against their concerted attacks. Sanking Taoist? You're the disciple of the great Celestial Master? A voice laden with immense fear echoed from the darkness. Just then, all of the fog in the room began to surge like a tidal wave and transform into a long dragon of yin energy as it swept down the stairs in a hurry. Boundless Sovereign. The Taoist priest pulled out the hairpin holding his hair in a bun and flicked it gently. Go. Whiz. The hairpin rode the winds and shot off like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the hairpin transformed into an ancient-looking peachwood sword that even appeared to emit the whistling sounds of rushing wind and the rumbling of thunder. The peachwood sword caught up to the tide of yin energy in the blink of an eye. With a miserable cry, the black fog dissipated immediately, and the peachwood sword plunged straight into the black box carried by Lin Qiaosheng at all times. The Taoist priest finally walked over calmly. Puppet Master. Back then, wasn't your sect annihilated precisely because you strayed off the path and experimented with living human bodies? I'd never thought I'd find a remnant today. If I were you, I would have concealed my identity well and simply indulged in the teeming pleasures of this world. But alas, you sin. You sin. He walked over to the sword and held its hilt firmly in his hand. I've heard that puppet masters never personally engage in battles. I imagine that this policeman must also be one of your puppets, isn't it? Just like the Westbrook corpse drivers, you guys are quite remarkable in your own right. It's a pity that your expertise is going to be lost to the world forever. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stabbed his sword deeper into the box. Squill! A heart-rending scream suddenly rang out from the box. The wooden sword had penetrated the box in its entirety, stabbing straight through the floorboards, leaving only the hilt outside. PFFFFFFTTTTT. A 3-meter-tall column of blood rushed into the air, completely incongruous with the small size of the box. The tragic cries continued endlessly. It was only tens of seconds later that everything grew silent and tranquil once more. Boundless Sovereign. Your sin is that you have interrupted my mealtime. The Taoist priest sighed. With a hook of his finger, the wooden sword shrank instantly and affixed itself back on his hair. Finally, he stepped into the elevator and departed from the event hall. The video ended there. Qin Yi's face was incredibly grave. The truth was far worse than Arthis had ever imagined. It wasn't a 10-minute battle. This battle didn't even last a full 5 minutes. In fact, it had ended in simply 2 moves. For the third time, he increased his assessment of the government's power once again. The depth of their abilities was immeasurable. Judging from his conversance, Qin Yi could tell that the puppet master was approximately equivalent to a hunter-class emissary of hell. Yet the fact that he was completely and utterly obliterated by the disciple of the Celestial Master in just 2 moves meant that the fat priest was probably a Hellguard class expert in his own right. And if this was a mere disciple, Then Qin Yi could almost be sure that there were experts on the same level as infernal judges in the mortal realm right now. After all, there was only one qualitative level of difference between the Hellguard class experts and the judge class experts. There's something else. If the puppet master is Hunter class, then his master would most certainly be at least Hellguard class. He shut his eyes and drew a deep breath. In this moment, his desire to unravel the mystery surrounding the mastermind's identity had now risen to unprecedented heights. The fact that there was a formidable Hellguard class ghost staring at him from afar truly made for tasteless meals and sleepless nights. But we'll delve more into this issue when Arthas finally wakes up. Let's go to the City of Salvation. City of Salvation? Where? Wang Chunghao was slightly puzzled. Are we not going to Still-Eyed City anymore? Qin Yi shook his head. The fat priest was right. West River was the birthplace of the state religion, Taoism. In the past, Father Zhang attained enlightenment on the Crane Call Mountain before making his way to the Qiangcheng Mountain where he slaughtered 8 million evil ghosts. Both ancestral halls are located in West River. Whether disciples in name, lay disciples or true disciples, the fact remained that Taoist disciples abounded in West River. After what happened, remaining in this location would be far too dangerous. His choices were either to stay, or to flee as far away from the scene of crime as possible. It's in the Insignia province. So far away? Wang Chunghao felt the onset of a headache coming. Dear friend, it's easy to just talk the talk. But do you want to try your hand at driving the distance? We'll be safe there. Qin Yi pulled out his phone and dialed a number. You can choose not to stay. All you have to do is to send me there. After all, I've got a friend over there. Wang Chunghao's eyes lit up. Friend? Someone like him has friends as well? Is he a human too? The call was answered quickly. In fact, one could say that the call was answered practically instantaneously. Yet, the strangest thing was that despite answering the call, neither Qin Yi nor the person on the other end of the line spoke a single word. They didn't cut the call either. After a long period of time, Qin Yi was the first to speak. Old Zhang. The last time we've met was probably 20 years ago, wasn't it? The voice of an incredibly emotional middle-aged man responded, That's right. Time is fleeting. My son is already in college. I'd never thought that I could one day hear your voice again. Qin Yi smiled, I hear you've got promoted again? Should I be addressing you as chief, now? Hey! Are rank and money worth anything in front of you? Old Zhang teased, Mr. Qin, we're lifelong friends. Everything else is but periphery. Without you, I'd never be where I am right now. I also know that you're not a person who would call for no good reason, so you must have something important on your mind. Speak your mind. Qin Yi didn't hesitate. I'm currently at West River. Something's going on in my county. As you know, I simply cannot afford to disclose my true identity. Thus, I intend to move to Insignia Province for 3 to 5 years to tide things through. I'd like your help to enroll me in a non-provincial university, and furnish me with identification that won't arouse any suspicions. No worries. Head on over. I'm incidentally in the City of Salvation right now. I'll make the necessary arrangements with the relevant authorities before you arrive. After exchanging several more pleasantries with each other, both sides hung up at almost the same time. Wang Chunghao asked curiously, Brother Qin, you mentioned that he's your friend? That's right. Qin Yi appeared to be reminiscing the past as he smiled. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Having lived for such a long time, do you really think I wouldn't have some cards hidden up my sleeves? Meanwhile, inside an ordinary-looking home in the distant City of Salvation, Insignia Province, a pair of weather-beaten hands hung up the phone. Truly. After all these years, I'd never expected him to remain exactly the same as before. The person who had just hung up the phone was a white-haired man in his 50s dressed in casual homeware. He leaned back into his chair with a cup of tea in his hands as he reminisced about the good old times. Hey, old Zhang, remember to wash the dishes. Why are you slacking off again? A lady wearing an apron around her waist walked out and told off old Zhang. I'm on it. Old Zhang opened up his eyes and smiled genially at the lady before glancing at the tightly shut door to his son's room. Moments later, he put on a stern expression as he picked up the phone once more. This is Zhang Baogo. Connect me to the Chief of Bureau, Zhang. Another man's chuckle could be heard from the other end of the line in no time. Deputy Attorney General Zhang, to what do I owe the honor? It's just a favor. Zhang Baogo explained indifferently, a relative of mine will be relocating to the City of Salvation for studies within 15 days' time. Old Zhang, Do you have any good college recommendations from the education arm of your bureau? I don't want the provincial one. And it would be ideal if the college is located in the vicinity of the City of Salvation. Chapter 38, Household God. 1 Wang Chunghao was incredibly exhausted. He was currently approaching the border of Province E. From there, they would be no more than several miles from Insignia Province. In fact, they could already see in the distance a display board spelling out the words, Insignia Province. You mentioned earlier that people have to treat each set of circumstances with the appropriate attitude and personas. He begrudgingly grumbled as he glanced at Qin Yi, who was playing games on his phone. Qin Yi had already finished switching modes some time ago, and his energy-saving mode replete with an apathetic outlook on life was now in full bloom. Wang Chunghao couldn't help but feel like he was talking to a completely different person. He drove the car while Qin Yi enjoyed music. He drove the car while Qin Yi played games on his phone. He drove the car while Qin Yi idled about, counting the number of cars that were passing them by. Why doesn't this man learn how to drive? Brother Qin, my father once told me that driving is an important life skill. Wang Chunghao repeated himself for the umpteenth time. They were on a journey that lasted thousands of miles on end. Why is Qin Yi treating me like a mere driver? If only a philosopher would just appear in the back seat and teach him some life lessons. How could he just sit there idly while I drive the entire journey? It's as though he's floating in an idyllic ocean of lethargy. That's right, so it would be prudent if you invested more attribute points into this. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yi swore under his breath and threw his phone at the seat. Wang Chunghao saw out of the corner of his eye that Qin Yi had actually just placed 8th on the leaderboards of the game Cool Running every day. I say, you should get with the times and download some new games. For instance, I hear that Whatchamacallit Glory is a pretty good game. Erg. You actually have the nerve to advise me now. With gritted teeth, they cleared the toll booth and made their way straight towards the City of Salvation. It had to be said that it was only after entering Insignia Province that they realized how much smaller the population size of Insignia Province was compared with West Driver. It was but a mere fraction. The roads were clearly less packed, and the traffic flow was far smoother as well. The City of Salvation was located on the edge of the Insignia Province, just adjacent to the border of the East Sea Province. Its economy wasn't considered as developed as the other parts of the country. After driving for yet another day, they finally crossed the City of Salvation's border. From here, it would take another 3 to 4 hours for them to drive past several counties and into the heart of the city. Just then, Qin Yi suddenly did a double take. Strong County was one of the counties located on the edge of the City of Salvation's territory. It was built around the national highway, and both sides of the county were densely filled with shops and service stations, as well as hotels and gas stations. Qin Yi snapped his fingers. Let's stop here. We'll rest here tonight before completing our journey tomorrow. We'll be able to rest properly once we make our way into the heart of the City of Salvation. It's finally time to rest. Wang Chunghao heaved a huge sigh of relief as Qin Yi led him towards a row of hotels. 10 minutes later, Wang Chunghao muttered, Brother Qin. I've got money. It's called being discreet with your wealth. What I mean is that we don't have to be so particular. Really? Rodent, I'm not trying to nag at you, but you don't really know the value of money until you start working for it. Are you earning any money now? Do you think hundreds of thousands is a lot of money? Have you already inherited your father's estate? If not, it would be more prudent to use your present funds sparingly until the millions of inheritance arrives in your bank account. Wang Chunghao stared at Qin Yi for a few moments, before finally sighing in resignation and glancing in dismay at the guest house in front of him. It was dilapidated. It was absolutely decrepit. The neon sign which read Ruja Inn glowed with a faint, red hue. The inn was located in the most remote corner of the street, just adjacent to an overgrown forest. None of the rooms were illuminated at the moment, and the two-story building hardly looked inviting at all. Instead, the signboard was crooked, and save for the red hue, all other neon colors weren't working at all. Given its current state, it was hardly any better than a shuttered, abandoned hotel. In fact, even the main door was shut tightly, and not a single glow of light nor trace of sound could be seen or heard from outside. Wang Chunghao shuddered. For some strange reason, he felt a chilling sensation wash over him just as he sized up the inn. Is this inn all right? He had encountered far too many bizarre incidents in recent times, and he couldn't help but clutch pleadingly at Qin Yi's sleeves as he weighed in on his concerns. Qin Yi's gaze quivered slightly, but he maintained, it's fine. It's just that there's some outstanding business. And I'd thought to close the loop while we're here. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed open the door and marched right in. Wang Chunghao followed closely behind him. "Is anybody in?" Qin Yi leaned over the counter at the concierge and knocked on the table. "Where's the boss? I'm looking for a room." No response. The entire inn was as quiet as a tomb. "Brother Qin. Should we look for another place to stay at?" Yet before he could finish, a desk lamp suddenly switched on with a loud buzz. A man with pale face, a small goatee and somewhat reddish eyes sat right under the light, staring straight at them. The man was beside them, and less than a meter away from Wang Chunghao. Bloody hell! Wang Chunghao got the shock of his life. When did this old man show up? I can't even hear his breath. No. He didn't even make any sound that a normal person should be making, like fidgeting on his chair. It was as though the man had sat as still as a corpse, waiting silently in the dark for the next guest to enter the inn. Yet Qin Yi remained completely unfazed, and he pulled out his identification papers. 2 people, king-sized bed. The old man didn't pick up Qin Yi's identification card. He was approximately 50 years old, yet the fact that his hair was already completely white made him appear as though he were close to 70 years old. The sheer number of years under his belt had left an indelible scar on his face, his wrinkles were deep, and he was so thin that he was practically skin and bones. Right now, he continued to stare transfixed at the 2 students in front of him. Approximately 10 seconds later, he finally spoke up with a hoarse voice, "We're not accepting guests. The other inns are full." Qin Yi snapped his fingers indifferently. "Otherwise, do you think I would want to stay here either? Look at how run down your shop is. I'll just make do for one night." The old man suddenly laughed, revealing a row of dark yellowish teeth. His voice sounded incredibly harsh to the ears, almost like a cat scratching on glass. "Do you really want to stay?" Qin Yi nodded his head, while Wang Chunghao shook his head fervently. The old man took Qin Yi's identification card and didn't say any more. Just then, it suddenly dawned on Wang Chunghao that this inn didn't even have a computer for registration purposes. The only thing remotely electronic was the desk lamp. Even the registration of guests was handwritten. 201. As soon as the old man reported their room number, he switched off the light. Then, with the click of another button, the lights to the stairs came on immediately. It was dim and yellow. Both the lights in the hallway were dim and yellow. The building was incredibly old. It appeared to have been built in the style of the 90s. The walls were painted with a 2-tone finish, turquoise below and white above. Unfortunately, the sheer number of years the building has seen meant that the vibrant colors had faded, and everything was simply yellowing. Countless autumn insects hovered about the lights in the inn. The lights were incredibly dim, and they barely illuminated a 2-meter radius around them. Apart from that, the rest of the inn appeared as dark as hell. Gulp. Wang Chunghao swallowed his saliva and clung tightly to Qin Yi's arms as they made their way up the stairs together. Then, just as they arrived at the corridor, the old man's voice called out again. "There's a room beside the window. No matter what, don't enter it. At night. Do not open the door. And do not go to the toilet. Use the chamber pot if need be." What kind of outdated hotel from the history books is this? How could you still be using a chamber pot? The more Wang Chunghao thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. The unsettling feeling in his heart only escalated as soon as he entered the room. The entire room stank with a thick, musky smell. The bedding was fine, but there was no TV. The window overlooked the wild forest just outside the hotel. When the night breeze blew, the gently swaying trees cast menacing shadows over the room, as though foreshadowing the arrival of a dreadful beast. Wang Chunghao immediately shut the windows at once. "Let's turn in." Qin Yi lay down on his bed and prepared to sleep. Wang Chunghao was incredibly tired, and he, too, fell asleep almost immediately. Time passed by. When Wang Chunghao woke up again, rubbed his eyes and glanced at his phone, he saw that it was only 4 a.m. He woke up with the urge to pee. This stupid hotel doesn't even have a stupid kettle. Having lived like a prince for his entire life, Master Wang had never spent a night in an inn like this before. Cursing and swearing under his breath, he quickly got dressed and prepared to leave his room to head to the toilet. The toilet was on the first floor. He resented the notion of using the chamber pot at all costs. Thus, he opened the door and marched out at once. SSS. He couldn't help but gasp nervously as soon as he opened the door. Bloody hell, why is it so cold? Insignia Province isn't even considered the north. This rickety inn is so unnaturally cold. The hallway was enshrouded in pitch-black darkness. There was a light switch in front of the door to every room. As soon as it was switched on, the corresponding light in front of the room would come on. In other words, a person would have to flick 4 switches in order to reach the end of the corridor. It was a peculiar design that hardly made any sense. And the end of the corridor was where the gloomy window was located. Wang Chunghao rubbed his palms together nervously. The hallway was dimly lit with a faint yellow light. His surroundings were horrifically silent. The night breeze gently caressed the forest outside and stirred up a soft, rustling sound. A vast expanse of darkness hid beyond the local street lighting, almost as though it were concealing a terrifying secret. He shuddered. If not for the fact that the need to take a leak was simply unbearable, he would never deign to consider using the toilet at this time of the night. This was practically a scene right out of a horror movie. Click. The second switch flipped, and another portion of the hallway was illuminated once more. The feeling of gradually illuminating an otherwise completely dark hallway was incredibly gripping and tense. Then, without any warning, his heart began to race. It was as though something was hidden in the darkness. Then, just as he flipped the third switch, he immediately froze. A wave of immense terror washed over him, shooting straight from his tailbone into his mind and causing all of his pores to flare up with chills. Ah! The screams of extreme terror echoed throughout the entire inn. Qin was playing the game Cool Running every day on his phone when his lips twitched uncontrollably. Didn't the boss tell him not to go out at night? Why is he acting in such defiance when he's such a coward? In the hallway, Wang Chunghao was so frightened that he leaned heavily against the wall. Just now. It happened just now. Generally, there should be a soft clicking sound for every button that was pressed. However, no clicking sound rang out when he attempted to flip the third switch earlier. This was because, when he attempted to flick the light switch, he touched another person's hand instead. He wasn't the one who had flicked the light switch. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Right now, the only thought on Wang Chunghao's mind was to rush back to his room, cast off his pride and cling tightly to Qin Yi. However, the moment he turned around. Click. The first light switch went off. The light in front of their room had suddenly gone off. His pupils constricted immediately. He saw it. In that instant that the lights went out, a lady wearing a long black dress was standing right there, just under the light. She looked up. She was beautiful. However, her face was as white as snow, and her foot-long tongue hung out from her mouth. Just like that, she stood silently under the dim yellowing lights, in the middle of the deathly still hallways. At 4 a.m. Wang Chunghao was completely scared witless. Yet this was just the beginning. In the very next second, as soon as the second switch clicked and the second set of lights were extinguished, he suddenly noticed that the lady, that horrifying lady with deathly pale appearances, was now suddenly standing only 2 meters in front of him. It was as though she were moving forward just as the lights went out. And she didn't make a single sound at all. The only thing he knew to do right now was to scream for his life. He didn't dare to run back to his room at all, so he turned around and began running to the end of the corridor. Click. The third light switch went off. It was now completely dark behind him. It was practically yelling at him to flick the fourth switch right in front of him. This time, there was no woman around. Ha! 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 He was shaking madly and sweating profusely as he leaned against the railing. Wang Chunghao was on the brink of tears. Left. Has she left? He wasn't even conscious of the fact that he was muttered aloud with a trembling voice. However, his voice immediately stopped. Sha! Sha! A light rustling sound came from right behind him. T. His teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. He was shaking so hard it was as though he were having seizures. Then, Wang Chunghao mechanically turned his head around and looked at the tightly shut door at the end of the hallway. The innkeeper had mentioned never to approach this room at night. Sha! Sha! He heard it clearly this time, and he immediately knew. This was the sound of something on the other side of the door, scratching the door with its nails. Chapter 39, Household God. Wang Chunghao's face was whiter than a ghost. His lips trembled. His back was against the wall, and his forehead percolated with cold sweat. Who's behind that door? Who scratches on the door at 4 a.m.? However, he neither opened his mouth nor asked aloud. Sha! SSSSKKRKRRR. The sounds behind the door were getting louder and louder, almost as though something was about to burst through the door in the very next moment. Wang Chunghao couldn't take it anymore. And since he dared not run back to his own room, he charged straight towards the first floor like a madman. The first floor was enshrouded in pitch-black darkness. "Innkeeper! Innkeeper!" he yelled at the top of his voice. He needed light. He needed sound. This damn haunted hotel was driving him crazy. According to the national regulations, the innkeeper was obliged to remain on night watch at the concierge at all times. However, this was not the case. "Where is he? Where is he?" Wang Chunghao was already on the verge of tears, yet he received no response whatsoever. The eerie silence was as chilling as an icy tomb. He was at his wit's end, and he ran straight to the main entrance of the inn with the hope that he could get out once and for all. Unfortunately, he discovered to his dismay that the main entrance was already locked. "Open up! Open the door, please!" He hammered on the main entrance desperately. Tears were already welling up in his eyes. However, after hammering the door 2 more times, he suddenly froze in place. It wasn't that he had calmed down. Rather, he had merely been momentarily petrified by what he saw. Then, his entire body quickly began to shiver far more vigorously than ever before. The hairs on the nape of his neck were even standing on end. He could see from the reflection on the glass door that the very same woman wearing a black dress was now standing right behind him. Her pale white face and bloodshot eyes stared straight at his back. Just then, the lights suddenly came on. He was completely unprepared for this and screamed in terror. "Ah! Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" "Guest!" The old man's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. His voice called out in the dark like a night owl hooting away. He was carrying a decades-old portable lamp, and the light from the lamp cast a gloomy, dim illumination on the old man's face. Yet, this only served to frighten Wang Chunghao even more. Do you want to go out?" "I want to go. Turn on the lights. Let me leave, please." Wang Chunghao leaned weakly against the main entrance as he screamed at the top of his voice. The old man remained silent. After a long time, he finally responded, "Leave. And don't ever come back again." The sound of jingling keys resounded in the darkness, prompting Wang Chunghao's desperate cry, "Old man, turn on the lights. Please turn on the lights first. I can't take it anymore." "Is that so?" The old man's voice grew hoarser. "Do you really want me to switch it on?" Yes. Please do it quickly." Silence. 3 seconds later, the lights finally came on with a soft click of the switch. Wang Chunghao glanced about at his surroundings, his eyes rolled back, and he instantly passed out. Blood. The walls around them had been splattered with blood all over. It was unclear just when the now dried-up blood stains were first smeared all over the walls. Some of the stains were smeared in the shape of an X, while others spelt out illegible words. However, this was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was the fact that there were several memorial tablets standing spookily on the shelf just behind the concierge. Just then, a loud thud suddenly came from the second floor. It sounded as though someone had just kicked open a door. The old man's expressions darkened. He immediately sprinted towards the second floor, only to witness Qin Yi standing before the door that was just adjacent to the window. Qin Yi was just in the midst of retracting his foot. "You!" The old man screamed and attempted to grab at Qin Yi. Strangely, the closer he got to Qin Yi, the paler his disposition got. Finally, almost as though his wrinkled skin had been torn asunder, the old man revealed a gnarly, vicious expression on his face. But before he could get close enough, Qin Yi's body suddenly erupted with far denser yin energy. The old man was immediately blasted several meters back by Qin Yi's explosive force. "Is this really necessary?" Qin Yi furrowed his brows and shook his head as he peered into the room, completely casting a blind eye on the old man. It was pitch black inside the room. The curtains were drawn completely shut, yet there were 4 candles that prominently stood in the center of the room. In turn, these candles were placed on top of a pitch-black coffin. Meow! A black cat leapt out from behind the door. Qin Yi glanced at the door, only to notice that it had already been completely covered with scratch marks. Death comes to all things, no matter how their life has been. Don't hold on to your lingering attachments. Qin Yi sighed and withdrew his gaze. Then, he tugged at the old man's clothes and dragged him back down to the first floor. It was cold to the touch. The old man emitted no body heat, and was completely weightless. Then, without holding back, Qin Yi stomped heavily on Wang Chunghao's waist, jolting him straight back to his senses with a massive squeal of pain. Wang Chunghao sighed soullessly and turned around. Then, As soon as he witnessed the bizarre sight in front of his eyes, he almost passed out again. "Open your eyes and take a good look." Qinyi swung his arm, tossing the old man towards the worn-out couch on the side. "This is your unfinished business. You should be the one to deal with it." "Am I?" The sight of Qinyi immediately set Wang Chenghao's heart at ease. After all, Wang Chenghao saw Qinyi as an existence akin to an omnipotent Doraemon. "Introduce yourself." Qinyi ignored Wang Chenghao and lifted his chin towards the old man. "How long have you been dead? Why is your spirit still lingering around?" "Him? He's not a living person?" Wang Chenghao almost jumped at the thought, only to find Qinyi pushing back at him, keeping him on the couch. Then, Qinyi gazed into his eyes. "Do you want to be part of my inner circle?" Wang Chenghao was momentarily taken aback, before he nodded his head fervently. "Then, get used to this." Qinyi turned back to the old man. "Talk. I don't have much patience." "Sir, you're an emissary of hell?" The old man's voice became light and drifty. Qinyi glanced impatient at his watch. "There's only 35 minutes remaining until the clock strikes 5. When that time comes, I'll send you on your way immediately. You best stick to the essentials." "Yes." The old man drew a deep breath, before bowing to Qinyi with a deep kowtow. "Lord Emissary of Hell. I've been disrespectful. Please forgive this ignorant one. My name is Zhou Dongfeng. I was 49 years old when I died. But the reason that my spirit is still lingering around isn't to do with wealth or revenge. Sir, I'm certain you can verify this with your prescient investigations. This inn has never harmed a person's life before." Qinyi responded with indifference. "Of course I can see that. If not for the fact that you'd warned us against staying here as soon as we'd entered earlier, I would have purged your soul there and then. That said, I'm curious." He leaned forward. "Why are you still lingering around? Your form is so corporeal that even humans aren't able to distinguish you from a normal human being. Are you a household god?" "Household god?" Qinyi explained patiently. "Household gods aren't the same as evil ghosts. They're still catalyzed by a person's obsessions at death, yet these obsessions have nothing to do with malicious intent. Rather, they tend to be related to their family instead. The heavens are merciful and decide to leave these spirits a lifeline so that they can continue to keep watch over their families, even after death. This is what a household god is. Generally speaking, household gods would never harm anyone, and would instead do their utmost to preserve their family unit. To put it bluntly, these are earthbound spirits who only do good. On top of that, they're blessed with the gift of retaining their pre-death prescience. In this regard, they're a far cry away from the wandering spirits that can't even utter a single word." Wang Chenghao nodded thoughtfully, before suddenly turning to look at Zhou Dongfeng once more. "That's not right. Even though he didn't want to stay initially, he still compromised and let us stay in the end. This proves that he's got a malicious heart. He's not a good person. It's because he no longer has the patience to keep on waiting." Qinyi glanced back at the old man with a complicated gaze. "Why don't you listen to his story first? This is your unfinished business after all." Zhou Dongfeng gazed deeply into Wang Chenghao's eyes as he finally began to speak. "I grew up here. My wife and I have lived here in Strong County for decades now. I wasn't young when I had my daughter. My daughter is called Zhou Fangrong." His eyes appeared to gaze back in history, and a blissful smile crept up the corner of his lips. "She was beautiful, an embodiment of her name one. She was the wallflower in both middle school and high school. Unfortunately, we were poor at that time, and we could barely afford to make ends meet. The national highway hadn't been constructed back then, and our humble and barely made enough for our subsistence at all. After high school, my daughter changed a little bit. She began to be drawn to the prospects of living outside the county. That's right. We understood her desires as well. After all, Strong County is far too small. A beautiful and sensible girl like her should go out and see the world, and not be cooped up here for her entire life just like her parents." He began to choke up, but I'd never thought that. Her departure back then also marked our final farewell. He painstakingly recounted his story through gritted teeth, and even Wang Chenghao could feel the boundless regret and heart-rending pain in the old man's heart. Her first destination was to look for work in the Eastsi province. Eastsi is a developed province, and expenditure there was naturally much higher. That said, Rongrong had never called to ask for money from home. In fact, she even began to remit money back home every month. We were very pleased. Whenever we meet our friends, we would sing praises of her, telling of how sensible she is. Then, as time went on, the amount of money she remitted back only increased, From the hundreds, to the thousands, and then to the tens of thousands. Several tens of thousands. We were incredibly happy at first. Until one day. His body trembled, and tears began streaming from his eyes. My late wife and I will never forget that horrific day. That day. We woke up to an appalling notice plastered in every important place in the county, Wrong's alma maters, the entrance to our neighborhood, and even the largest market in the county. His body trembled like a fallen leaf amidst billowing winds as he gazed straight into Wang Chunghao's eyes. The notice reported that Wrong had seduced the CEO of a company and become his mistress. And in her avarice, she'd even demanded that he married her. Her demands were endless. Finally, the man was driven to his wits' end, and he took her to court to settle things once and for all. In the end, the CEO's company won the case, while my daughter was convicted of extortion by blackmail over an extended period of time. Bam! Wang Chunghao stood up abruptly and looked at the Zhou Dongfang with disbelief. "Sit down." Qin Yi ordered placidly, "Let him finish his story. This is the crux of your unfinished business." Wang Chunghao's lips were slightly agape. He shook his head slightly as he sat up with an incredulous expression. The old man continued to gaze straight into his eyes as he continued, "I refuse to believe that my daughter would do such a thing. She's so smart and beautiful. And she's got so many suitors to boot. So, why would she possibly do something like this? But the courts have given their verdict on the matter." I nearly went mad at that time. I called her and gave her a good dressing down. Then, I demanded her return right away. However, she didn't give me a firm response. Her mother immediately collapsed with a heart attack, and was promptly conveyed to the hospital. Our daughter didn't know about this, because I didn't tell her. Zhou Dongfang's tears continued to pour out. I was afraid. I was afraid that if I'd put any more pressure on her, she would do something stupid. Ever since she was young, I'd always known that she had the gift of the gab. At the same time, she was also incredibly sensitive at heart. So, I'd sold our family home behind her back, leaving only this little inn by the side of the street. Regardless, I still believed in her. Even if she had in fact done everything she was accused of doing, I still firmly believed that she could change. But unfortunately, not a single other person in the county was willing to give her a second chance. He shut his eyes, and his body trembled vigorously, almost as though he were reliving the hellish memories once more. "Bitch, that whore raised by the Zhou family, and sluts who spread their legs for money." These were all comments that were already on the milder side of things. Even the men who had earlier proposed to her began to point at the inn and curse and condemn her. We didn't dare to even leave the house. There was no way we could hold our heads up high any longer. He pointed at his hair. That was when my hair turned completely white as well. Her mother also departed before me in the wake of the abusive comments. Zhou Dongfang shut his eyes, and his eyelids twitched slightly. I've long since forgotten when exactly I'd departed from the mortal realm as well. My final wish was to protect this family of mine. Isn't it often said that men are the pillars of support of the entire family? But I've done no good at that. Since I can't protect them while I'm alive, then let me at least protect them in my death. Qin Yi sighed wistfully, before looking at the dark ceiling above. Then, why are you still lingering around? Zhou Dongfang opened his eyes, looked at Qin Yi and smiled. His smile was laced with a trace of longing and satisfaction. I haven't heard from my daughter since then. I thought that there's a possibility she might write back in future. So, if I remain here watchfully, I'll be able to receive her letter as soon as it arrives. Wang Chunghao looked at Zhou Dongfang's wrinkled face, and he felt a lump swell up in his throat. This inn is located just along the side of the road. So, if she comes back to visit one day, wouldn't I be the first one to see her? Chapter 40. The Final Release. Silence. Zhou Dongfang's obsession stemmed from the fact that he hadn't heard from his daughter for far too long. Wang Chunghao's heart experienced the whole spectrum of emotions all at once. Finally, the confluence of emotions culminated in a single question: your daughter. What was her name? I mean, do you know what user handle she goes by on the internet? The old man nodded. I still remember it was a pretty unique name. I think she was called That Amorous Affair. Wang Chunghao buried his face into his hands and sat silently on the couch. The only perspective he had known was that this damned woman had harmed his family. But he didn't know the entire truth about the situation. Qin Yi hadn't shown him the video recordings depicting the entire truth of the matter. Instead, Qin Yi thought that it might be better to leave his son with a pristine image of his father. After all, the man was already gone for good. A father's debt didn't have to be paid by a son who was unaware of the truth. However, none of these things changed the fact that Wang Chenghao's heart was filled with ambivalence right now. He wasn't the only one whose family was torn asunder and completely ruined by this incident. Even after death, Zhou Dongfang had lingered about, waiting for any modicum of news about his daughter. He had even waited several years on end, only for an emissary of hell to show up at that. "What are you planning to do?" Wang Chenghao interlocked his fingers around his forehead and glanced at Qin Yi with red, puffy eyes. "I'll take him away." Qin Yi responded emotionlessly, "He's done wrong. Firstly, there was no corpse in the coffin upstairs. The corpse had already been taken by the pallbearer to West River. I imagine that someone must have told him that they had the means to allow his daughter to live in a different manner. So, he agreed." Qin Yi could vividly recall what he had seen just a little while ago, an evil ghost with thousands of grisly holes riddled throughout her body. The thousands of pointed verbal attacks had resulted in the tiger fabrication phenomenon. So, did she choose to bear the sins of the entire family on her back as well? Secondly, he's fully aware of the reasons why his daughter hasn't returned. As a household god, he had naturally sensed it when his daughter's soul had been routed. It was precisely because of this that he'd begun to toy with the idea of using living souls to nourish his daughter's spirits. In turn, the fact that he's begun to entertain such thoughts means that it's only going to be a matter of time before he devolves into an evil ghost. Then, Qin Yi turned his gaze to Zhou Dongfang, "But you have no basic understanding of the world of souls at all. Those ideas of yours aren't going to do anything for her soul at all. Regardless, I can no longer condone your presence here. You're no longer considered a household god as long as you've even begun to entertain such thoughts. I'm just doing my duty here, understand?" The old man chuckled bitterly and lifted the trousers, revealing the fact that his legs had already turned black and ethereal. "I understand." Cock-a-doodle-doo. A neighbor's rooster crowed once, ushering a symphony of crows that followed soon after. The sky had begun to brighten, and the old man's body began to fade under the faint glow of dawn. Qin Yi continued calmly, "One final question." His voice grew incomparably somber. "Back then, you'd allowed them to take away Zhou Fangrong's corpse. I'd like to know who the ones who approached you were? Have they ever revealed to you any traces of their true identity?" Zhou Dongfang thought carefully. "No, they didn't. But the truth of the matter was that I would never have acceded to their request to begin with. After all, I know that good and evil will be repaid accordingly, and I also believe in the existence of the netherworld. As a household god, I naturally understand some of the fundamental truths of the world. Thus, I knew nothing good would come of it if I'd let them take my daughter's corpse." He took a deep breath and continued with a trace of fear in his eyes, "But then they showed me something. And, as if by magic, I don't even remember when I nodded off. When I finally came to my senses, my daughter's corpse was already missing from its coffin." "What did they show you?" "It was a runic symbol of sorts. It looked incredibly ancient, and it even seemed to emit fluctuations that transcended time. I'll draw it for you." Household gods were able to interact with physical objects, albeit only small, lightweight ones, including the pen. Zhou Dongfang finished his drawing on a piece of paper and handed it to Qin Yi. Qin Yi took a closer look, and his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Indeed. The symbol was definitely something of interest. Some things rarely accord well with modern society, and the existence of such traits make it fairly easy to identify whether an object was archaic or not. This runic symbol was a prime example of that. It depicted a wolf's head. It looked akin to an ancient totem symbol, and the manner of drawing only made it seem more primeval than ever. Whenever Qin Yi looked at the wolf's head also appeared to be staring straight back at him. This was a vital clue to unraveling the mysterious identity of the mastermind behind the puppet master. Qin Yi carefully put it away and nodded to Zhou Dongfang, "Are you ready?" As the light of dawn grew brighter and brighter, Zhou Dongfang's body grew more and more illusory. He smiled and looked down at his own hands. "Truth be told, I've grown weary after waiting for such a long time. Let's go." Qin Yi nodded his head. The demon head saber materialized out of nowhere. With a single stroke, Zhou Dongfang's body transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished into the saber. "Let's rest here for a while. We'll be on our way again as soon as you're ready." Qin Yi patted Wang Chenghao's shoulder. "Don't worry, there aren't any ghosts here. The lady you saw earlier is merely Zhou Fangrong's lingering simulacrum. Don't you recall her wearing her characteristic long flowing black dress? With Zhou Dongfang's departure, the simulacrum no longer has any right or capacity to linger around any longer." The coffin on the second floor is also completely empty. And the blood on the first floor is in fact nothing more than splashes of paint left behind by vigilante vandals at the time when the Zhou Fangrong incident blew up. The memorial tablet standing on the shelf just behind the concierge is naturally Zhou Fangrong's as well. Even though the old man had contemplated hurting us, it doesn't change the fact that his conscience got the better of him and he refrained from doing so in the end. In fact, he'd even time and again advised us to leave. I imagine he must have been struggling with his conscience at that time. Wang Chunghao slowly made his way back upstairs with his eyes glazed over. Qin Yi, on the other hand, didn't sleep that night. He made his way before Zhou Fangrong's coffin. A gale of yin energy swept across the room, and Qin Yi was back in his Hell's Emissary state in no time. Then, Qin Yi reached into his robes and pulled out a recording device. To think you'd actually have an emissary of Hell conduct a memorial service for you after your death. This is truly your honor. Qin Yi smiled faintly. Then, a flame ignited from his hand, incinerating the recording device and turning it into a pile of ash. Strangely enough, the black ash appeared to be somewhat alive. It immediately transformed into a swirl of black smoke that began to circle around the 4 candles on the coffin until the 4 candles were finally extinguished. And it was only then that the ash finally ceased swirling and scattered all over the coffin beneath. Rest in peace. Qin Yi patted the coffin. You were guilty, but Wang Zimin wasn't completely innocent either. Regardless, the pursuit of truth as to who's right and who's wrong is now completely meaningless after your deaths. I've just learned that you'd murdered his entire family only because you wanted vengeance for what's happened to your parents. That's something that I can sympathize with. That said, there are still things about you I can't help but resent. For instance, I simply can't bring myself to sympathize with you for your past acts. Don't worry. I didn't show these videos to anyone, not even to Wang Chunghao or your father. We'll just live and let live. After all, it's a blessing to leave them with a beautiful parting image of their loved ones. He shut the door softly. In that instant just before the door closed, Qin Yi vaguely heard a whimper of grief, as though the broken-hearted were weeping at the end of a play. Click. This represented the closure of the tumultuous chapter between the Wang family and the Zhou family. The curtains had finally been drawn on the final act. Finally, Qin Yi went downstairs again, leaned on the sofa, and got his much-deserved rest. When he awakened again, it was to a large group of people hammering at the door of the inn. Everyone's faces were filled with anxiety. There were uncles, aunties, and several other young people gathered at the main entrance as they continued to pound at the door desperately while yelling at the top of their lungs. Don't fall asleep. Wake up. Wake up. Please don't fall asleep in there. It's haunted. It's really haunted by ghosts. Qin Yi rubbed his eyes and walked to the main entrance. As soon as he touched the lock on the door, it immediately broke into pieces and fell off. Unlike the shiny lock he had seen last night, this lock appeared to be completely covered in copper rust. It was as though the lock hadn't been opened in years. Kid. Are you alright? A middle-aged auntie immediately rushed in and pulled him out of the house. Hurry up. Leave this place. This place is unclean. I'm fine. Qin Yi pried away the auntie's hand. I don't even know how I got here last night. Oh, and speaking of which, my classmate is still resting upstairs. Hurry up and call him over. It's daytime now. I'll go. At once, 2 young men took large strides upstairs and woke Wang Chunghao from his deep slumber. The people around were all incredibly concerned. As soon as Wang Chunghao came to his senses, the duo made their way out of the inn in the company of a throng of people. They took another glance at the inn, only to realize now that the entire inn appeared even more dilapidated than it had been when they had arrived last night. The sign which read Ruja Inn appeared as crooked as ever, and had cobwebs all over it. The paint over the entire building was mottled and peeling. It hardly looked like a place that anyone in their right mind would ever enter. Young men, you must count your lucky stars. A middle-aged man took a drag from his cigarette as he continued, an old couple died inside this building several years ago. Ever since then, people have noticed that the same old man who had passed away continues to open the inn for business at night. It's uncanny. I'll say. The passionate middle-aged auntie from before sighed wistfully as she added, the world is cruel. No matter what their daughter has done, it doesn't change the fact that old Joe and his wife are good people. Why can't these hot-blooded youngsters these days learn to think before they speak? Wang Chunghao remained absolutely silent. It was as though he had matured overnight. After nodding his head and thanking the thoughtful citizens, he dragged Qin Yi back onto their car. What's the hurry? Qin Yi leaned on the window as he exclaimed. The car had started up quickly, and they had once again begun on the final leg of their journey towards the heart of the City of Salvation. Wang Chunghao shook his head. The longer I stay there, the more I feel a stifling sensation weighing on my heart. You'll get used to it once you experience a little more of such things. There's always the possibility that you'll become my assistant in future. Wang Chunghao shook his head once more, this time with firm resolution. I can help out with logistics or other necessary arrangements behind the scenes. But I really don't think I want to experience something like that a second time. Qinyi chuckled. Do you know something? I was once just like you. Oh? Then what changed? Life experiences. Humans are interesting creatures. After all, maturity begets jadedness. Don't make it sound so doleful. I'm only 18 this year. Oh, yes. There's also hypocrisy and denial. The voices of two youngsters drifted further and further away. Several hours later, the signboard seated above a toll booth reading City of Salvation slowly pulled into view. Traffic was heavy and incredibly slow. From his wealth of experience, Wang Chunghao had already expected some traffic conditions. Thus, he had prepared water, bread, instant noodles, portable chargers and the like. That said, it still never occurred to him that they would be stuck at the line to the toll booth for 2 full hours. Oh my God! Wang Chunghao still had the patience of a teenager when all was said and done. He rolled his eyes and slumped back on his seat with resignation. Bloody hell! What kind of efficiency is this? How can it take 2 hours to get into town? How do people live like this? Knock knock knock. Just then, someone knocked on their door. Wang Chunghao wound down his window lazily, only to be greeted by an enthusiastic young man carrying goods on his round, bamboo basket. We're not buying. We've got everything we need in the car. The young man's sprightly expression immediately turned downcast. Then, sighing with resignation, he turned away and began to make his way towards the next car under the hot midday sun. Just then, Qinyi abruptly turned his head around. Hang on. Yes, boss? What would you like? Mineral water, tissue paper, cigarettes, pickled peppers, chicken feet, magazines, we've got everything. Take a look for yourself. The young man was immediately filled with vigor once more. He's like a well-oiled machine, isn't he? Qinyi chuckled, pulled out a tenner and handed it over. Why is there so much traffic today? The young man smiled radiantly. Boss, today's not the first time this has happened. It's been just as congested every day for 4 months now. The drivers are all going mad. Furthermore, the number of cars entering the city far exceeds the number of cars that leave. As a result, the situation has only gotten worse. Qinyi blinked. Why is that the case? Chapter 41, Inspection. Who knows? I heard it's because some felon escaped. But the authorities had also mentioned last month that they were in the midst of a secret military exercise, and the entire city might be placed under martial law for a period of 5 or 6 years. Do you know something? Even our local forums are going crazy. There are armed policemen patrolling every corner of the city. It's practically a lockdown. After exchanging a few more words, the young man left their car. Wang Chunghao blinked vacantly at Qinyi. Qinyi lit a cigarette, took a long drag and muttered, things might be a little less optimistic than I had thought. I've just discovered something. It seems like West River was the last province to have begun broadcasting those public announcements. It was also the last province to have implemented a curfew. They're located at the base of Father Zhang's foothold after all. Qinyi squinted his eyes and gazed at the City of Salvation. If the City of Salvation had already been placed under a curfew since 4 months ago, this must mean that the supernatural incidents are already a proliferate occurrence. I think it is safe to say that the magnitude of the gathering of ghosts and governmental agents in the city is going to be of a whole different scale than the one seen in Clear Creek County. After all, he could see that there was a large cloud of ominous yin energy hovering over the heart of the city, just like a lid over a cauldron. Even he couldn't fathom what had become of the city on the inside. How much resources and manpower did the government have to invest in order to keep things sufficiently under wraps so that their citizens would remain oblivious and could continue leading a normal life? The thought of these things filled Qinyi with pride at the might of his nation for a moment. Why do you look so puzzled? Wang Chunghao's lips twitched slightly. Nothing much. I was just thinking, didn't I give you RMB 300,000 earlier? Why did you still take money from my wallet earlier, and so naturally at that? The traffic was finally flowing once more. 30 minutes later, the toll booth was finally in sight. Just then, Qinyi's eyes shifted and he muttered in a low voice, later, I want you to remain calm. Let me do the talking. What? Wang Chenghao's body tensed up slightly, and Qin Yi slapped his back. Steady yourself. If you want to achieve great things in life, you'll have to present yourself with an unwavering spirit even if Mount Tai collapses right in front of your eyes. Even if unexpected, this is nothing more than a routine inspection. Don't give anything away. Wang Chenghao gasped, is it? Triggered by the people from West River? They had traveled a long distance from West River, and their disappearance should already have been discovered by the authorities. Thus, they prepared several countermeasures to deal with any possible exigencies that might occur. Yet, they were never stopped a single time along the road earlier. This left them somewhat puzzled. I don't know. Qin Yi leaned back in his seat. If anything comes up later, be ready to run at any moment. Didn't you just say to present yourself with an unwavering spirit even if Mount Tai collapses right in front of your eyes? Qin Yi rolled his eyes. What's the link between having an unwavering spirit and making a tactical retreat? Wang Chenghao felt incredibly exasperated. His expression looked as ugly as a person who had just eaten shit. Are you telling me to maintain an unwavering appearance while running as fast as I can? Or are you saying that you'll remain calm, while I run for my life? Bloody hell. Even though everything sounds logical and prim and proper, I still can't help but feel as though something's wrong with this suggestion. Is this just an illusion of the mind? As they drew closer and closer to the entrance, Wang Chenghao suddenly did a double take at it. He gasped and instantly tightened his grip around the steering wheel. The military. This was merely an entrance to a small prefecture-level city, yet it was presently guarded by nearly 100 armed policemen fully equipped with guns and live rounds. There were nearly 10 police cars with their blue and red warning lights spinning incessantly. Apart from the toll booth, there was also a massive tent located just behind the toll booth which had been erected across the entire national highway leading into the city. It looked just like the mouth of a giant beast that swallowed up vehicle after vehicle. The huge toll booth appeared incredibly gloomy and still. The black barrels of guns encampments were followed by 3 sets of barriers. Nobody passing through the toll booth dared to make a scene at all. It was soon their turn to pass through the toll booth. They first passed through the electronic toll booth. Heavily armed soldiers wearing their camouflage uniforms and helmets stood guard in rows on both sides of the booths, causing the otherwise ordinary-looking drive-through booths to feel absolutely somber and desolate. Additionally, the toll booths which used to be largely manned by female employees were now instead replaced by men in black suits wearing stern expressions on their faces. They even wore on their chests a triangle badge with the design of an eye in the center. That said, Qin Yi refrained from letting his gaze linger on these badges for too long. They cleared the electronic toll booths, yet the barrier didn't lift with them. "Uncle, what's going on?" Wang Chenghao wound down his window and asked the man in the booth. Looking at his computer, the man in the suit responded, "A vehicle from West River?" "Yes. What's the matter?" The man in the suit hit a button, "First lane on the right." Wang Chenghao shrank back to his seat in frustration and made his way to the right. It was only then that he realized all the cars in the first lane were cars from other provinces. Furthermore, things were different on this lane. Those who passed by the dark, gloomy tent were all surrounded by armed policemen. However, there wasn't a single policeman manning this lane at all. Instead, this lane was simply equipped with several infrared sensors, each of which were located 3 paces apart from the other. These cameras were everywhere, both above and under, and all around the vehicles. They were designed to scan and capture every single detail, including the underside of the vehicle. Ha! Qin Yi drew a deep breath. The country was truly mobilizing its resources. As long as a sovereign nation put its mind to it, there was simply nothing that was out of its reach. Every lane in this part of the toll booths led into a closed tent. As soon as a vehicle drew close to the tent, its entrance would open up, revealing a dazzling bright light from within. Garrisoned units were stationed every 3 to 5 paces apart within the tents, and each time the tent opened up, only one car would be allowed to pass. "Dear drivers and passengers." A pleasant female voice cut through the silence as the announcement continued to play, "Welcome to the City of Salvation. The City of Salvation is located at the southeastern border of the Insignia Province." After several seconds of introductions, the female voice continued, "In light of the large-scale military exercise taking place in the City of Salvation, the City of Salvation has raised its security alert level to orange. All incoming and outgoing vehicles and personnel must be thoroughly inspected. All who refuse to cooperate shall be turned away. All who violate the rules shall suffer the consequences of their actions. Thank you once again for your cooperation." Wang Chenghao and Qin Yi looked at each other, before turning their gaze to the large steel barrier that had just descended right in front of them. They sensibly alighted from their car. A man in a black suit was already waiting for them outside of their car. He nodded at them, and walked towards a small makeshift tent nearby. The tent was simple and plain. An old man with white hair and a chiseled face sat behind an office desk. 2 chairs were located on the other side of his desk. Apart from the computer, the only other thing that sat on his desk was a small object that looked just like a crystal ball. As soon as they walked in, the old man lifted his chin and directed them to take a seat in front of him. The old man stared straight into their eyes, almost as though his gaze were staring straight through their souls. Seconds later, he began his routine line of questions. What business do you have in the City of Salvation? He didn't even ask for their name, address, or other vital information for verification purposes. The first question that he immediately got to pertained to their purpose of visit. Concise and straightforward. There was hardly any room for consideration, nor was there a need for him to conceal his intentions. As soon as the man spoke, Qin Yi's fists immediately tightened underneath the table. It was the breath of a cultivator. The officer conducting routine investigations is actually a cultivator. And the fluctuations in his breath tells me that he's ready to strike at a moment's notice. His abilities weren't even at the level of an operative-class emissary of hell. Yet, the fact that a cultivator was deployed in such a routine investigation spoke volumes about the depths of the military might deployed within the City of Salvation. Wang Chenghao's body had been incredibly tense and stiff as soon as he entered the tent. After all, a single breath of true energy from a cultivator had the ability to strike fear into the hearts of mere mortals. Thus, Qin Yi discreetly patted Wang Chenghao's hand as he feigned nervousness. "Ji, going to school?" "What school? It's not even time for matriculation yet." Qin Yi immediately responded, "My father's relative is Deputy Attorney General Zhang Baogo. I'm transferring here for studies this year." "Deputy Attorney General Zhang Baogo?" The old man raised his eyebrow in surprise and gazed at them for several more moments. "All right. Old Zhang's name carries a lot of weight indeed." Qin Yi was just about to stand up when the old man at the desk suddenly spoke up again. "Hang on." There was silence in the room for a moment. Seconds later, he continued, "Place your hand on the crystal ball and don't think about anything else. Empty your mind. I'll tell you when you can retract your arm after that." The duo did as they were told. Qin Yi shut his eyes. Just as he was emptying his mind, he suddenly felt the yin energy within his body tremble slightly. Yin energy detector. He didn't know what exactly this device was called, but he nevertheless understood the effects of the crystal ball immediately. It was able to detect any ghost that was masquerading as a normal human being in just an instant. The government's research and development has already advanced so much? This was hardly apparent earlier in West River simply because there was simply no need for the deployment of such tools. After all, West River was within such close proximity to the Dao ancestral walls. However, the further away from West River they got, the more they found themselves astonished by the nation's developments. It was just like they had left the eye of the storm, only to be surprised by the tumultuous winds and waves around. Most of all, Qin Yi was astounded by the fact that he had misjudged the situation so greatly. Fortunately, this simple instrument before him was completely ineffective against him. "All right, we're done." The old man finally wrapped things up approximately 10 seconds later, just as Wang Chenghao's restlessness was about to get to him. The duo glanced at each other, only to notice that some trace amounts of yin energy appeared to be swirling about within the crystal ball. It was almost as though there was a wisp of black cloud gathered within the otherwise transparent crystal ball. "You can go. This is a gentle reminder that the first thing you should do when you arrive is to register your place of residence. Furthermore, you must also carry your temporary residence permit with you at all times. There will be a major sweep across the city every 15 days. If you don't have your temporary residence permit with you, and you're unable to produce any form of proof of identity, you'll immediately be taken into custody. Students aren't exempted from this rule either." Qin Yi led the way and left. As soon as they departed, the old man immediately turned around and began typing on his computer. In no time, the image of Wang Chenghao's vehicle showed up on the screen for his inspection along all 6 degrees of freedom. Wang Chenghao and Qin Yi's headshots also appeared on the screen as well. License plate, West EC 43251. Passengers, 2. Purpose of visit, studies. Yin energy readings, 52 yin. Energy readings below 100 indicates that they might recently have been exposed to supernatural elements. Containable levels. Ordinary humans. The old man archived the report shortly after scanning through it. Then, he shut his eyes to rest once more. "That's far too strict. Back in the car, Wang Chunghao wiped the sweat from his forehead as he exclaimed. He knew full well that he hadn't done anything wrong. Yet, under the incredibly oppressive tense atmosphere in the room earlier, he almost caved and spilled everything, including the size of his crown jewels. And this was merely the entrance to the City of Salvation. Qin Yi remained silent all this while, gazing meaningfully out the window as the bright lights in the tent passed him by. After driving on for approximately 1 kilometer, the car finally passed through the other end of the tent, and everything around them was bright and clear once more. The autumn sun shone through the fine cloud cover, casting a hazy sheen across the lands. The street lights that lined the national highway bent over in a sleek, streamlined fashion, while the trees on the sides of the roads continued to sway with a gentle display of their golden leaves amidst the chilly autumn wind. Vehicles weaved in and out of the traffic as everyone appeared to be rushing into the heart of the city. Densely clustered buildings could be spotted in the distance, including skyscrapers, tall, hanging overpasses, and a television tower. The sullen weather slowly faded, revealing a beautiful display on the canvas of nature. The welcome sight eased their tense spirits and edgy hearts. It gave them a sense of boundlessness, almost as though the narrow path they had been on had just cleared up and widened into a massive road. The City of Salvation was far more developed than the tiny Clear Creek County that they had been at. Wang Chunghao wasn't very old, and he hadn't had many opportunities to travel far and wide. It was for this reason that he began to glance about at the surrounding scenery with great interest. His mood had become far more relaxed than before as well. It's much more relaxed on the outside than it was on the road and they don't seem too strict here. Is that so? Qin Yi pointed, look over there. Wang Chunghao quickly took a glance and suddenly noticed that rows of huge, newly erected electronic screens lined the sides of the national highway and extended well into the heart of the city. The screens continued to toggle between various images. Wind down the windows. As the windows rolled down, a female voice could be heard reading out a series of public announcements. Dear friends, welcome to the City of Salvation. Please note that the City of Salvation is presently being used as the base of operations of a Level 5 national military exercise. What you're seeing now is the military garrison area of the City of Salvation. Therefore, we urge you to be mindful of the following points during your stay here. Firstly, all red zones are off-limits to non-authorized personnel. All trespassers will be dealt with accordingly. Secondly, please note that a curfew is in place after 6:30 p.m. in order to facilitate the military exercise. All non-military personnel are reminded not to leave your homes or places of residence after 6:30 p.m. You may continue to enjoy the sights and sounds around the city in the day. Thirdly, all who are leaving the City of Salvation are reminded to deregister your temporary residence permit with the city's Public Security Bureau and have your proof of identity with you at all times. Otherwise, we sincerely wish you a pleasant stay with us. Chapter 42, Citywide. It took 20 minutes to get from the entrance of the city to the heart of the downtown district. There was no interruption at all. It was a familiar-looking city, filled with familiar-looking people, and covered by an all-too-familiar sky. Yet as a result of the rows of LED displays lining the streets, the entire place no longer felt the same as it used to be. This is. Wang Chunghao drew a breath of cold air. This must be traces of activity from those things, isn't it? It's definitely not a military exercise. That's nothing more than a cover-up. In fact, if one looked closely, the entire City of Salvation appeared to be covered by a thin red layer just above the towering screens. There were even 3 locations where the red hue was so thick that they appeared to be crimson as blood. Qin Yi shifted his gaze. Drive. There was no meaning in making wild conjectures. Zhang Baogo must know far more about such details. They had already agreed on a place to meet. The car zoomed along the road, yet none of them had the heart to enjoy the sights and sounds around then. After following their GPS instructions for over 20 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a well-decorated tea house. Sir, may I know if you've got a prior reservation? An attendant immediately welcomed them upon arrival and asked with a chirpy smile on her face. Under Mr. Zhang's name. Please enter. He's in room 204. Qin Yi quickly walked up to the second floor and made his way to room 204. Yet just as he placed his hand onto the door, he paused. What's the matter? Wang Chunghao asked curiously. Say, if you become an old man with a head full of white hair, yet a contemporary of yours shows up with a youthful, radiant face, what would you do? Death by 1,000 cuts. Qin Yi glared at him again, unimaginative and plain. Weak. He gently opened the door and stepped onto the deep blue rug in the room. A 1.5-meter-long wooden tea table with carvings of peaches and cranes was set right in the middle of the room. 2 large palatial chairs were placed on either side of it. A delightful brush made of the wood of a peony tree hung from an easel on the side. Coupled with the intricate carvings on the antique, palatial lamps, it had to be said that the display of Chinese extravagance in the room was far more exquisite and luxurious than that in the Fenglai Hotel. A white-haired old man sat on one of the palatial chairs. Another young man who was wearing a thin sweater immediately stood up as soon as he saw the door open. Surprisingly, nobody said a single word. Click. The door closed gently. Qin Yi sized up the old man at the other side of the room. Even though his hair was already white, the man's spirit was still hale and hearty. The strapping old man stood at approximately 1.8 meters tall. There weren't too many wrinkles considering his age, yet each of them were ostensibly marks left by the vicissitudes of life. The young man and the old man resembled each other. Both sported a square, chiseled face, buzz cuts and thick eyebrows. Both of them appeared spirited and sharp. "After 20 long years, you've finally aged." Qin Yi was the first one to speak as he made his way over towards the table with a faint smile on his face. Zhang Baogo's body had already begun to tremble from the first moment he saw Qin Yi. His eyes were filled with a deep, profound complexity. It was as though he saw his own past and his own youth in Qin Yi's eyes. Finally, he sighed, "Yet despite 20 long years, you haven't changed a single bit." Thud. The two men gave each other a tight hug. Even Qin Yi was experiencing a motley of emotions right now. On the other hand, Zhang Baogo could no longer contain the tears in his eyes, and teardrops rolled off his face as he hugged Qin Yi tightly, patting Qin Yi's back. "It's been too long. Have you been well?" Same old, same old. You've been good too, haven't you? Promoted again?" After 3 or 4 minutes, Qin Yi finally sat back down on the chair with a rueful sigh. "Mr. Qin." Zhang Baogo didn't sit. Instead, he bowed deeply and sincerely to Qin Yi, "About what happened back then. I truly and sincerely thank you." The young man who was holding his teacup while sizing up the interaction between the two suddenly trembled. He stared at his father with an incredulous expression. "Mr. Qin? Did I hear wrongly?" His father had specifically instructed him to be here today. He had even rescheduled his college student union's debate session today just because of this. His father's exact words had then been, "By hook or by crook, you have to be here today." So, here he was. However, he had thought that his father had instructed him to attend the meeting today in order to pave the way for his future. He had expected his father to be meeting with a high-ranking official or someone similar. Then, as soon as the door opened earlier, he was somewhat taken by surprise. Nevertheless, he subconsciously gave things the benefit of the doubt and came up with the possibility that the guest today might be a second or third generation successor from Kyoto. Yet as soon as his father addressed the guest, all possible explanations flew out of the window, and he was left completely flabbergasted. "Mr. Qin?" He had never heard his father address anyone else like this. Not even the secretariat or the mayor. And it was obvious that he was being so respectful to someone ostensibly younger than him, who was possibly even at the same age he was. Qin Yi hardly paid any attention to the expression on the young man's face. Instead, he simply nodded naturally. It was all in a day's work back then. "It's nothing much. If you hadn't displayed such integrity and upstanding morals, I would never have acted on your behalf in any event. But you'd also broadened my horizons and allowed me to see a whole different world out there." Zhang Baogo's voice was filled with agitation once more. "I know that. It's difficult for people like you to remain hidden within society. Especially a free-spirited person like you who's unwilling to join hands with the government. Yet despite the risks of being exposed, you'd still extended a lifeline to me. Zhang Baogo lowered his head. He began to choke up as he wiped the tears away from the corner of his eyes. The young man handed his father a silken handkerchief. The expectancy in his eyes had vanished by now. "So it's a benefactor. Does father want me to repay this man for what he had done? It's all in the past now. Old Zhang, you shouldn't address me as Mr. Qin all the time either. You're making me feel old." Qin Yi casually poured himself a cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp. "You can just call me Old Qin next time." "How is this?" "It's settled." Qin Yi smiled. "Deputy Director of the Municipal Supervisory Bureau? You've got some power in your grasp. I'm sure all of the big bosses in the city are all lining up to curry favor with you." Zhang Baogo smiled helplessly and shook his head as he quickly glanced at the young man beside him. "Zhang Linhua, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you paid your respects to your godfather yet?" What? Zhang Linhua was dumbfounded. Godfather? Godfather? Since when have I accepted him to be a godfather? Riding on his father's coattails, he had already grown used to the life of strutting around the city as though it were his own. Yet now, a man who was ostensibly the same age as himself purported to be his godfather? What are you still looking at? Zhang Baogo hardly minced his words as he glared at his son. Are you blind? Haven't you already noticed that your godfather's teacup is already empty? Zhang Linhua's heart was simply overwhelmed with shame and anger. He opened his mouth several times, thinking to speak, yet no words came out at all. Forget it, old Zhang. Qin Yi poured himself another cup of tea. I do appear somewhat young after all. What do you mean appear? I'll be damned if you're more than 20 years of age. The veins on Zhang Linhua's temples throbbed as he slumped back down onto his own chair. Zhang Baogo gave him one last, stern glare, before smiling faintly at Wang Chenghao, this young friend. Is he also the same as you? His question was laden with heavy implications. Qin Yi smiled and glanced at Zhang Linhua. Zhang Baogo sighed wistfully at his heart. Since his attempt at making Qin Yi the godfather of his son had failed, Zhang Linhua was simply unqualified to remain around for the latter part of their conversation. Leave us. Wait for us downstairs. Suppressing the indignation in his heart, Zhang Linhua left the room. Several seconds later, after the room had quietened down once more, Qin Yi finally responded, Do you know about the Special Investigations Department? I know about them. In fact, I'd known of their existence from about a year ago. I'd even heard that the new establishment is filled with people with special abilities like you. Zhang Baogo continued after some deliberation. Their authority began to expand greatly since approximately 4 months ago. Right now, they don't even need authorization to move the military. Qin Yi grew sullen. They've already taken control over regional defense? Zhang Baogo glanced about at his surroundings before responding with a hushed tone of voice. It's not just the regional defenses. Old Qin, I know that there are some things in this world that can't be explained by science. Rather, perhaps science simply hasn't developed enough to explain these phenomena. Think about it, what aspects of life are influenced by these supernatural incidents? Medicine, citizenry, engineering. You can say that the supernatural is practically a pervasive, all-encompassing force. As soon as the Special Investigations Department is involved, all of the other governmental departments and agencies have to give way, without question. Even you? Even us. Zhang Baogo replied affirmatively. They're even exempted and detached from all supervisory bodies. If we had to employ an analogy. Do you remember the Imperial Guard from the Ming Dynasty? They answered only to the heavens. So that's how it is. Qin Yi held onto his cup of tea, and his eyes quivered slightly. The Special Investigations Department ran deep, had a complex organizational structure, and possessed incredibly extensive authority. The Clear Creek County branch that Qin Yi had a brush with was merely the tip of the iceberg. Secondly, the Special Investigations Department was most certainly not an entity that was simply scrambled together overnight. In all likelihood, the nation might well have been making preparations for this day for a long time now. How's the situation in the City of Salvation? What if I were to say that I'd like a list of their operatives, and a detailed map of where the reported supernatural incidents are located, preferably one that even includes the power levels of each of these supernatural incidents? Do you think you could obtain these things for me? What do you want with their list of operatives? Zhang Baogo asked in bewilderment. For survival. Qin Yi explained placidly. I don't want to start a conflict with them. You know full well that I can't afford to expose my true identity. Categorically avoiding all of these potential dangers is the only way I can guarantee my survival. Old Zhang, I'm not underestimating your authority here. It's just that the moment my identity is exposed, I'm afraid even you might not be able to do a thing with your level of authority. Zhang Baogo sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm afraid your requests are a little out of reach for me. Let me show you something. He felt about behind him and brought out a brown leather bag. From there, he pulled out a primly folded, 1 square meter map and a stack of other information. Qin Yi scanned through the items, only to realize it was a map of the City of Salvation. The City of Salvation comprises a total of 4 small districts and 6 counties. I've enumerated them 1 through 4. The other documents here are also enumerated, each of which corresponds to their respective districts and counties. Qin Yi opened the documents, and a simple scan of the documents caused his eyes to widen in shock. 14th of May. A case pertaining to a series of disappearances in Strong County. 7 days after the Special Investigations Department took over, 4 bodies were found twisted together in the county's reservoir. Cause of death, unknown. 20th of May. A case pertaining to a bizarre death in Peace County. The deceased's body dried up and became nothing more than a piece of human skin after just 1 day. 3 days after the Special Investigations Department took over, they uprooted an old acacia tree and dredged up a broken funerary urn. No further supernatural sightings were reported in the area thereafter. 4th of June, 12th of June, 30th of June, 2nd of July. The map didn't initially have any red markings at all. Yet ever since May this year, red marks began to sprout up all over the city, as though it was a plague slowly engulfing the entire city of Salvation. 2nd of July. A mass sighting of a supernatural event occurred in the 3rd hospital on the outskirts of the city. Everyone claimed to have witnessed something unclean. That very night, 2 nurses were found to have hung themselves on the roof of the hospital. 4 days after the Special Investigations Department took over, the 3rd hospital was closed down for good. Chinyi flipped the page. 9th of August. A night watchman at the 10 Millennial Public Cemetery located in the suburbs claims to have heard someone performing an opera in the middle of the night. The next day, 2 corpses that had been turned inside out were discovered on a top of the hill in the cemetery. He closed the file of documents. It's been almost 5 months since 14 May. These are supernatural incidents that had initially started in the suburbs of the counties have slowly encroached upon the heart of the city. Why? Put simply, the incidents appeared to be organized and premeditated. It makes sense if one thought about it. If nobody had planned these incidents, the occurrences would have taken place across the city in a haphazard manner, rather than beginning in the outskirts and slowly closing in upon the heart of the city. Some ghost, was making a move against the city of Salvation. Chinyi furrowed his brows. Could the mastermind's domain extend all the way to the city of Salvation? Is his domain not only restricted to the West River province? Could he also have an influence over the Insignia province as well? But, that was not a realistic conjecture. It's still under investigations. Zhang Baogo shook his head. All these things fall within the ambit of the Special Investigations Department's scope of duty. Everything, including their agents, and the details of their deployment and movements, are top secret. Furthermore, I think it's safe to say that the more proliferate the outbreak of supernatural occurrences, the more likely their identity and particulars would be kept under wraps. We're not even talking about people on the level of my authority as the Deputy Attorney General anymore. Even the top provincial-level bureaucrats aren't given access to such information. Chinyi nodded his head. It seemed that he had been putting Zhang Baogo in a tight spot. What he was asking for was simply impossible. Yet Zhang Baogo looked at Chinyi's expressions and suddenly smiled. That said, my words still carry some weight over here. As long as you restrict your movements within the heart of the city of Salvation and refrain from creating a fiasco, I should be able to do something about it. That's right. You've sent me a message from Clear Creek County several years ago. Why did you have to go so far away? I would have liked to stay as well. Glossing over the somewhat melancholy atmosphere in the room, Chinyi looked up and smiled faintly. Old Zhang. Let me ask you something, what happens when a husky sneaks into a pack of wolves? Without waiting for Zhang Baogo's response, Chinyi continued, I'm already treading on thin ice by living in the same place for more than 5 years at a time. Zhang Baogo nodded his head, yet he couldn't help but feel as though his heart had been pricked. How did he suddenly come to be described as a pack of wolves here? Chapter 43, Dropping In. Oh, that's right, this is my classmate, Wang Chunghao. Mortal. Since I can't get the things that I want, it would be best if I kept a low profile here. Old Zhang, how goes the arrangement for my college? It's all done. Zhang Baogo took out another leather bag beside him and handed it over to Chinyi. It was filled with detailed information and a number of photographs of the college. Chinyi skimmed through the documents. The environment appeared fairly decent, and the campus was new as well. Chinyi was pleased. Branch College of the Insignia University. It was only built 3 years ago, and it sports a fairly green campus. Lin Hua studies here as well. He has by some stroke of luck made it into the student union. Perhaps he might be able to lend you a hand with the college affairs. I've also personally spoken to the principal. You'll be able to matriculate any time you like in a faculty of your own choosing. Your identification and other vital documents are all in the bag. That said. He paused for a moment, before continuing with some measure of apprehension, Old Chin. I won't hide it from you. You're aware of how formal the procedures at universities are these days. They're under a completely different system. The only reason why they agreed to take you in is because... His voice softened to a hush, that place. Hasn't been too clean lately. Interesting. Qin Yi smiled, those are the kinds of places I'm least afraid of. Naturally, this was on the condition that the uncleanliness was on the level of an operative class emissary of hell. What about the Special Investigations Department? Insufficient manpower. The Special Investigations Department have prioritized locations where human lives have been lost. The bizarre incidents taking place in the college haven't resulted in the loss of human lives yet, so the Special Investigations Department have temporarily shelved the corresponding case file. Furthermore, the Special Investigations Department have issued an internal bounty on the task, stating that anyone who resolves the issue plaguing the college would be given a reward. I know that it's not too easy for you to make money given the sensitivities surrounding your identity. As long as you're able to resolve this issue, I can conceal your identity and claim the bounty on your behalf. He held up a finger. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. 100,000? It's 1 million. Naive. Qin Yi was suddenly filled with pride and complacency. Lord Midas was seated just beside him right now. Qin Yi's heart was awash with an unshakable confidence. Old Zhang. His smile was now laced with the disposition of a billionaire. I don't need money right now. Zhang Baogo opened his mouth, yet he found himself completely speechless and unable to continue. Qin Yi's intentions were clear, he didn't need money right now, so he naturally wouldn't risk exposing his identity by resolving the matter. Wang Chenghao's lips twitched as he looked begrudgingly at Qin Yi. Then, he suddenly spoke up, we actually are in need of money right now. Qin Yi glanced at Wang Chenghao as though he had just seen a ghost. Did your savings in excess of 600,000 suddenly get eaten up by a dog? What else were you doing on the trip apart from playing with the games on your phone? Did you tip some female broadcast streamer, or are you simply saying in a roundabout manner that you're now abandoning me because of my age? Then, almost with tears in his eyes, Wang Chenghao revealed the truth on his phone. It just happened. My bank card has just been frozen. It can't be. Qin Yi stood up in shock and grabbed Wang Chenghao's phone in disbelief. That's impossible. Are the heavens messing with me? Bloody hell. I've only just said that we're not in need of money, and what goes around has already come around. Several minutes later, Qin Yi tossed Wang Chenghao's phone back at him and slumped back into his chair lifelessly. The fact that the card had already been frozen naturally meant that they've already wrapped up investigations pertaining to the incident in Clear Creek County. The Special Investigations Department has already followed all of the leads and traced the incident back to both Qin Yi and Wang Chenghao. The whole class is dead, and yet the two of you are the only survivors? And you'd even left Clear Creek County immediately? What else do you know? What exactly happened then? In modern-day society, anyone with money would be able to remain hidden in the comfort of their own homes for an extended period of time on end. Therefore, the first port of call to lure out the prime suspects of the incident was to freeze any of their access to funds. And as for the second step, perhaps the day when the Special Investigations Department comes knocking on their door wouldn't be too far away from now. That said, Qin Yi could hardly care less about the latter step for now. After all, what could be worse than being alive yet completely broke? How does one deal with such crippling pain in their hearts? Old Zhang, I imagine that the Special Investigations Department is going to come looking for me. But don't worry, I've made certain to bury all of my previous identities. The only other thing I'd like to trouble you with is to let me know as soon as any unexpected circumstances arise, all right? No problem. Apart from that, Qin Yi coughed somewhat awkwardly. About Insignia University, was it? I suppose if the offer is still on the table, I'll deal with the problem at my convenience. I mean, the fact that the principal was willing to allow us to attend college with no questions asked means he's pretty reliable, isn't he? As a student, shouldn't I also contribute back to the school wherever I can? The most awkward situation in the whole wide world was to look for a pretext to step out of the spotlight after giving yourself a good, tight slap across the cheek. Having regard for Qin Yi's awkwardness, Zhang Baogo firmly suppressed the laughter in his heart as he solemnly concluded, "That's right, old Qin. Let's do it this way, then. I'll make the necessary arrangements for you to lodge in a downtown hotel for now. That way, you can spend the next few days getting a feel of the atmosphere in the City of Salvation. Then, when you're ready, you can head over to the college whenever you like." After a period of casual chatter, Qin Yi and Wang Chenghao finally left the premises. Zhang Baogo didn't leave immediately with them. Instead, he simply sat on his own and quietly drank his tea. After a long time, he finally sighed in his heart and dialed on his phone, "Get your ass up here." 30 seconds later, Zhang Linhua appeared at the door. Zhang Baogo's expressions were incredibly ashen. Grown wings, have you? Your old man can't even ask a simple thing of you any longer? No, Dad, what the hell do you mean by this? When triggered, Zhang Linhua's temper was comparable to that of his father. Godfather? It's fine if he's of the same generation as you. But, him? Is he even 20 years old? How do you expect me to call a person who's still in his teens my godfather? Have you ever considered my feelings? You little brat. Zhang Baogo stood up from his seat abruptly and bellowed, do you know how rare this opportunity is? It's something that others won't get even if they begged for it. In fact, he probably wouldn't have cared to bat an eyelid if not on account of our friendship for more than 20 years. And yet now that the perfect opportunity is served upon you on a silver platter, you've just cast it aside as though it were worthless? You've been riding on the coattails of the relationships your mother and I have built up over the years. But have you considered what's going to happen after we leave one day? You wouldn't be able to build such relationships even if you tried. Zhang Linhua's brain began to hurt from the sheer incredulity of it all. 20 years ago. He wasn't even born yet, was he? All right, Dad, don't be mad at me. Let me put it this way. Did you catch a whiff of the smell on their bodies? No? I did. It's the stench of sweat. How amazing could they possibly be if they can't even afford to take a flight here? Besides, shouldn't you at least tell me what they do for a living rather than tell me to address them as Godfather without any form of context at all? I'm a student counselor when all is said and done. And you even mentioned last night that they were going to attend the same college as me. Don't you think that this is going to make me lose face? Don't act like a snob. Zhang Baogo castigated him, only to realize the applicability of these words to himself as well. After glaring at each other for several more seconds, Zhang Baogo finally slumped back down onto his chair and waved his arms dismissively. Get lost, get lost. All I'd been trying to do was to help you establish a relationship with him in the hope that he'd keep our family safe as well. You don't know any better. Just remember to help them in any way you can in school. You're all grown up now, and you've got a mind of your own. Even if you're unwilling to recognize him as a godfather, he's still someone you can't afford to offend. Zhang Linhua lowered his head and furrowed his brows together in vexation. Finally, he replied reluctantly, I've got it. Then, before Zhang Baogo could even respond, he opened the door and left the room. Sigh. Zhang Baogo sighed wistfully and chuckled bitterly, I hope my children and their children find their own forms of blessings. Back in the hotel, both Wang Chunghao and Qin Yi were lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. Brother Qin, shall we get some food? Wang Chunghao suggested as he clutched at his growling stomach. That's fine. Qin Yi was famished as well. The confluence of both physical and mental exhaustion had pushed him to the brink, and his eyes were glazed over with a look of despondence. Beef, seafood or duck soup? Wang Chunghao gulped, about that. Brother Qin, like I'd mentioned earlier, there's no way we can afford to be too extravagant right now. So, let's settle for seafood. That one? Fine. Qin Yi stood up, walked over to the corner of the room and opened the packet of Master Kang prawn and fish-flavored instant noodles. How much water do we add? Wang Chunghao's heart was filled with cursing and swearing, yet even he couldn't bring himself to utter a single word of it. I think that we can still afford to eat some braised chicken. Didn't Uncle Zhang leave us with a card with RMB 20,000 on it before we left? Ha ha ha. Qin Yi chuckled coldly, we've saved on tuition fees, but what about the cost of books, club fees, this and that, as well as your upkeep? We don't even know how troublesome and difficult to handle the matter at Insignia University is going to be, and here you are, telling me to splurge on the food of opulence, braised chicken? Having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Wang Chunghao hardly associated opulence with braised chicken at all. Thus, he simply blinked at Qin Yi, as though he had a multitude of words, yet nothing to say at the same time. Then what do we do? Make money. Qin Yi soaked the noodles in boiling water with indignation. Just as Wang Chunghao was about to grab the cup of instant noodles, Qin Yi picked it up naturally and leaned back on the window. Then, with his free hand, Qin Yi drew the curtains and peered outside. Let's take a look at the situation within the City of Salvation first, before heading straight to Insignia University. Knock knock. Just then, knocking sounds came from the door to their room. Wang Chunghao was just about to respond when Qin Yi covered his mouth. Then, with a grave expression on his face, Qin Yi gestured for Wang Chunghao to keep silent. Wang Chunghao's recent experiences had turned him into a little bird that frightens easily. As soon as Qin Yi reacted the way he did, Wang Chunghao's eyes immediately widened, and sweat began to pour out from his forehead. Qin Yi could also feel under his palm that Wang Chunghao's lips were quivering incessantly. Wang Chunghao nodded knowingly. The room was absolutely silent. However, the knocking sounds didn't stop. Instead, it continued with a constant tempo, 2 knocks every 5 seconds. Knock knock. Knock knock. T. Wang Chunghao's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Even Wang Chunghao had sensed that something was up. After all, even hotel attendants would call out the purpose of their visit after knocking the door. Unfortunately, their visitor did not. The mysterious visitor didn't identify himself. Instead, he simply continued to knock on the door for 1 whole minute. The atmosphere in the room appeared to have become frozen solid. Then, Wang Chunghao began to panic and struggle. He grabbed onto Qin Yi's arms with his trembling hands and pleaded for Qin Yi to peek under the door on their behalf. The knocking outside continued. And yet, there wasn't a trace of a visitor's shadow outside. Clack. Clack. Just then, a peculiar, cringe-worthy sound echoed from right underneath the door. Immediately after that, a twisted, jade-purple hand stretched into the room. It was Livor Mortis, 1. And the person who was standing at the door was a dead man without any shadows. His nails had become black, while his pale hands that were devoid of the color of blood only served to accentuate the sprawling veins that were crawling all over his hands like minute earthworms. The grotesquely contorted hand held a card and placed it gently behind the door. Then, it shrank back without another sound. Nobody spoke a single word. It was exactly noontime right now. Yet a man who had evidently been dead for a long time and possessed no shadow had just stood right outside their door, delivering nothing more than a black card to them. Spa services? Even Wang Chunghao's voice had changed. Qin Yi barked back resentfully, "Are you an idiot? How could anyone possibly be operating sleazy spa services in a place like this? Besides, who in the right mind would visit a prostitute operating out of a burial mound? And can you stop pushing me forward? But I'm scared. I'm scared too." Wang Chunghao stared at Qin Yi with indignation in his eyes. Qin Yi's lips twitched, yet he still caved in and walked over to the door to take a look. It was an exquisite-looking card covered with silver-colored patterns that appeared akin to ancient totems. The patterns twisted and tangled, converging together to form an image of a skull in the middle of the card. A green nether fire appeared to burn at the forehead of the skull, right between where the eyebrows would have been located. As soon as Qin Yi's hand touched the card, the fire began to burn brightly. "What's this?" Qin Yi flipped the card around, and his face instantly turned green. Orchid Clubhouse. Whether you're fat or thin, all flesh and bones will eventually wither away. Indulge in the glory of the afterlife only at the Orchid Clubhouse. What the hell? Chapter 44, Another Emissary of Hell. It really is spa services. Wang Chunghao peeked out from behind Qin Yi's shoulder and cried out in surprise, "Didn't you earlier say?" Qin Yi slapped the card onto Wang Chunghao's nose. "What did I say earlier? Can't you keep an ear out for some useful information instead? How can you become my assistant if you're always harping on the nitty-gritty things?" Wang Chunghao rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat aggrieved by the entire situation. Qin Yi carefully examined the card once more. It was only upon closer inspection that Qin Yi discovered a line of words in fine print below which read, "Open daily from midnight. Infuse the card with yin energy, and the address of our location will appear. Newcomers are entitled to a 20% discount. This city sure knows how to party." After reading the explanations, these were the only thoughts remaining in Qin Yi's mind. They seriously know how to party. Has the netherworldly society in Salvation City already come so far? This is how all yin spirits should live the rest of their lives. Drinking Bloody Marys, hugging skeletons, and indulging in graveyard bungee jumping, and hearse drifting. It's on a whole different scale from what we've seen in Clear Creek County. It might be a trap. Who exactly is this? How did he manage to sense my presence? Qin Yi furrowed his brows. Wang Chunghao's lips twitched slightly. He could no longer hold back his comments anymore. "Brother Qin. I completely understand what you're saying. But if this might be a trap, why do you still keep infusing the card with yin energy?" "Oh? Did I? Sorry. My hand must be misbehaving itself." As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, the flame on the skull burned with even greater vigor. As Qin Yi continued to inspect the card, Wang Chunghao coughed lightly and probed further. "Brother Qin. I've never seen you so anxious before. Could it be that you're a sorcerer?" Qin Yi's hand suddenly paused. "No." Seconds later, he replied with the utmost conviction. Wang Chunghao heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. He's strong and good-looking, and he even stands tall at a height of 1.7 meters. How could he possibly be a sorcerer? I am a cicerone of the great demons one. Qin Yi's voice sounded almost as though it were booming with authority. Wang Chunghao was suddenly filled with a sense of realization. He wanted to respond, yet he simply couldn't find the words to speak. Finally, after much difficulty, he managed to condense his thoughts into a simple statement, "Ah. Men." As Qin Yi continued to infuse the card with yin energy, the netherworldly flames on the skull transformed into a brush and began to draw a peculiar emblem. Qin Yi furrowed his brows once more. This emblem. Why does it look so similar to the one embroidered on my Hell's emissary uniform? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a dense cloud of yin energy suddenly erupted from the card. Whoosh. The curtains in the room suddenly drew themselves shut as though a poltergeist were up and about. The hotels used blackout curtains. As soon as they were drawn, they effectively blocked out the sun altogether. In that instant, the entire room was engulfed in pitch-black darkness. Despite that, the yin energy continued to pour out of the card like a wild vortex, while Qin Yi simply held his ground in the center of the room. Sha. Reacting immediately, Qin Yi was in his Hell's emissary state in no time at all. Wang Chunghao gasped in shock and promptly retreated to the corner of the room as he continued to stare in bewilderment at how Qin Yi was simply gazing transfixed at his own two hands. Brother Qin. Is something wrong? Qin Yi remained silent. There was only a look of incomparable shock in his eyes. This level of yin energy was well above his own. In fact, it was incomparably similar to the puppet master's display of yin energy. Yet, at the same time, it was also somewhat different on a qualitative level. The present yin energy was pure and majestic, something that normal ghosts would never be able to possess. It's not me. He stroked the Hell's emissary uniform around his body with disbelief. I wasn't the one who instigated the transformation into the Hell's emissary state. This is... He glanced around his surroundings in horror as he exclaimed, this is... another emissary of Hell. A living emissary of Hell. And... he's incredibly close to the level of a soul hunter. This truly was a kindred spirit. He had never imagined that he would still be able to find a living emissary of Hell in the mortal realm. In fact, it was the other who had found him to boot. Emissary of Hell? A living emissary of Hell? Just then, a similar cry of shock echoed out. Taken aback, Qin Yi exclaimed, Arthes? You're finally awake? Not entirely. My display of authority back in Clear Creek County was the ace up my sleeve. I could only use it once. I'll need a large amount of yin energy if I'm to recover. No. That's not the point here. The point here is, how can there possibly still be other emissaries of Hell alive? The soul sphere floated out of the bag and trembled with agitation. When Kashida Garbha gained enlightenment, he cleared out both Hell and the mortal realm of all existing emissaries of Hell. I was only able to escape with my life intact because I was hiding in the depths of the abyss when it all went down. Yet this person... how did he possibly survive with that level of power? It just doesn't make any sense. Are you certain? Qin Yi glanced about at the surrounding yin energy that was just as pure and similar to his own on a qualitative level as he muttered with a complicated expression. I'm very certain. The yin energy of Hell and the yin energy possessed by regular ghosts are completely different on a qualitative level. I'll never fail to recognize the yin energy of another colleague. Everyone was silent. The City of Salvation actually hides another emissary of Hell who had survived Hell's great collapse. And this emissary of Hell had discovered Qin Yi's presence and even extended an invitation to him. What are his intentions? After a long time, Arthes finally spoke up again. But since she was still in the process of recovering, she sounded somewhat breathless. Kid, I'm now going to teach you the second immutable principle that all emissaries of Hell should know. All emissaries of Hell, apart from you, are yin spirits of Hell who have been kept in check by the natural orders of Hell. And now that the order of Hell has completely fallen apart, these emissaries of Hell would most certainly become tens or even hundreds of times scarier than the average ghost. Right now, I'm almost certain. Ha. Ha. He. Cough cough. He's the one responsible for the outbreak of supernatural incidents in the entire City of Salvation. Qin Yi immediately understood the entire situation. That's right. Firstly, the regularity, location and direction of the outbreak of supernatural incidents all point to the fact that it's orchestrated by a single mastermind. And where the concentration of yin energy is the highest ought to be where the orchestrator of the outbreak is located. In other words, the one pulling the strings should have been discovered a long time ago. Yet old Zhang mentioned that they're still in the process of their investigations. It can't be right. It's not possible that the authorities are unable to detect a location filled with yin energy. Unless there's simply no way to locate him. He continued, this person is exactly the same as me, an official, fully fledged emissary of hell. The quality of our yin energy far exceeds that of a regular ghost. Given the means currently available to the mortal realm, there's simply no way for them to detect him right now. It's just like how I've never been captured or detected by the man-made implements or even the cultivators. Besides, only an emissary of hell would possess the authority to subjugate such a wide following of ghosts and spirits and take them under his command. So, why did the head honcho of the entire city of Salvation send me an invitation? No response. After some time, Arthis finally came back to her senses. Her voice was ostensibly somber as she panted, "Kid, you've got to consider this invitation carefully. It's been several hundred years since I'd been imprisoned under the skeletal bridge, and I'm no longer fully apprised of the ecology of ghosts and its makeup right now. If you accept this invitation, there's no doubt you'll be able to learn the truth about the entire situation in the city right now. The two of you might very well be the only two emissaries of hell remaining in the world right now. He will definitely receive you personally. This is a form of microcosm reflective of what hell once used to be. The other cities should be developing in a similar fashion to the city of Salvation. Even if they aren't led by an emissary of hell, other powerful ghosts are still able to achieve the same effect. It's all a matter of the strong controlling the weak. Understanding him might give you a better insight on the microcosms sprouting up all over the mortal realm after hell's great collapse. And such an understanding would be very useful for you going forward. In fact, something like this is almost of vital importance. Qin Yi chimed in, but this is still his territory when all is said and done. If negotiations break down, it would be far too easy for him to dispose of me. After all, his strength right now is already immeasurably close to the level of a soul hunter. Qin Yi was fully aware of the strength of a hunter-class entity after the battle against the assassin of the underworld. Cough cough. Arthis panted, I can cover you with the yin energy from the shard of King Yanluo's seal for a period of 3 days. You'll be safe from all attacks from entities weaker than a judge-class emissary. However. Qin Yi finished the sentence, however, as soon as negotiations break down, he'll immediately be aware that I've got a shard of King Yanluo's seal on me. If that happens, death is the only possible outcome for me, isn't it? Arthis remained silent. It's far too dangerous. Qin Yi stashed the card away. Say, couldn't you just cover me with the shard's energy anyway? I've still got this feeling of uneasiness niggling away inside me. Arthis didn't respond verbally. Instead, an incredibly dense yin energy instantly erupted from Qin Yi's chest and burrowed itself straight into all of the pores on Qin Yi's body. There was no sound from Arthis thereafter. She had gone back to her deep slumber. Let's get ready. Qin Yi's smile faded as he nodded his chin at Wang Chunghao. We'll be headed to the Insignia University tomorrow. They couldn't afford to dally any longer. After all, a kindred spirit had locked his sights on him. And regardless of what this kindred spirit's state of mind was, Qin Yi simply didn't want to interact with him right now. After a dreamless night, the duo woke up the next day and immediately went out to purchase a new set of clothes. After all, the ones on their bodies had been worn for far too long. After that, they immediately set out for their next destination, the Insignia University. The Insignia University was located on the suburbs of the city. After driving for about 1 hour, the duo found their way to the main entrance of the Insignia University. The words Insignia University were etched onto an ancient-looking plaque at the front of the school. The vast campus grounds were filled with greenery. From time to time, they would hear a bright, vibrant chant of 1, 2, 3, 4 echoing out from the heart of the campus. It's end October right now. Sounds like the perfect time for conducting military drills. That said, things should be dying down soon. Qin Yi scanned the campus with some measure of nostalgia in his eyes. Qin Yi first attended university a long time ago, prompted by his strong desire to experience the life of a college student. Then, as time went on and the novelty wore off, he found himself enrolling in college simply out of boredom. All things considered, this was his 7th time matriculating in a university now. On the other hand, everything on the way appeared fresh and inviting to Wang Chunghao. School had just started some time ago, and the banners of various clubs and societies were hung up all over the place. Even though the enthusiasm had died down slightly since the start of term, it was still sufficient to invite Wang Chunghao's mind to consider a completely different world. This is what college life is like? It's far better than the high school in our county. Brother Chin, look over there at that beautiful lady. Whoa. And there's even an anime club. Can I join that? An urge to sew up his trap swelled up in Chin Yi's heart. Just then, a group of dark-skinned students wearing camouflage uniforms marched right past them, chanting 1, 2, 3, 4 with such immense, earth-shattering vigor that Wang Chunghao immediately felt the onset of passion, and his face turned red. Meanwhile, Chin Yi glanced about at his surroundings with furrowed brows, and he promptly took out his phone and made a call. Over at the student union's office, Zhang Linhua had just handed a form over to a fellow student when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? He didn't recognize the number, but he still picked up the call anyway. Is that Mr. Zhang? I'm Chin Yi. Chin Yi? Which Chin Yi? Zhang Linhua almost hung up the call immediately. Just when he was about to press the red button on his phone, he suddenly recalled who Chin Yi was, and he put the phone back to his ears promptly while forcibly eking a smile onto his face. So it's Mr. Chin. How may I help you? Chin Yi looked keenly at his phone on the other end of the line. It's like this. We're reporting to the university today. Could I trouble you to take us to the faculty office? The faculty office? Zhang Linhua immediately burst into laughter. He didn't even bother to conceal the clear undertones of mockery. Mr. Chin, I'm going to give you my 2 cents worth here. You two have entered college riding on my father's coattails. Wouldn't heading straight to the faculty right now be tantamount to giving him a tight slap on the face? Mr. Chin, which entrance are you at right now? Oh, that's the rear entrance. The building straight across from where you are should be where the laboratories are located. If you keep going straight, you'll see the library. Once you go past the library, you'll come to a cross junction. Turn left there, and you'll see a somewhat older building. That's where the finance department is located. Go fill out your paperwork there, and then pop by the student union's office to pay the necessary fees. I'll arrange the dorms on your behalf. All right, that's all. Chin Yi remained silent and calm. Neither Chin Yi nor Zhang Linhua left much of an impression with the other in their earlier interactions. Furthermore, Chin Yi knew that he couldn't expect the goodwill between him and Zhang Baogo to extend his son as well either. Thus, he knew that it was natural for Zhang Linhua to treat him with some measure of coldness. In other words, Chin Yi had never expected Zhang Linhua to serve him. All right. Thanks. After hanging up, Zhang Linhua snorted to himself at the student union, tossed his phone aside and muttered under his breath, "Idiot." Chapter 45, Matriculation. Who was that? The student next to him blinked his eyes and asked, "Why does your expression look so gnarly, senor? Is someone trying to blackmail you?" It's a type of blackmail indeed. Blackmailing me to call him godfather. Zhang Linhua's heart was filled with rage whenever he recalled the earlier incident. He mocked contemptuously, "It's just a stupid idiot. Ignore him. Can you take a look and let me know which dorms are still available?" "None." The student thought about it. "There's still an available room at the place near the old shrine, but..." "That's fine." Zhang Linhua chuckled with a wry smile, "They'll have to comply with the arrangements. How can anyone be picky about these things?" The other student paused for a moment, glanced about, and then muttered in a hushed tone of voice, "But senior, that place is somewhat unclean. Those who can move out have already moved out, and even the caretaker doesn't deign to linger about the premises. It seems like you know this guy from the way the conversation's taken place. Why don't we?" "Who knows this guy? Can you say I know him after seeing him only once? If that's the case, wouldn't I already know the entire world?" Zhang Linhua glared at the other student, "And where did all these feudalistic superstitions come from? The old ancestral shrine behind has already been sealed off to begin with. And the female dorms aren't too far away either, yet we don't hear reports of bizarre incidents from them either. Stop being so overly suspicious about everything and get on with it." "All right." The other student left obsequiously without another word. It was already 4:30 p.m. by the time Chin Yi came back out of the finance department. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately received a text message. It was from Zhang Linhua's number, 5th dormitory, room 409. The two of them were roomed together. Let's go, let's go." Wang Chunghao was already raring to go. They had already purchased the bedding and other necessities as soon as they had arrived. Thus, he dragged Chin Yi along and made a beeline straight towards their allocated dormitory. It was currently the time when classes had come to an end, and the sports centers were already filled with energetic and spirited students. Loud cries echoed from the basketball courts nearby, and the kiosks just next to the courts were filled with a constant stream of students. The scenery at the branch campus was truly remarkable. At the end of a lengthy footpath lined neatly with trees for shade lay a large lake filled with lotuses. A stone arch bridge sat squarely across the entire lake. A pair of lovebirds were passionately making out just under the gently swaying willow trees on the side of the lake. Light, spirited laughter echoed through the air. A number of male and female students could be spotted sitting along the stone arch bridge as well, each of whom were listening to music on their headphones and enjoying the idyllic scenery around. Chinyi looked at them with some measure of envy in his eyes, before shifting his gaze away with a faint smile on his face. No wonder everyone's desperately trying to enroll in college. The difference between this and our high school is practically like heaven and earth. Wang Chenghao's eyes darted about the fresh sights and sounds as he exclaimed excitedly, "Everyone here is filled with passion and energy. It's nothing like our school where everything is all about tests and examinations." "That's right. Energy." Chinyi swept his wind-blown bangs. "This is exactly the reason why I enjoy college life." After stopping several times to ask students for directions, they finally made their way past a brand new dormitory building and arrived in front of the dormitory allocated to them. The entire journey took 30 minutes. The two were somewhat flabbergasted. They were already located in the suburbs of the city. And this particular dormitory building was located at the far-flung corner of the entire campus grounds. The rolling hills and mountains were located just beyond it. The entire building looked like it had been shoddily maintained for a number of years now. The paintwork was mottled and peeling, and there were spots where patchwork repairs had evidently been done. The only thing that the building could truly be praised for was the fact that the walls were covered with dense creepers, making the four-story building look somewhat green. Yet even though it looked shabby, it couldn't truly be considered dilapidated. In fact, the building arguably even had its own charms. That said, it was still a far cry compared to the brand-new, high-rise dormitories situated just beside their building. The distance from this building to the cafeteria, library, classrooms are all at least half an hour away by bicycle. Chinyi looked at the sheer number of sharing bicycles parked around the building. He's really not giving me any face here. Does he really resent the fact that he was asked to call me a godfather? Chinyi shook his head, but he could hardly be bothered with Zhang Linhua's petty thoughts. He picked up his belongings and walked towards the dormitory building. Freshman? An old man sat at the concierge, snacking on melon seeds as he surfed the web. Chinyi glanced at the screen, only to discover that the old man had the series at the Dolphin Bay playing on it. And he was already even a few dozen episodes into the series. This is probably what the author of that web novel was referring to, when he described the old man who lived at the bottom of the dangerous Mount Hua, showing off his climbing skills to young, aspiring climbers. 1. It wasn't matriculation season, and nobody was around to help them with their things. Thus, the two were already exhausted by the time they arrived at the main hall of the dormitory. The duo wiped off the sweat on their foreheads, while the old man at the table sized them up, before asking, "Got screwed, didn't ya?" Before the duo could respond, he continued with an even deeper, booming voice, "Friends, don't say that I didn't warn you. Move out of here as soon as you can. This place isn't very clean." Wang Chenghao's spine immediately straightened, and he gulped nervously. On the other hand, Chinyi simply smiled faintly. "Old man, what are the rumors like? Nobody's told us anything yet." Of course nobody would say a thing. You were assigned this place by the student union, weren't you? Who would bring up such matters without being prompted to? This concerns the school's image after all. The old man glanced about with some measure of trepidation, drew a deep breath and continued in his deep voice, "I'm on night shift tonight. But I'll be applying for a transfer tomorrow morning. This place. It's not possible to stay here." Then, as though he recalled something, the old man sighed, picked up his thermos mug and took a large gulp of water. "Ever since a few months ago, there have been reports of the sounds of beating drums and gongs every single night around here." His entire body trembled slightly. "There's not a day that I dare open the door at night. Do you know something? Every day at midnight, without fail, you'll be able to hear people marching upstairs while playing on the drums and gongs, and then marching down again some time later. But the strangest part is that the main entrance here is already locked at midnight. I've never heard the sound of the entrance being unlocked either. It's almost as though, at midnight, someone keeps standing watch over the main hall until dawn." With trembling hands, he picked up his cigarette and took a deep drag from it. "I wouldn't dare to open the main entrance every dawn until I hear the cocks crow in the morning. Yet whenever I head out to open the door, I would always see 4 sets of wet footprints around the main hall. I've reported these bizarre incidents, but nobody cares. It's all because nothing has happened to the residents here yet. And I'm not the only one who's heard these things. The entire block of residents have had their own similar experiences at all. Nobody opens the door, yet someone can be heard entering and leaving, and even leaving behind a set of footprints. It's been months. This dormitory used to be filled with students. But right now, the only ones who remain are those who can't or have no means of moving out. Kids, heed my advice, move out of this place as soon as you can. This place is truly unclean. As he drew close to the end of his spiel, the old man's teeth even began to chatter, causing the end of the cigarette butt in his mouth to quiver slightly. Chin-Yi nodded his head. Thanks for the warning, old man. We'll move out as soon as we have the time. Hey, I'm not kidding here. This isn't just a ghost story. You'll know tonight. Oh, that's right, do not answer your door at night. As they made their way up the stairs, the old man continued to holler after them. Brother Chin. Wang Chunghao couldn't help but stick closer to Chin-Yi. This place. Could there really be a problem with it? The building was old, and the electric lights all around appeared somewhat dim and yellow. Coupled with the mottled walls and peeling paint, Wang Chunghao couldn't help but feel ill at ease even though it was still daytime right now. Of course. Chin-Yi responded lazily, with such incidents occurring every night, it would be more peculiar if the students still living here weren't already scared out of their minds. Yet there are still students who remain in this dormitory. Say? What do you think these students truly are? Wang Chunghao's face darkened. Dead people? Chin-Yi leaned in slightly and whispered his response into his ears, word by word, no. They're zombies. In the corridor, Wang Chunghao stiffly turned his head around and looked at Chin-Yi in horror. And it took him a long time before he managed to gulp in shock. He was so horrified that his entire mind had gone numb and blank. PFFT. Ha ha ha. Just then, an uproarious laughter echoed from upstairs. A student peeked out from the gap in the stairwell, laughing uncontrollably. This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, did the old man scare you guys? Ha 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 ha. Old man Lu practically tells the same story to every single freshman he sees. Back then, I was so scared by him that I didn't even dare to go to the toilet on my own. Gah ha ha ha. Old man Lu's laughter burst out from the first floor, sounding practically akin to a duck. I can't. I'm dying of laughter. It's been so long since someone has fallen for the story. I can't take it anymore. Bloody hell. Wang Chunghao's face flushed as red as a baboon's ass. Do colleges these days still do these kinds of things? Is this how the city folks have fun? It's simply too embarrassing. You. He glared soullessly at Chin-Yi who was laughing so hard that he had to lean against the wall. Bloody hell. How can you sell me out like that? Alright, alright. Chin-Yi wiped the tears coming out of his eyes as he patted Wang Chunghao's shoulder. How can there possibly be so many ghosts and demons lying around? Anyway, it's almost 6, and we wouldn't be able to leave the premises once the announcements start broadcasting. We haven't had dinner either. However, as soon as they entered the dormitory, the duo immediately grew taciturn. This was a dormitory room for 6. Apart from them, there were already 3 occupying the room, and their belongings were strewn all over the 4th bed. Furthermore, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the room was practically enshrouded in darkness. 3 people lay uniformly in bed, covered with their snow-white blankets, while maintaining the same pose. None of them moved an inch at all. Gulp. Wang Chunghao couldn't help but gulp nervously. For some strange reason, he kept thinking back to Chin-Yi's earlier reference to zombies. A sliver of sunlight peeked through the cracks in the curtain, revealing the dust particles that were floating about in midair. What should otherwise have been a warm beam of light instead seemed to have only accentuated the darkness in the room, just like a quiet and cold morgue. Number 3. Is that number 3? Just then, a pained voice spoke up from one of the beds. Are you finally getting dinner for us? Don't push it. This old man is still lying here. Shit. This hunger. I'm so hungry I can't even move. Another voice sounding as feeble as an insect responded from yet another bed. Don't speak. The less you speak, the less hungry you are. Who opened the door? Can you close it? It's unbearably cold. Wang Chunghao had never seen such a strange dormitory before, and he was practically astounded. On the other hand, Chin-Yi simply ignored all of them and flicked on the light switch. In that instant, 3 painful howls echoed throughout the entire dormitory room. The full moon is messing up my vital energy. I'm going to revert to my true form. Which dorm buddy is this? Give me a break. I haven't slept a wink all night while rushing my thesis. Can't you just give me the chance to sleep in? I beg of you, Father, please give me a chance at life. I'll pray for your welfare and longevity tomorrow. Please turn off the lights. Wang Chenghao's hopes for a vibrant, idyllic college life with passionate, like-minded dormitory mates were instantly plunged into a sea of ice. United or Master Kang too? What would you prefer? Qin Yi queried placidly. It's a day of fertility. Braised beef. And an earthen jar of pickled vegetables for me. Dear Daddy. I thank you and your 8 generations of ancestors for making you. Fresh shrimp and seafood. I will never forget your benefaction even if I become a ghost. Ah. I might have forgotten to bring it. Qin Yi pulled out a wad of paper money and fanned himself. I can offer you $1 billion in hell notes instead. How would you like that? Since you'll never be able to cross the Naraka Bridge in any event, why don't you just head down rather than stay and be an eyesore around here? The dry smile on Wang Chenghao's face instantly froze. Seconds later, he turned his head around stiffly and stared at Qin Yi with tears in his eyes. Don't mess with me. Please don't bully an honest and trusting person like me. What are you looking at? Qin Yi pointed at the bed in confusion. They're earthbound spirits. Really, I'm not kidding you this time. But everything will be resolved once we burn some hell notes for them. It's a very clean process. Brother. Dear brother. I think you might be a little bit mistaken about the idea of what clean truly means. Chapter 46, Orchid Clubhouse, 1, 10 minutes later. Qin Yi sitting at the end of the bed with Wang Chenghao with a somber expression on his face. The scorching stench of burning paper lingered in the air. The 3 yin spirits stood in front of Qin Yi, rubbing their hands with avaricious glee. Wang Chenghao sat numbly next to Qin Yi, thinking to make the bed yet not daring to make a single move. You've changed. Qin Yi lamented. You were so powerful and domineering in our high school back then. What happened to you? Wang Chenghao coughed dryly. Brother Qin. People invariably change after experiencing a massive upheaval in their lives. Look at you, thick eyebrows, standing tall at 1.8 meters tall, and an appearance that is at least worth 80 points, yet you cower like just a little girl. To train your guts, you're going to be in charge of fetching water and buying dinner from tomorrow onwards. Any questions? Something feels off. Something feels off about this entire situation. Yet despite his reservations, Wang Chenghao still nodded his head. His ambit of his boldness and domineering attitude extended only to those of his own kind. Yet, ever since leaving Clear Creek County, it felt almost as though he hadn't encountered a single normal human being. I already no longer scream at the top of my voice at the slightest of scares. Shouldn't I be given a little bit more time to adjust to the situation? He knew that Qin Yi's suggestion was for his own good. That said, the refinement of one's guts and courage was still a process that took time. His suggestion seems logically watertight, but I still can't help but feel like something is a little bit off somewhere. All right. Qin Yi waved his hands dismissively at Wang Chenghao before turning his attention back to the 3 spirits before him once more. Are you going to head down by yourselves, or should I send you on your way? My lord. A baby-faced student scratched his head. About that. Is it possible to give us some paper effigies and the like? Possession? Are you still unwilling to head down under? Qin Yi rolled his eyes, rubbed his face lightly, and then stretched out his arm and rubbed his thumb, index and middle fingers together as he continued, No way. Rules are rules. My lord. We don't even know how we died. I just want the opportunity to speak to my family and give them one final account. Qin Yi continued to rub his fingers faster as he spoke with some measure of impatience. Nothing can be accomplished without rules and regulations. If it's time to go, it's time to go. Don't you guys know that if you stay like this for another half a year to a year, you're going to turn into evil ghosts? But my lord. But that said. Qin Yi was almost rubbing his fingers in front of their faces now. Rules are man-made after all. What happened to your basic level of comprehension? Don't you have any idea what I'm trying to do here? The 3 spirits were all taken aback. Is he trying to ask us for a bribe? Ah. So this is the dark side of society, something we can't even get away from even in death. Oh, how wicked can humanity get? My lord. The tallest student coughed dryly. We're just poor students. Without another word, Qin Yi turned around and motioned to pick up his demon head saber. My lord. Please don't. Please spare us. I'm very familiar with Insignia University. I can be your guide and companion. My lord, please have mercy on us. I think we've still got some room for negotiations. Why don't I sing you a lullaby every night? What the hell would I need a stupid lullaby for? Chin-Yi suddenly felt incredibly miserable. Ever since he had taken on the role as the last emissary of hell, the only profitable situation he had dealt with so far had been the incident with Wang Zemin. The others were either the owner of a rundown inn, or a bunch of poor students wearing their tattered uniform. There was simply no place for him to make a windfall. I'd never wanted to be a clean and honest official. But society isn't even giving me the opportunity to be corrupt at all. My lord. We've got a grievance. As they saw the unyielding expression on Chin-Yi's face, the students immediately went down on their knees and begged him with trembling. Stop trying to delay matters. I'll allow you to run 39 meters first. Chin-Yi brandished his demon head saber. Yet, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze in place. Grievance. This word was as innocuous as it got, yet it still ignited within him a moment of dazzling brilliance. Wang Chunghao was still watching the scene intently when Chin-Yi stood up abruptly and suddenly instructed, "Go fetch us a pot of water." Later, Wang Chunghao was ostensibly comforted knowing that there were ghosts who appeared far more miserable than himself. Now. Slightly miffed, Wang Chunghao picked up the kettle and left the room. Chin-Yi promptly locked the door after him, turned around and gazed deeply at the three spirits kneeling on the ground. Interesting. Several seconds later, his smile faded, and he asked placidly, "How long have you been dead?" 3 years. The students responded respectfully. 3 years. Interesting. Very interesting. Chin-Yi tapped his fingers on the table and mumbled to himself as though deep in thought, anyone who's a human and not a suicidal maniac would definitely be left with a remaining grievance if the death was unnatural. But I don't see that in your case. In fact, you've even become spirited and cheerful earthbound spirits after death. And there's hardly a change in your disposition since your death. Since that's the case, did you guys die voluntarily? The three spirits shook their heads in unison. An involuntary death, yet there are no remaining grievances. Chin-Yi's eyes grew frosty and cold as he gazed out of the windows. Dusk had fallen, and darkness was engulfing the campus grounds. Then there's only one other possibility remaining. You must have died without any form of pain whatsoever. In fact, you probably didn't even know you had died. The tallest spirit bit down on his lips and firmly nodded his head. I didn't want to die. His earlier jolly, spirited personality had vanished completely. Instead, his lips were now trembling, and even his form had begun to waver. But we weren't given any options. None of us know how we died. There wasn't any pain either. It was almost as though we had just fallen asleep. And then we witnessed with our very own eyes our parents coming to the premises to collect our belongings. I saw my mother crying on my bed. I was just beside her, yet I was powerless to do a single thing. His voice began to choke up. Over the last 3 years, we've racked our brains trying to figure out the cause of it all. Unfortunately, you haven't been able to take a single step out. Chin-Yi finished his sentence. Earthbound spirits are entities that are trapped and locked to the last place that they had been while they were alive. In other words, your area of movement over the last 3 years have been limited to this storm room. But this shouldn't be the case, since you've got grievances as well. Instead, your grievances must have been forcibly suppressed, causing you to be trapped here and be bound to the room as earthbound spirits. This college. Something's wrong with it. What do you remember? He hadn't expected much of an answer with this question to begin with. After all, the three spirits weren't even aware of how they died, so how could they possibly recall the precursor to their death? However, as soon as he finished asking his questions, the three spirits immediately responded in unison, gongs and drums. Swish. Chin-Yi gazed deeply at them, and then at the ground, as though he were gazing through the flooring and staring straight at Old Man Lu and his wrinkled face. Gongs and drums. We heard the sounds of a troop of people playing the gongs and drums as they marched upstairs at midnight. Then, these sounds would be followed by the sound of messy footsteps retreating back to where they came from. But this entire place is locked at 12 midnight. Furthermore, we also see 4 pairs of wet footprints every day. It's almost as though those people would stand silently in front of the locked main entrance, staring out of it until the sun rises again. What a coincidence. It first happened 3 years ago, during spring. None of us cared a tiny bit when we first heard the sounds of these gongs and drums. The tall spirit gritted his teeth, however, when we asked around on the second day, not a single one of the other students had heard it at all. We were the only ones who had heard it extremely clearly. It was It was almost as though someone had struck the lottery and was being promoted to a top official. Apart from the gongs and drums, there would even be the festive sounds of firecrackers and the Chinese Sorna 1, playing in the background. It created such a huge ruckus that none of us could sleep at all. We initially thought that someone was merely pranking us. But it wasn't. We stayed up and crouched at the door all night, and we'd even looked through the peephole that we'd installed earlier. But there was simply nobody outside at all. My lord, can you imagine what it was like? 12 midnight, in the still of the night when all the lights are out, and you suddenly hear the clanging and banging of loud gongs and drums. You look out of the peephole, yet not a single soul can be spotted outside even though you can hear footsteps stopping right outside our door. We almost went mad. The baby-faced spirit recalled the incident 3 years ago and continued with trembling lips. On several occasions, when the footsteps paused right outside our door, we lit a candle and saw that someone was in fact standing outside our door. We saw their shadows through the gap under the door. But when we looked through the peephole, not a single soul was in sight. We've reported the incident, but nobody believed us. Then, just when we were supposed to move out of this room, that's where our memory ended. The three spirits sobbed. They had mysteriously died in the prime of their lives, only to realize that they had been transformed into earthbound spirits that were unable to step out of the confines of a room that was no larger than 20 square feet in size. Since then, apart from the cleaners who came in to refresh the rooms every year before matriculation season, there wasn't a single other living person who had entered this room. Nobody even remembers them anymore. And so they forced themselves to be happy and cheerful at all times. Naturally, they wouldn't want to scare away anyone who entered their room. They wanted to talk. They wanted to get out. More than anything, they wanted to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, they were unable to do these things. Chinyi ruminated over the details for some time. You've been here for 3 years now. Have you heard the sound of those gongs and drums at any other time in recent years? Not at all. In fact, we've not even heard of others speaking of such horrors before. Otherwise, how else could we possibly continue living here? Got it. Chinyi pointed across the room. Stay over there. I'll bring 3 paper effigies for you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. He wasn't doing this out of the kindness of his heart. Rather, if this matter were in fact the supernatural incident reported in Insignia University, its resolution could very well bag him $1 million. Wang Chunghao finally returned with the kettle of water. The duo first looked through the university timetables, and then discussed which clubs and societies they were planning to join. By the time they were done, it was already 10 p.m. As a result of the announcements being broadcasted nationwide, the entire campus grounds were enshrouded with an almost oppressive silence as soon as dusk fell. There were no longer any sounds coming from the fields and sports courts. The lights from the kiosks around were also completely extinguished. Not even a single running bicycle could be seen on the paths and roads. Apart from the dormitories, the only sources of light around were from that of the street lamps. As the night breeze swept across the campus, the trees made ominous rustling sounds, as though a mysterious beast were creeping around under the cover of night. Even the entire dormitory was still and dead. Nobody was out clamoring along the corridors in a fashion that would otherwise usually be seen in such college dormitories. In fact, the corridors were so silent that it almost felt like the eerie foreshadowing of a terror beast's approach. Wang Chunghao had brought his laptop along with him, but they were not connected to the internet yet. After playing some games on his phone for a little while, he quickly got bored, yawned, and went to bed. Chinyi continued to browse the web on his phone for a little while before turning in as well. Click. Click. Devoid of all forms of entertainment and contact with the outside world, the dark of the night soon crept into the building, and the lights in the building were extinguished in an orderly fashion. By the time Chinyi fell into a deep slumber, the entire school was already enshrouded in darkness. Chinyi slept peacefully. Then, after some time, he suddenly woke up again. Clang. A loud bell chimed melodiously from the school's bell tower, yet it also reverberated ominously throughout the entire campus grounds. It was almost as though the bell tolled from a place that the living could not enter, reverberating throughout the lands with an otherworldly chill to it. It was midnight. Chinyi woke up as soon as the clock struck 12. He furrowed his brows. Then, just as soon as he was about to return to sleep, he suddenly heard a bright, clanging sound coming from close by. Dong dong dong. Clang. It first started with 3 dull thuds of a drum, followed by the clear, crisp sound of a gong. In the very next moment, the Chinese Sorna started playing, only to be accompanied by the incessant bangs of firecrackers. Qin Yi sat up immediately and glanced at Wang Chunghao. Wang Chunghao was still sleeping like a log. Qin Yi then shifted his gaze towards the three spirits resting on the other bed. They looked completely dazed. With great trembling, they got out of their beds and glanced nervously about their surroundings. "It's coming. It's coming. Here it is. Here it is. The sounds of the gongs and drums from 3 years ago are here again." Chapter 47, Orchid Clubhouse, to shut up. Qin Yi closed his eyes, perked up his ears and listened carefully to his surroundings once more. Silence. An uncanny silence. The juxtaposition of the deafening bangs and clangs of the drums and gongs only seemed to accentuate the solitude around them. Dong dong. Clang. The rhythmic sounds echoed throughout the entire building. It was harrowing to hear such hair-raising sounds in the dead of the night. Qin Yi continued to listen patiently to the procession of sounds. 1 minute later, the sounds of the drums and gongs became somewhat muffled. Qin Yi immediately knew that this was because the procession had already entered the building. The source of the clanging and banging of the drums and gong was a mystery to all. In fact, these sounds appeared to be only audible to those it was intended for. Right now, the sounds appeared to be moving up the stairs and towards a particular room. The closer the procession of sounds drew, the louder and brighter it grew. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows curiously. 10 minutes later, the procession of sounds arrived on the 4th floor, as loud as it had ever been. Accompanied by the grave chants of hey, ho, hey, ho, the procession of sounds slowly drew closer and closer to the door to Qin Yi's room. The three spirits in the corner of the room appeared incredibly pale and soulless. Swish. The sound of something descending came from just outside the door. Following that, everything went completely silent. It was a deathly silence. Not a single trace of sound could be heard. The deafening silence was so loud that anyone in the room right now would have begged for even a peep of sound. The swaying of the trees outside cast terrifying, shifting shadows onto the walls in the room. Thud. Seconds later, a soft sound echoed from the door to the room. Thud thud. Once a second. It was constant and rhythmic. The moon shone brightly amidst the sea of constellations. The 4th story of the building was illuminated by the gentle glow of the moonlight. Notwithstanding that, the moonlight that crept through the gap under the door revealed that there was hardly a trace of anyone's shadow outside. The dull thuds of knocking sound continued to echo from the old wooden door to the room. They were neither light nor heavy-handed. Yet despite all that, the soft, muffled knocks continued to slowly ebb away at one's fragile nerves. It was the exact same phenomenon that occurred 3 years ago. Qin Yi ignored them. After approximately 5 minutes, the continuous and incessant knocking sounds finally ceased altogether. Are they gone? Amidst the darkness of the room, Qin Yi stood up, stretched lazily, and then peered out through the peephole on the door. Yet the only thing he saw was a bloodshot eye, covered with sprawling blood vessels staring straight back at him through the peephole. They were only separated by the width of the door right now. Even someone like Qin Yi recoiled in shock, and his heart froze momentarily. Just then, a light rustling sound echoed from right above his head. Their dormitory occupied a building that had been standing since decades ago, and the doors here naturally did not close as seamlessly as the doors used in modern-day constructions. Instead, the wooden door to their room sported innumerable cracks. There was even a panel of glass just above the door that was cloudy from the lack of maintenance and cleaning after all these years. And right now, 4 heads had squeezed themselves onto the glass panel above, peering through it as they stared right at Qin Yi. The gloomy moonlight illuminated their pale faces, which were only further accentuated by their ink-black clothes. The sight of 4 faces staring straight at him through the dusty glass panel was truly creepy and astonishing. And these were 4 paper effigies at that. The entire boys' dormitory building was dead silent. Nobody knew of the horrors of the night that had crept silently through the hallways. It was almost as though everyone were dead in slumber. "My lord." Just as the yin energy began to ripple from Qin Yi's body, a sharp voice called out from beyond the door, "My lord, my master wishes to extend an invitation to you." Qin Yi was taken aback. How dare mere ghosts extend an invitation to an emissary of hell? Were they looking down on him? Interesting. With a chuckle, he opened the door to the room. The corridor outside was illuminated by the dim moonlight, and several wisps of ethereal greenish-white yin energy hovered about the area. A long procession stood right in the middle of the corridor. There were a total of 12 people. No, a total of 12 unknown entities. The corridor was hardly wide. The ones walking right at the front of the procession were four figures dressed in colorful rags, almost as though they were a troupe of ancient opera actors. They were incredibly tall. Their height was approximately 2 meters tall, and their heads nearly touched the ceiling above them. They were dressed in the exact same manner, had the exact same disheveled hairstyle that hung straight down across their heads and over their chests, and they all held an oil paper umbrella in their hands. Their uniformity was uncannily fetid. Their faces couldn't be seen at all. Every single feature on their face had been obscured by their drooping hair. The next four entities were humanoid paper effigies with sharp, pointed hands and feet. Each of them wore a 1-meter-tall hat, vermilion red lipsticks and had pink, greasy blushers painted on the cheeks of their incredibly pale faces. These four paper effigies carried what appeared to be a coffin on their backs. It was a dark coffin with no lid on it. The inside of the coffin was lined with exquisite fur designed to make it look like a comfortable seat. The four paper effigies were followed by yet another 4 2-meter-tall ghosts. The procession of 12 stood in the middle of the corridor, completely silent and still. The ends of the corridor faded into the darkness in the distance. "Who's your master?" "My lord, our master says that you've already received his invitation this morning. Tonight is an auspicious night where we're celebrating our master's promotion. We've been instructed to spread the word and extend invitations all around. All of the respected and prominent ghosts will also be present at the celebrations tonight. We humbly ask that my lord give face to our master and grace the occasion tonight." One of the paper effigies responded with a sharp voice. Chinyi was somewhat dumbfounded. He immediately took out the card he received this morning and scrutinized its contents again. The card's appearance had transformed completely after midnight. Two large words were now scrawled across the back of the card in blood-red lettering. Insignia University. Coincidence? Ripples of emotion stirred in the depths of Chin-Yi's eyes as he stashed the card back into his pocket. He cursed and swore in his heart, "I couldn't get bribes earlier, and now I'm even encountering complications militating against the collection of the bounty from the mortal realm." This was the nest of the head honcho in the entire city of Salvation. Insignia University. It was hidden right under his feet. "Please." The humanoid paper effigies knelt down in an extremely concerted fashion. After a long period of deliberation, Chin-Yi finally stepped into the coffin and leaned against the soft furs within. The four humanoid paper effigies stood up at the same time, twisted their bodies in a peculiar manner, and faced the corridor almost instantly. Finally, they cried out in unison, "A guest of honor is on his way. We march." Dong dong dong. The two ghosts at the front of the procession beat on their leather drums, while one of the ghosts at the end of the procession struck his copper gong lightly. Clang. Shrill sounds of the procession continued to echo throughout the entire corridor. The coffin seat was incredibly stable. The entire procession of 12 ghosts didn't touch the ground with their feet. Instead, they simply hovered along as they slowly descended from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. Just as they arrived on the 1st floor, Chin-Yi suddenly raised his hand, "Hang on." The coffin seat came to a smooth stop. This was the 1st floor where the caretaker's lodge was located, and there should naturally be someone present. In fact, that person was here right now. Old Man Lu was trembling all over, wearing clothes plastered all over with yellow paper money as he held 3 incense sticks tightly in his hands. His face was even painted with the same greasy blushers and vermilion red lipsticks. He cowered at the door, making his already short stature look yet even smaller. At this moment, he was kneeling and praying to the gods for dear life, almost like a lunatic. "Heavens protect me! Heavens protect me!" Chin-Yi picked up his saber and placed it silently onto Old Man Lu's neck. He would be able to slice off Old Man Lu's throat with the slightest exertion of force right now. However, Old Man Lu didn't seem to have felt anything on his neck. Instead, he simply continued to plead and pray, almost as though he were afraid of awakening the devil. Chin-Yi withdrew his saber. "Let's go." Chin-Yi withdrew his gaze, got back into the coffin seat and waved his hand. "Raise the coffin." With a sharp call from the humanoid paper effigies, the coffin was raised to their shoulders once more. And then, they turned around and made their way straight into Old Man Lu's lodge. "Buddha blesses me. The Supreme Lord blesses me." The door behind Old Man Lu opened itself, while Old Man Lu continued to bang his head on the table, praying at the top of his voice. Old Man Lu lived in the space between the stairs and the ground of the 1st floor. That said, this space was neither small nor suffocating. The room was pitch black, and the air within was incredibly dense and murky, almost as though it were hazy with smoke. Shah! A bright light lit up overhead. It was only at this moment that Chin-Yi noticed how Old Man Lu didn't have a bed in his room. There was only an extremely wide sofa that one would be able to rest on. There were 2 potted plants placed in the corner of his room. But apart from that, there was nothing else, no bookshelves, no tables and no stools. And what was strangest about this room was the fact that the entire walls of his room were made out of only mirrors. It brought about an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chin-Yi was almost certain he had seen something similar in other parts of society. Chin-Yi tapped his fingers on the mirror and furrowed his brows, but he simply had no recollection of where he had seen something like this before. The mirror was covered all around with yellow talismans that were drawn with blood-red ink. There were clearly 12 other entities standing around him right now, yet their reflections could not be seen in any one of the mirrors around. Then, before Chin-Yi could examine the room any further, the entire room suddenly sank downwards with a soft swishing sound. Whoosh! As they descended, the talismans on the mirrors appeared to float upwards and out of sight. Simultaneously, a blood-red Arabic number appeared on the mirrored walls. -1. The numbers changed rapidly. After a few seconds, and together with a cacophony of dull, clacking sounds, the number changed to -2, -3, -4, -5. And it finally stopped at -6. Is this an elevator that leads directly to hell? No wonder it looked so familiar. To think that he'd build something like this right below the dorms. And how are the students residing here still alive? Should I praise him for his benevolence? Chin-Yi sneered and walked out as soon as the door opened. A wide stone path with a width of 5 or 6 meters extended straight out of the door. The stone walls were carved with extremely archaic patterns, while stone-carved lanterns shaped like the heads of beasts shielded the flickering flames within from the elements. And right at the sides of the stone path stood 2 full rows of Yin spirits. There were some who wore suits, some who dressed like students, and others who appeared to be preppy-looking office workers. All of them appeared different in their own regard. Yet the one similarity that they all shared was the fact that they were all toting a red lantern in their hands as they appeared to drift aimlessly towards the end of the stone path. As soon as Chin-Yi opened the door, all of the Yin spirits immediately paused in their steps, and the slurping sound of drool and saliva could be heard amidst the still, tense atmosphere. Then, at the very next moment, more than 100 pairs of bloodshot eyes turned around and gazed right at Chin-Yi. To think that he'd even prepared 100 ghosts to celebrate my arrival. This man truly esteems me so. Chin-Yi slid his fingers gently across the walls. The walls were damp and chilling to the touch, and even bore thick traces of corpse energy and Yin energy. Chin-Yi immediately understood what this meant. It's an ancient tomb that's at least 100 years old. And something of this magnitude isn't accessible to just any wealthy man of that era. This is something only possible for a bureaucrat of at least the Fifth Order or beyond. Furthermore, there must have been at least 100 people buried alive with him. Roar! Just then, the ghastly figures in front of him shifted all at the same time, screaming at the top of their lungs as they charged straight towards him. A shimmering light from his blade gleamed brightly and swept past his surroundings. Several Yin spirits were instantly reduced to nothing more than wisps of Yin energy. Simultaneously, a wave of powerful Yin energy erupted explosively from his body. It was on a completely different level than that of the Yin spirits around. Scram! He bellowed coldly. The hundreds of spirits immediately retreated to the side, creating a path for him akin to how Moses had parted the Red Sea. After walking for 10 minutes, he finally arrived in front of a heavy stone door with carvings shaped like the head of a ferocious predator. The words Orchid and Clubhouse were chiseled on the left and the right of the door respectively. The words appeared to have been etched out with powerful strokes, and an ever-burning nether fire illuminated the words, giving the entrance to the clubhouse an ominous green glow. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, the card which he had received earlier flew out of his clothes on its own and inserted itself into the gap between the doors. Shortly afterwards, the entrance opened up with a low hum. Chin-Yi shut his eyes and drew a deep breath. Then, just as he was about to step into the Orchid Clubhouse, he froze in place. What about ghostly legends, and what demons and monsters? The falcon cries out in a soulless tune. The amber sands sweep across the skies, fill the ends of the earth, and all of the constellations in the sky. Desert Camel? 1. Can you believe it? The entrance was completely different from what one would have expected it to look like. There was none of the archetypal imagery of severed heads dangling from the ceilings with pits of netherfire burning all around. As soon as the door opened up, the breathtaking reverberations of EDM beats immediately engulfed him. A splendid display of strobe lights dazzled the 400 square feet of dance floor as a crowd of ghosts danced wildly to their heart's content. A gorgeous female ghost wearing a bunny suit weaved in and out of the sea of people serving drinks. From time to time, a wandering hand or two would pinch her perky butt, causing her to squeal in surprise. Moments later, she would pull out the stacks of hell notes sticking out of the crevices of her bunny suit with a faint smile on her face. A disco ball shaped like a skull hung above the entire dance floor, dazzling the entire surroundings with an impressive display of colors. That's not just 100 ghosts. All of the ghosts who possess cognitive abilities in the entire city of Salvation must be here right now. And why was he so certain that these were all ghosts? The answer was simple. It was because every single one of their legs were completely illusory from the knee down. Furthermore, all of their faces were incomparably pale, and their bodies were covered with spots of livor mortis. The entire dance floor also stank of an overwhelming stench of corpses that no amount of air freshener could obscure. This was a clubhouse for evil ghosts. Chapter 48, Cao Yu Bao. Even though Qin Yi had already been an emissary of hell for some time now, he was still completely floored by what he was seeing. 3 female ghosts dressed like ancient officials were doing an incredibly provocative dance in the center of the dance floor. They ran their pale white hands from the dangerous slits on their lengthy skirts to their voluptuous bosom, and then wrapped their hands around their tiny, dainty waists. If not for the fact that they possessed an ethereal body, Qin Yi would have most certainly praised them, absolutely charming. The exotic dancers were accompanied by passionate shouts to the pulsing beats that sent everyone's hearts racing. Hell notes rained from the sky in abundance. Simultaneously, some other ghosts who had unlocked more advanced cognitive abilities appeared to be discussing matters of importance in a private room adjacent to the dance floor. The bunny girl ghost was holding a tray of glasses and filling it with wine from an exquisitely packaged wine. The rest of the dance hall was bobbing their heads and shaking their feet in tempo with the beats of Desert Camel's song. Truth be told, if one looked past the distinction between what was illusory and what was real, and beyond the realms of color, this place was practically one and the same as any of the other clubs that Qin Yi had been to in his entire life. I board the boat that crosses the desert, with a pipe and an hourglass, and a jug of hard liquor in hand. The long, ancient road is boundless and long, filled with all emotions of joy, sorrow, laughter and pain. Yet the only thing that keeps going is the camel in the desert. The song gradually receded from its climax, and the atmosphere began to lighten up a little. Some ghosts dressed like students hopped off the dance floor, only to be replaced by several ghosts wearing suits and small leather hats. Shortly afterwards, the atmosphere that had somewhat softened was again ignited with passion with the arrival of the chorus. On the stage, a band of ghosts with long hair dressed in an avant-garde style strummed their instruments in harmony, infecting everyone around with their wild passionate ecstatic music. In that instant, the surroundings were filled with a sea of smoke, and innumerable ghosts raised their hands in the air, hissing and shrieking with the band with wanton abandon. The enchanting and graceful intersection of day and night wastes away the years and wastes away my soul. The path ahead is yet uncharted. Qin Yi was flabbergasted for a whole minute before he finally came back to his senses. What the hell? Isn't this much too progressive? No. This is indeed a clubhouse. There's no doubt about it. And there's nothing wrong with this card either. But wouldn't you say that this narrative is completely incoherent from how I was first invited and ushered to this place? We're talking about a completely different grade of graphics card here. Hey, handsome. Just then, Qin Yi felt a cold touch right where his lower abdomen was. He was astounded to see a sharp-faced lady looking back at him. Her appearances would most definitely have been well above an 8 while she was still alive. Her hand was already hovering over his unnameable parts, and she gently traced her finger along the seams of his pants as she smiled faintly. First time here? You're pretty handsome. Whose body did you borrow? He mustn't have died too long ago, right? It's such a pity that such a handsome man has died. Bloody hell. Qin Yi was incredibly tempted to dispose of her with one fell of his saber. Couldn't you at least warm your hand before coming over? He glared coldly at her. Within 3 seconds, her faint smile turned into a stiff expression, and then she began trembling. Finally, she opened her mouth wide and tried to scream. LLL live, MMMPH. Fortunately, a pale hand covered her lips before she could scream out loud. The woman's eyes widened, and she flailed about with her limbs as she pointed at Qin Yi, unable to exclaim that he was a living person. Hey miss, this is our master's guest of honor. The entity covering her mouth was a humanoid paper effigy. Unlike the ones who had been sent to escort Qin Yi here, this paper effigy wore a simple, poorly drawn black suit, and sported a ridiculous center-parting hairstyle. It was evident that the effigy maker's skills were lacking in all regards. Even his vital facial features hadn't been drawn to proportion. The sheer atrocity of the effigy maker's handiwork under the glow of the multicolored spotlights was upsetting, to say the least. Within moments, the female ghost that was being restrained by the humanoid paper effigy transformed into ethereal wisps of greenish-white yin energy, before quickly dissipating into the surroundings. The other ghosts around ostensibly pretended not to see anything, and continued as they were. Finally, the humanoid paper effigy bowed respectfully to Qin Yi. "Please follow me, my lord." Qin Yi nodded his head. As soon as the yin spirits saw the humanoid paper effigy approaching them, they automatically parted ways, clearing out a passage for them to pass through. When Qin Yi finally followed the humanoid paper effigy to a clamoring corner of the clubhouse, he discovered for the first time the existence of a second floor above. As they slowly followed a spiral staircase up to the second floor, Qin Yi finally saw for the first time what the entire layout of the first floor looked like. Just behind the dance floor lay a large pit that was 2 meters wide. It had been well hidden by the dazzling strobe lights earlier. But right now, Qin Yi could see what lay within the pit. 4 silver chains extended from the sides and converged in the center of the pit. In turn, thick plumes of dense, pure yin energy continuously billowed and rose from the center of the chains like clouds. This is... Qin Yi's gaze quivered slightly as he forcibly suppressed the ripples of emotions welling from his heart. A layer of cold sweat broke out from the palm of his hands. This is too familiar. The purity and the density. This yin energy is undoubtedly emanated from the shard of King Yanluo's seal. Just then. Dong. It was a dull sound, almost akin to the chime of a bell. Then, something in the pit began to stir. In the very next second, a massive tidal wave of the purest of yin energy surged straight out of the pit and engulfed the entire dance floor. The atmosphere of the entire clubhouse exploded to new heights in an instant. The ghosts were all screaming in ecstasy. Amidst the clamor of hundreds of ghosts, the shard of King Yanluo's seal on Qin Yi's chest also began to react as though it had taken on a life of its own, thumping and pulsing just like how a heart would. Simultaneously, a powerful source of yin energy erupted from the room on the second floor, engulfing him in an instant and sending his mind spinning with disbelief. Whoosh! Qin Yi's clothes fluttered wildly for an instant, before slowly settling down again. Yet this single instant of extremities was almost akin to the explosive flurry of an impending storm. And right now, he felt as though he were standing right in the heart of it all. This is... a soul hunter? He was approximately 5 to 6 meters away from the door. Yet for some strange reason, he was immobilized. He felt as though his feet were completely rooted to the ground. He had never expected the owner of the Orchid Clubhouse to possess a shard of one of the primordial treasures of Hell. Furthermore, the last remaining emissary of Hell was also the head honcho of the entire City of Salvation, and the yin energy at his disposal was comparable to that wielded by the puppet master Qin Yi had earlier faced. This person was at the level of a soul hunter. Retreat? Impossible. The other emissary of Hell already had his eyes locked on Qin Yi. If Qin Yi took even a single step back, the head honcho would immediately issue his orders to the fright of ghosts around to flood the entire floor that was 6 stories underground. Enter? The hunter-class emissary of Hell was also scrutinizing Qin Yi's every single move. If the shards of King Yanluo's seal even emitted the slightest form of resonance with each other, the other emissary of Hell would immediately detect it. When that time comes, the breaking down of negotiations would immediately spell death for Qin Yi. "My friend, why don't you come in?" A voice suddenly rang out before Qin Yi could properly contemplate his next move. "Don't you want to at least see what your former colleague looks like?" Damn. Qin Yi was trapped between a rock and a hard place. He clenched his fists tightly. The palms of his hands were already frosty and cold. Nevertheless, he bravely walked forward towards the second floor. Qin Yi opened the door, only to be greeted by a room with modern decor. It was a terrace-like space enclosed only by tempered glass on 3 sides of the room. 2 sofas were placed against the window, and a long European-style table formed the centerpiece of the room. A crystal chandelier hanging overhead shone brightly, whilst a copy of the Mona Lisa painting hung on the lone wall in the room. A rather exquisite cabinet sat in the corner of the room. The shelves above were filled with books, while the compartment below was locked tightly. A figure stood near the shelf with his back facing Qin Yi and an arm resting on the sofa nearby. He wore 3 immaculate rings on his fingers. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi suppressed the roiling emotions in his heart, walked over to the sofa, cupped his fist and bowed slightly. "Junior emissary of Hell, Qin Yi, greets the esteemed senior soul hunter." Silence. Seconds later, a thick voice finally responded, Do you know something? When I first sensed the yin energy emanating from your body, I was filled with absolute disbelief. To think that there are other survivors of that immense upheaval in hell. Such an occurrence is even more fantastical than the fabled Arabian Nights. Swish. The sofa turned around automatically, and Qin Yi finally caught sight of the appearance of the head honcho of the City of Salvation. It was a middle-aged man. He was holding onto a cup of red liquid in his left hand. The man appeared sprightly and full of energy. He presented himself in a ramrod straight suit, replete with a pristine white shirt and a navy blue tie underneath. His immaculate dressing was completed by swanky, shiny leather shoes to boot. He sported ink-black hair and a chiseled face with appearances that were as ordinary as it got. It was the type that would never leave an impression with anybody. If not for the roiling yin energy that was continuously seeping out from his 7 apertures, Qin Yi could very well have mistaken this man for any other successful businessman. At the very least, Qin Yi would never have thought of him as an emissary of hell. Qin Yi sat down. The man's couch had completely turned around by now, and he was staring straight into Qin Yi's eyes. Seconds later, the man smiled faintly. "I'm glad. Truly. I would never have imagined the day that I would encounter a former colleague after the great collapse in hell. There's nothing more joyous than an occasion like this." He stood up and walked over to the cabinet in the corner and opened the bottom compartment, revealing a chiller. "What's your poison?" "I've got pretty much all of the branded liquors out there. You name it, I've got it, from Smirnoff Crown Vodka, to Moet and Chandon Champagne, to Martell. Or perhaps you'd like to try something else? Something special? I'm a pretty good mixologist if I'm to say so myself." "No thank you." Qin Yi felt a little bit out of sorts. The man was far too prolific in his grasp of the English language. No matter how Qin Yi looked at him, the man hardly looked like an emissary of hell at all. "You're missing out one of the greatest pleasures in life here." The man brought over 2 bottles and poured them into his own glass, creating his own concoction to suit his taste. The golden liquor splashed into his glass, sending waves of aroma bursting into the air that rippled faintly into the surroundings like fine silk. The man continued, "My name is Cao Yudao. I started my first assignment 200 years ago guarding the Western Crane Village. I served the entire term of 100 years and fulfilled all the requirements to be promoted to a hunter-class emissary of hell. I was even slated to be transferred to take charge of Strong County. Yet before the official transfer order could be issued, hell collapsed and was no more." The 2 liquors melded into each other, creating a faint, golden liquid. He took a whiff of the scent and squinted his eyes in pleasure. Then, he held the glass in front of Qin Yi. A prime opportunity had fallen out of the sky and landed right at my feet. I'd be an idiot if I were to pass it up. Thus, I headed straight for the City of Salvation, and spent decades establishing this empire to call my own. Friend, what do you think of it?" He spread his arms wide open with a smirk on his face. The mosh pit of wildly dancing ghosts lay right under his feet, while innumerable hell notes continued to rain down from above. He appeared incredibly accomplished. Qin Yi didn't accept the cup of wine. Instead, he simply smiled. "It's quite different from what I'd thought." "What's different?" Cao Yudao leaned his body inquisitively. "Do you mean the style? The decor? My personality? Newbie. You'll find 100 personalities among 100 emissaries of hell. Things aren't quite as you'd expect them to be. At the very least, you're not going to find everyone dressed in antiquated hell's emissary uniforms and simply prowling the streets at night." He opened his cigar case, revealing 5 neatly arranged cigars within with a single blue ribbon wrapped around each one. He picked up a pair of scissors as he continued, "For instance, I love indulging in new experiences. I've got to say that the world is only becoming more convenient and beautiful in its own rights. And I've also grown to admire and respect humans as a species as well. Want one?" Qin Yi shook his head. Click. Cao Yudao clipped the cigar in a methodical manner as he continued, "And it's only by assimilating with new things and accepting new experiences that we can keep with the times. Take you and I for example. We'll have to accept that hell has collapsed. It's only by accepting it that we will finally move on from it and find the best way to live within our means. Just like how I have adapted to the situation." Kashik. The lighter set the tip of the cigar light with an incendiary glow, and the room was instantly filled with the gentle aroma of cherry blossoms from the cigar. Cao Yudao peered through the thin wisps of greenish smoke with squinted eyes. "Just like me. Enjoying this world, dominating this world." He took another puff, and the tip of the cigar glowed brightly. "It's truly been an experience. Right now, I'm cordially inviting you on board this journey of exploration." All it takes is a single nod of your head, and you'll be second to none in the entire city of salvation. Qin finally picked up the glass and swirled its contents about. However, this was merely to hide the ripples in his eyes as he continued to probe. What about the government? Cao Yudao laughed. Only insiders know best. How can mere humans possibly understand the world that we live in? Newbie, of all of the people in the world right now, only you and I have the capacity to understand each other. In other words, we are hell. Chapter 49, Forbidden Zone. He's mad. Qin Yi stared into his wine glass. The tension in his heart was now blazing at 120% of its maximum capacity. Lunatic. He's a sober lunatic. A rational lunatic. Arthy's words echoed in his ears right now. All emissaries of hell are Yi and spirits of hell who have been kept in check by the natural orders of hell. And now that the natural order of hell has completely fallen apart, these emissaries of hell would become tens or even hundreds of times scarier than the average ghost. For instance, Cao Yudao. If I were to be straightforward and blunt about things, you're only a soul hunter, and I'm only a netherworld operative. And I've already seen cultivators in the human world who possess abilities beyond that of a mere hunter-class emissary. Qin Yi picked his words wisely as he explained himself. Cao Yudao laughed. Laughing gleefully, he placed his pale and cold hand lightly on Qin Yi's arm. That's why I say we're the only two who can truly understand each other in this world. So what if these cultivators are Hellguard class or even Judge class? He patted Qin Yi's arm lightly. The only ones who can see an emissary of hell is another emissary of hell. Who cares if they're Judge class, or even Yama class? None of them can perceive our existence at all. We're the only ones who can see each other. In other words, even if I'm standing right in front of their faces, there will never be a time when humans can detect my presence. We will always be different from the riffraff that you see down there. Qin Yi withdrew his hand without a word and smiled faintly back, but the government will still move in to suppress these ghosts as soon as they detect the ghost's presence. As long as they deploy the right amount of manpower and firepower, they'll be able to clean out the ghosts as soon as they appear. Yet before Qin Yi could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Cao Yudao's wagging finger. No. Newbie, you seem to have forgotten one important detail. His gaze grew deep and menacing, and it was even laced with some measure of fiery compulsion. You've forgotten that there are hundreds and billions of Yin spirits standing right behind us. These are the countless souls that were washed right into the mortal realm when hell collapsed. So long as we nudge these spirits in the right direction, it's only going to be a matter of time before they all turn into malignant spirits or even evil ghosts. How many people do you think the Special Investigations Department has at their disposal? Do you think they'll be able to cope with such an outbreak? All Yin spirits will begin to congregate at the City of Salvation as soon as they sense the aura of an emissary of hell. And we're only in the lower levels of hell's officials' ranking system right now. When we become Judge-class emissaries, or even Prefect-class emissaries. His entire body began to tremble with excitement. All of the Yin spirits from the surrounding regions will swarm this place. Think about it, when 10 billion Yin spirits flood this place, even if none of them are evil ghosts, this place would practically become a forbidden zone for the living. He gazed into Qin Yi's eyes once more. Put differently, at that time, this place would become hell's paradise once and for all. Qin Yi drew a deep breath. Ordinary lunatics weren't generally scary. Rather, the ones that were truly fearsome were the highly intelligent and rational ones. And this man before his very eyes didn't even know that he was a lunatic. Qin Yi understood every hidden implication in Cao Yudao's spiel. Although he had been vague and ambiguous with his words, his ambition stood out prominently. Cao Yudao was trying to re-establish hell. And if he just continued to plow ahead as things were, the fruition of his plans was only going to be an eventuality. The only thing he needed was time. But, given that their names were already excluded from the Book of Life and Death, was time truly of concern to them? Qin Yi's silence was perceived by Cao Yudao to be a moment of deliberation. Cao Yudao stood up, tapped gently on the glass walls and continued huskily, Newbie, I'm not the only one. Currently, every single ghost that has survived the collapse of hell is doing exactly the same thing. You haven't been appointed for long, have you? 100 years? You must have encountered the collapse of hell before your name was even registered in hell's records. That would explain why you weren't taken to paradise by Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva. It naturally follows that you haven't interacted much with your other colleagues, and you clearly don't know a thing about modern society. His finger depressed a button. Immediately, rippling light waves shone and projected the entire map of the Insignia province overhead. The City of Salvation was the largest red dot on the map. Apart from that, there were 4 other red dots at various other places. Even though the other red dots appeared more intensely red, their rate of expansion was still far slower than that of the City of Salvation. Do you know what these things are? He glanced placidly at Qin Yi as he slowly attempted to whittle down Qin Yi's defenses. These are called hunting zones. Over the last 100 years since Hell's collapse, I've traveled far and wide across the southeastern portion of Cathay and noticed that every province and every city sees the exact same developments. The ghosts that are fortunate enough to remain alive would slowly carve out territories of their own, called the hunting zone. In turn, each hunting zone would contain at least one evil ghost that possesses abilities equivalent to an operative class emissary of Hell. However, these ghosts had largely laid low, slowly biding their time because they were afraid that Hell's emissaries would come crashing down on them like a tidal wave. However, the effluxion of time ebbs away at the fears in their hearts, and unrest has begun to mount over the last few years. Some of these ghosts have gotten impatient. Now that the oppression of Hell's natural orders no longer exists, the day when the mortal realm clashes head-on with the netherworldly forces in an all-out war is already faintly on the horizon. I'd give it a maximum of 10 years' time. When that time comes, where are you going to hide? Ghosts would be at every corner of the roads regardless of where you go. Are you going to cling onto your function as an emissary of Hell and continue to purge and expunge evil ghosts? It's not that I'm looking down on you. Rather, do you really think that a meager operative class emissary of Hell is going to be able to control the entire escalating situation? While there aren't many hunter-class ghosts that survived Hell's collapse, they can't be considered few in number either. In fact, I'd even vaguely detected the presence of a Hellguard-class ghost when I earlier traveled to the Pearl River Delta. Its presence emanated from right underneath the Pearl River itself. Hell has collapsed, and there's no longer any means for you to be promoted and increase the abilities at your disposal. So, where are you going to stand when the war between the netherworldly forces and the mortal realm finally breaks out? Cao Yudao turned around and looked teasingly at Qin Yi. To the mortal realm? That would violate the rules of Hell. After all, Hell is not allowed to interfere with matters of the mortal realm to begin with. Or, will you stand on the side of the netherworldly forces? That still necessarily means you'll violate the rules of Hell. After all, Hell existence necessarily complements the existence of the mortal realm, and assisting the netherworldly forces would naturally mean opposing Hell. So, where will you stand? Qin Yi remained silent. Cao Yudao slowly walked towards Qin Yi and continued with a deep, booming voice, "Newbie, do you finally understand? I'm not doing this to satiate my own desires. Rather, the present times simply call for a leader to take the reins and re-establish Hell. Yin spirits can never be completely purged from the face of the world. As long as Hell remains as it is, it's only going to be a matter of time when the netherworldly forces will overwhelm the mortal realm. Right now, the only ones who hold the power to re-establish Hell are me." He gently prodded Qin Yi's chest with his finger, "And you. Only 2 of us possess the mandate to stand above the rabble of netherworldly forces. We're beings of a completely different plane of existence. Can you, as an emissary of Hell, tolerate the prospects of those riffraff that we ordinarily trample underfoot rising up and becoming the lord of all the evil ghosts?" It couldn't be understated just how eloquent Cao Yudao was. Even Qin Yi almost fell for his rhetorics. That said, the key word here was almost. But without the existence of Hell's records, how are you going to become an infernal judge? Qin Yi probed further, "And if you're unable to become a judge, your authority would never expand beyond the realms of a single province." Cao Yudao laughed again. He stood up and gently ran his hand along the glass wall. "Do you see that thing over there?" He was referring to the object hidden in the depths of the 3-meter pit behind the stage. Qin Yi nodded his head. "That is the exact reason why I say that Hell's collapse left me with a prime opportunity." Cao Yudao's voice was now laced with a touch of escalating fanaticism that was quickly suppressed once again. "Of course I've got my means." But he didn't go on with his explanation. Instead, he turned around to Qin Yi. "All right. Give me an answer. I'm sincerely inviting you to stand on my side, to stand on the side of Hell and re-establish its order and return it to its former glory. Newbie. Don't disappoint me." Qin Yi gently swirled the contents of his wine glass. "And if my answer is no?" Cao Yudao smiled faintly. "Do you know why I still haven't asked for your name?" "It's because dead people don't need names." Qin Yi finally took a sip of the wine. To his pleasant surprise, the wine was mild and easy on the palate, yet incredibly aromatic. Despite that, the air in the room was so tense it could be cut with a knife. A single misstatement right now would spell bloodshed. Seconds later, Qin Yi finally set down his wine glass with a smile on his face. Then, what reason do I have to refuse? Clap clap clap. Cao Yudao burst out into an uproarious laughter as he applauded in joy. I knew you would make the right decision. He pulled out from his pocket a badge that was exquisitely carved out from wood. The badge emanated faint traces of Cao Yudao's yin energy. He set the wooden badge down on the table and placed 2 fingers on it and raised his eyebrows at Qin Yi. You'll be able to see all of the hunting zones within the City of Salvation with this. As long as you have this badge on you, you'll even be able to command the yin spirits around. After all, the strongest of the yin spirits within the City of Salvation are only at the operative class level. None of them would dare disobey my will and command. Qin Yi reached out, but discovered to his dismay that he was unable to take hold of the wooden badge. Friend. There are occasions when lip service is insufficient. Cao Yudao had a cryptic smile on his face. So, shouldn't you show me an expression of your conviction? Prove to me that we both stand on the same side of rebuilding hell? That we both share the same ideals, Qin Yi smiled. What kind of proof do you want? Cao Yudao continued to smile faintly as he walked to the window and snapped his finger. Suddenly, the tempered glass wall parted, allowing the pounding beats of the music below to rush into the room once more. Qin Yi noticed that the song playing right now was faded. Incidentally, Qin Yi had also already discreetly activated his shard of King Yanluo's seal in the instant that the glass wall parted. That's right. He was only almost convinced. He would never stand on the side of such a lunatic. There was no particular reason for his decision. He simply couldn't stand Cao Yudao. He had his own philosophy of life after all. What held true for him in the past continues to hold true to him today. Granted, they had both seen their fair shares of all forms of society and the different faces that human beings were capable of. However, it still remains a fact that Qin Yi had been living among humans all this while. His experiences were completely different from all of the other emissaries of hell. On the other hand, Cao Yudao had ruled over the world from his high pedestal. Their starting point was already fundamentally different. Qin Yi was far more human than Cao Yudao was. Qin Yi was lazy, and he was hardly motivated to fight for dominion. It was true that he loathed the hypocrisy and avarice of man. But at the same time, he loved their friendliness and honesty as well. Emotions were core to his understanding of life. Without the complexities of emotions, life would be absolutely meaningless. Why on earth should I stand with you? Gentlemen. Cao Yudao called out modesty, yet the entire dance floor quietened in a span of 10 seconds' time. All of the guests looked up towards him with a passionate gaze in their eyes. Cao Yudao cleared his throat and began his speech. Tonight, we may be welcoming a new colleague with us. He possesses the same goals, and the same ideals as us. That said, things are still very much in the air right now. There's no weight in verbally pledging his allegiance to us. Thus, I've personally prepared a special induction ceremony for such an occasion. Bring it in. Qin Yi continued to observe the ambitious man with interest. However, his gaze soon froze, and he stood up quietly and stared at the entrance with abject disbelief. As the crowd of ghosts below parted ways, 2 humanoid paper effigies dragged a soul into the spotlight. The soul presented himself with disheveled hair. It was clear that he had put up a struggle just before this, and his soul force fluctuated powerfully. He was restrained with a pair of handcuffs. He sported a square, chiseled face and wore a Chinese tunic suit. This was in fact the soul of Zhang Baogo. Look. As soon as you cleave this man in half, you and I would undoubtedly be standing on the same side. Cao Yudao smiled faintly at Qin Yi. You should know him, right? After all, the first thing you did upon entering the City of Salvation was to go looking for him. But did you also know that he's a hateful person as well? The Special Investigations Department is an existence that stands in the way of our great ideals. And this man is one of their lapdogs. The reason I haven't killed him to date is because it's not yet the time to wage war on the mortal realm. So, I'd simply been keeping a close watch over him all this while. Incidentally, it's through him that I discovered you, my one remaining colleague. So that's how it is. Qin Yi smiled faintly in response. What's the meaning of this? Chapter 50, Hell's Emissary vs. Hell's Emissary. What's the meaning of this? Qin Yi asked with a faint smile on his face. Nothing much. I'd like to be given the chance to know your name, but I'll first need to know that you're willing to stand by my side. Cao Yudao smiled faintly back. Look, all you need to do is to give your saber a light swing and destroy his soul. It's simple. The fact that I'm not killing him doesn't mean that you can't. Of course it was simple. Killing Zhang Baogo was tantamount to declaring war against the government. He was the Deputy Attorney General after all. Regardless of how magnanimous the government was, there was no way they would stand idly by as their authority was challenged like that. "You've got 5 minutes to make your decision." Cao Yudao sat down, picked up his wine glass and swirled its contents leisurely. Qin Yi was silent. Killing Zhang Baogo was the most reliable means out of this predicament. The potential price to pay for any other answer was simply too large. As soon as he revealed the slightest trace of the shard of King Yanluo's seal in his possession, there was no doubt that Cao Yudao would never rest until he had finally seized it for himself. No. Quite apart from whether he disclosed the existence of the shard in his possession, the moment he rejected Cao Yudao's offer would be the moment that they shed off all pretension of cordiality with each other. All eyes were on Qin Yi right now. As time trickled by, Cao Yudao's expression slowly grew cold and frigid. "I don't understand." Cao Yudao sighed begrudgingly at the 4-minute mark. "It's just a mere mortal. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with him, and I don't understand why, given the limitless potential ahead of our partnership, you'd even consider the life of a mere mortal with such hesitance." 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, Qin Yi finally spoke up with a faint smile on his face. "Senior, do you know something? Even die-hard otakus have their bottom lines." "Oh? For instance, the lacewear from Ladies vs. Butlers, or their Hatsune Miku bolster one. If you ruin these things, even otakus would throw caution to the wind and fight you with all they have." "I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the references you're making." "Ha. I'm just saying." Qin Yi scratched his head, and the tension in his smile eased up somewhat. "I'm generally quite an easygoing, adaptable person, not quite the same as the run-of-the-mill emissaries of hell you might have encountered. There are even times when I don't mind betraying my friends here and there. But when you put the soul of a confidant of decades of standing and tell me to take his life, you really put me in a spot." Cao Yudao stopped smiling, yet he continued to swirl the contents of his glass about. "So?" Before Cao Yudao could even continue, a gale of yin energy began to rush towards Qin Yi. A silver light flashed with a dull, resounding thud. In an instant, Cao Yudao's hand was pinned firmly to the table in the room. The hook ran straight through the wooden badge on the table. Soul shackles. Simultaneously, a massive tidal wave of yin energy engulfed Qin Yi's body and swept straight towards Zhang Baogo's soul. Rumble. Yin energy was so vast and boundless that the ordinary ghosts around were immediately incinerated and reduced to dust. Qin Yi was already clothed in his Hell's Emissary uniform half a second later. His large saber flickered quickly, and the 2 humanoid paper effigies restraining Zhang Baogo's soul were instantly sliced apart and reduced to ashes. By Hell's dictum, all rabble must disperse. "Let's go." Without ascertaining whether Zhang Baogo's soul could respond to his cry or not, Qin Yi grabbed hold of him and rushed straight towards the entrance like lightning. Back on the second floor, Cao Yudao stared at his own hand, completely stupefied. The soul shackle extended out of the void, piercing straight through his hand and nailing it down onto the table below. Unfortunately, not a trace of blood seeped out, and the only thing that continued to flow was the boundless yin energy from his body. "I poured out my heart to the moon." He shut his eyes and sighed wistfully, "Yet the moon shines only on the ditch below." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the second floor quaked violently and collapsed altogether, and a massive tsunami of yin energy that was 10 times greater than that of Qin Yi's filled the entire area. All of the yin spirits trembled in fear and prostrated themselves in the ground. A dark figure emerged from the heart of the roiling yin energy and shot straight towards Qin Yi, leaving a trail of dark light behind him. He wore an asymmetrical black robe embroidered with 3 round black and white patterns and a black fretwork Chinese skullcap. Wisps of visceral nether energy continued to pour out from the 7 apertures on his face. The only difference between Cao Yudao and Qin Yi was the fact that Cao Yudao was carrying a sword on his back instead of the demon head saber. By Hell's dictum, all rabble must disperse. With a furious cry, he swung his sword gently and instantly reduced all of the yin spirits around him to nothing more than wisps of smoke. This was the furious pursuit between 2 emissaries of Hell. In fact, this was probably the first time since the establishment of Hell that a soul hunter was going after the life of a netherworld operative. Qin Yi fled desperately. He knew just how powerful a soul hunter was. If he was caught, death would almost be certain. The only way out at that time would be to activate the shard of King Yanluo's seal. But even if he did that and got away this time, he would still have revealed his possession of the shard, and there was no doubt that Cao Yudao would come after him no matter what the cost. After all, Cao Yudao's survival of Hell's collapse must have been a result of his possession of one of the shards of Hell's primordial treasures. Since that was the case, was there any possibility that Cao Yudao would spare Qin Yi after learning of the shard in Qin Yi's possession? As soon as he learns of this fact, the entire vortex of evil ghosts that permeated every corner of the City of Salvation would immediately arise from their hiding and shift their focus onto Qin Yi. Therefore, he must never activate the shard of King Yanluo's seal unless it was absolutely necessary. Faster! Faster! All of the ghosts in the long stone corridor were momentarily taken aback when they saw Qin Yi charge straight towards them. However, in the very next moment, they roared madly and rushed straight towards Qin Yi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The lights along the entire corridor were extinguished one after the other. A massive wave of yin energy followed closely behind, and the cold gleam of the tip of a blade was pointed straight at Qin Yi's back. It was as though death itself had stepped out of the darkness and was hot on Qin Yi's tail. Scram! Armed with a saber in hand and Zhang Baogo's soul in the other, Qin Yi's flurry of attacks blossomed like a flower at night. None of the yin spirits stood a chance against him, and he shot into the elevator without skipping a beat. Hurry up! His eyes were somewhat bloodshot as he hammered hard on the mirrored wall. With a dull buzz, the number -6 appeared faintly on the mirror once more. The door shut promptly, and the elevator began to ascend quickly. -5, -4. Yet before Qin Yi could even catch his breath, the lift suddenly paused at -3. Naive. Cao Yudao's voice echoed from all around the lift, "This place is my territory after all. Don't you think that it's far too disrespectful to leave as and when you wish, without giving a proper account?" Ha! Qin Yi was on the verge of handing over Zhang Baogo's soul to Cao Yudao. Qin Yi had always been under the impression that he was an incredibly selfish person, and he hardly had any qualms with betrayals, even if the target of betrayal was Wang Chunghao. Yet, despite all of that, he had still rescued Zhang Baogo's soul on impulse. That said, even if he were given a chance for a redo, he would probably still have done the same thing. It seems that the core values of socialism have already pervaded the netherworld as well. With a bitter laugh, Qin Yi's grip around the hilt of his demon head saber tightened once more. In the very next moment, the lights on the roof of the lift suddenly changed into a miserable, jade-colored hue. The temperature in the elevator suddenly dipped, and a bone-chilling gale began to blow. If a human were around right now, the bizarre events in the elevator would most certainly cause him to scream at the top of his lungs and break out with profuse, cold sweat. Just then, a crimson-red blood mark slowly appeared on every panel of mirror around. It was almost as though a ghost were drawing these marks with a brush, stroke after stroke. What was initially nothing more than an ordinary mirror reflecting his image suddenly transformed into a long, endless corridor that was devoid of any sources of light apart from the miserable jade-colored glow of netherworldly flames. Black clouds of yin energy continued to billow menacingly like a growling beast. Just then, a figure appeared in every panel of mirror around, shooting straight towards him with something aimed straight for Qin Yi's throat. It was a sword. In the very next moment, Cao Yudao's clearly discernible figure appeared in every panel of mirror around. Qin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he swung his demon head saber horizontally with wanton disregard as to whether he struck anything or not. Shortly after that, he immediately felt an excruciating pain surge from his shoulder. Everything went dark for just an instant. Qin Yi didn't even have time to care about the blood that was now flowing profusely from his shoulder. Cao Yudao's appearance in the mirror was simply incredible. He stood upside down on the ceiling, and he appeared to be hidden in the realm of mirrors. Don't you know? This is why they say that you will be able to see your past life if you comb your hair in front of the mirror at 2:30 a.m. Cao Yudao lifted his sword and held it vertically in front of his chest. Since time immemorial, mirrors have been one of the main mediums connecting the netherworld and the mortal realm. And I, standing where I am right now, can incidentally see your next life. Your future is completely non-existent. Before he even finished speaking, the tens of Cao Yudao's reflections in the panels of mirrors around stabbed straight at Qin Yi's head once more. The talismans on the mirrors fluttered wildly, and the netherworldly flames overhead flickered unstably. I can't avoid it. Qin Yi felt an immensely powerful source of yin energy weigh down on him as soon as Cao Yudao made his move. The difference between their levels was far too wide. An operative was equivalent to a village official, while a hunter was akin to a county official. They were hardly entities on the same planes of existence. Whoosh! The yin energy arrived before the sword. Qin Yi's uniform fluttered wildly, and the void around him even began to crack. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yi no longer hesitated. The shard of King Yanluo's seal erupted instantly. Boom! A wave of violent black light erupted, causing the entire lift to quake violently for a moment. Seconds later, the talismans on the wall settled down, and the blood-red number in the mirrors began to rise once again. -2. -1. 1. Ding dong. As the elevator doors opened, Qin Yi hobbled out, gasping for breath. He could finally heave a sigh of relief. All of the mirrors in the elevator room were completely shattered in pieces, revealing an ink-black wall behind them. As the remnants of what used to be talismans scattered into the surroundings, he continued to fight back the excruciating pain from his shoulders and released Zhang Baogo's soul, watching it wistfully as it drifted into the air. Meanwhile, back at where -6 was located, Cao Yudao stared blankly at his sword, before turning his equally blank gaze into the empty elevator shaft in front of him. Escaped? A mere operative class emissary. Has actually eluded me? No. That's not important. What's important is the frightening energy that erupted from his body just before he escaped. That energy is incredibly familiar. Shard of a primordial treasure. His arm wielding the sword trembled vigorously as he growled hoarsely, "This is one of the shards of Hell's primordial treasures. He actually has a shard on him." No wonder. No wonder he had the guts to enter this place to begin with. And here I was, wondering how exactly he survived Hell's collapse too. You may have escaped today, but do you really think you'll be able to escape from the City of Salvation? Cao Yudao shut his eyes for a long while. When he finally opened them once more, the bulging red vessels in his eyes had already faded. Even as weak residual wisps of yin energy continued to linger about him, Cao Yudao had already reverted to his original form, bearing the appearance of a successful businessman. He snorted coldly, "Like I've mentioned before. We're the only two who can see each other. I will find you, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth." Qin Yi had already reverted back to his human form. He was originally wearing a white t-shirt, but half of it was now dyed red with blood. He glanced at his phone and learned that it was still 3 a.m. "I told you that it wasn't wise to mingle with humans for too long. To think that you'd even acted on impulse just to save a human. Comrade Qin, things have just gotten incredibly dangerous for you. The first principle of survival is to learn to turn a blind eye to things around you. How could you have entertained such dangerous thoughts?" Qin Yi continued to mutter aloud, castigating himself for all that he had done. Old Man Lu was seated at the desk on the first floor. He was already asleep with a smile on his face. Qin Yi slowly dragged his heavy legs upstairs. Old Man Lu was no more than a medium. Second floor. Third floor. As soon as he arrived on the third floor, an unknown student suddenly cried out at the top of his voice, "Ghost!" Following that, the student immediately turned tail and dashed away. Qin Yi chuckled bitterly and examined himself. His clothes were covered in blood, the lighting around was dim, and he even dragged his feet, walking as though he had a limp on his foot. He truly looked no different from the ghosts portrayed in modern horror films.